pa lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Eh, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Palala ang bagyo at painit ng painit ang mga laban. Welcome to the day 9 of the CFS SA Masters 2026 na kung saan kada isang round, it carries more weight and every mistake becomes more costly. At right now, no, depende na lang sa kanila kung ano ang kakalabasan nito. Kami ang yung mga kasama dito na we're pana, Mochi and Salvatore nga pala. And it's been a while, Salvatore, na pinagdikit tayo dito ngayon. How are you doing so far?
Solid, honestly, no, especially sa mga matches na aabangan nga natin, no, from Acceptance's amazing win yesterday. Ipagpapatuloy nga ba nila ang kanilang winning ways, no? At ito nga pala ang matches na inaabangan talaga natin, no? From Swiss, nagkaroon tayo ng onting glimpse kung ano ba ang kalibre na itong mga teams na maglalaban, that being VP and Stallions, who is on the board right now. Pero syempre, gagawa ng lasting impression dito ang CBF at Attras for their respective matches, eh, no? It's all competition at ito nga talaga ang pure CrossFIRE na makikita natin.
Of course. Kaya balikan din natin, no, kung ano nga ba yung mga nangyari from yesterday dahil hindi rin naging biro ang mga kinalabasan nito, no, nung sinimulan nito ng Fervid and as well as Team Acceptance. Team Acceptance showed, no, na sa oras ibigay mo ang sa base na yan and then in their newest tip-top shape, abaya, kaya nilang tapusin, no, itong 2-0 na laban natin.
Kalahin mo nga naman nakakagulat na resulta, eh, no? To quote a wise man by the name Ramon, eh, no? Fervid umabot talaga sa pang-5 stage ng grip dito, that being Acceptance, at tinanggap na lang talaga ng Fervid na okay, meron talagang araw si Heck, meron talagang araw si Silent dito, no? And those two mentioned players nga naman talaga are the longest standing members ng Team Acceptance, who honestly showed etong mga bata, no, na they don't have the ropes just yet, no? Pinakita nga ng Acceptance that they are indeed the veterans of this match, at ang ganda man talaga ng pagkakalead nga nila from both Ting and as well as K-Dre. Pero may huge shout out sa performance ni Ajax doon sa loob ng Ankara, which what we're seeing right now. Kasi nga Ajax, from an attacker perspective, parang hindi ko alam paano mo nagawa na i-out-sniper both A7J and Lan. So it really shows na meron nga naman talagang training regimen tong Acceptance na gumagana up against the top teams, no? Feeling ko nga Fervid just did not have the preparation, no? Siguro the mindset na if we prepared good enough for Stallions, preparado din tayo sa Acceptance, kita nga naman na hindi yun umobra.
Exactly. At minsan, no, hindi mo talaga i-expect na magiging ganito din yung performance nito. I mean, sino ba naman talaga nag-expect, no? I think our predictions already says a lot about this one, no, where all of us actually favored Fervid for winning that one. Pero instead, no, it is quite the opposite ang nangyari. And I hope, or we hope that Team Acceptance will be able to continue this moving forward. Pero dito naman, no, we have matches and as well as Attras, wherein matches been able to conquer them naman, no, pero hindi nila kaagad pinakawalan ang mapa ng Ankara dahil tumapok pa tayo dito ng overtime.
Grabe, inuunti-unti na nga ng matches yung mga matches nga nila, no, in order for them to see the daylights of playoffs, no. Pero itong Black Widow talaga, no, parang pinakita talaga ng Attras that they can definitely play this map. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, matches was more prepared lethally, no, in the aspect na mas magaling nga sila mag-split push and they can definitely anchor the sites that are needed nga naman, no. So from rotations ni Ninkyu, from the shots ni Zac, kompleto nga naman talaga ang Black Widow ng matches, no. Pero yung para nakita ko, no, okay, 6-3 half para talaga dito, no, sa side ng Attras, but we all know what just happened. But man, the Black Widow, the emphasis of gameplay from matches, nag-translate lang talaga siya way better dito sa loob nga ng second set natin, no, from some amazing plays na ibabato talaga ni Ninkyu, who I think is right now the consistent player for matches, always dishing out the top frags, no. Noong mga nakaraang linggo, hindi man nila nakukuha ang panalo, but Ninkyu was still in the top frags. Pero right now, nagkakaroon na nga ng resulta mo, Chino. Ninkyu's effect is definitely felt by matches, no, and despite, you know, the top level performance si JKM at CRG, kita mo nga naman from the clutches ni RTA, apparently nag-crumble pa rin under the pressure ang Attras, and matches took that punishment.
And I believe na Ninkyu been able to rack up the most kills na meron tayo so far, no? Na umabot siya ng 31 kills lang naman, no, for that entire series, which is just insane. Pero para sa ating finisher for yesterday, we had ComebackFriends and as well as Execration, na kung saan ComebackFriends talagang pinarealize ng Execration dito, no, na marami pang kakulangan para sila ay tunay ng matapatan dito, no, sa mapa ng Ankara and as well as Eagle Eye. And despite the some advantage, no, and unpredictability ang inoffer ng ComebackFriends dito sa Eagle ay parang kinapos pa rin talaga sila dito, Salvatore.
Marami pang kakainin ng CBF na kanin no? Kaso nga lang, unlimited rice. Kasi, kita mo, like, kulang-kulang talaga sila sa energy sa loob ng Ankara. Pero, sumobra nga naman yung pagkabusog nila doon sa second half ng Eagle Eye kasi bigla na lang sila natulog from that play from Execration, no? But, right now, in Ankara, nagkulang lang talaga ako, no? May showmanship naman dito ang CBF. Kaso nga lang, pre, pag buhay si Fallex tsaka si MVA, tila hindi na lang convert ng maayos yung round, no? Just goes to show na meron nga naman talagang underlying effect tong may passive, no? Si Fallex tsaka si MVA para ma-secure nga nila yung round. Both space creators and mid-round callers, no? Grabe nga naman, Execration was just the more prepared team dito nga sa laban na to, no? And as far as it goes, no? Itong Eagle Eye talaga umabot ng 8-4, hindi ma-close out na maayos ng Execration, but look no further than Fallex helping itong Execration na finally ma-breakthrough yung kadena ng kanilang slow start dito sa second half at nakuha na nga nila yung panalong yun. Very well played for Execration, no? Fallex was just that consistent sa pag-deliver nga ng mga crucial kills.
Exactly. And kahit naman na ganun yung naging outcome din dito, no, still acknowledged pa rin natin, no, kung ano yung ma-offer din dito ni ComebackFriends as a team. It's just that they need a bit more experience. And I think your playbook, kumbaga, no, bago tayo kuha ng mga additional nating achievements, if I may say. Pero I think it's also time for us, no, na matunghayan natin yung mga pangyayari na talagang nagpanganga sa maraming mga audience natin at pati sa atin, no, na ilang sa atin ay napasigaw, no. Shout out kay Bipolar at shout out sa akin, no, after seeing this. Ay, simulan na natin ito, no, for our first one, and this is from Zach.
I believe, no, Zach was able to get some amazing shots in, no? Parang napakalupit nga naman for mga caliber of a player like Zach. So makita na nga natin. Alright, so yun, si
RTA dalawa na.
Si RTA nga, no? So yun, RTA, I believe this was a 4K from the split push mula sa Vince and as well as EA, no? So si RTA na lang, technically may kasama siya. But then again, parang hindi natin naramdaman yung pagkasama nga dito ni Kid. Kid got picked off, pero tingnan mo naman ang spray control dito ni RTA. And by God, no, RTA, grabe, pinapadikit niya nga talaga yung laban. No? This was Match's way to finishing off the game. Pero RTA, grabe, dumating talaga sa nangangailangang oras ng Attras.
Yep, and it also just shows, no, na bilang isang IGL niya dito, parang hindi man lang din na biro yung mga pinagagagawa niya dito sa ating lobby, and the fact na the time na kaya niya na magmando ng kanyang mga kasama while at the same time being this impactful of a person dito sa kanilang team just says a lot, no, sa kung ano yung kalibre dito ni RTA. Pero I think meron din maipapakita dito sa si Kid, no, kasi nakakuha siya ng ace after yung push niya nung nag-press W dito, no, sa ating lobby.
And isa rin si Kid na maaabangan nga natin mamaya, no, for his amazing bout up against Virtus.pro. At syempre, meron pang score to settle ang Virtus.pro mamaya with Attras. At makikita nga natin yun mamaya. Let's now head into this amazing play. No, una sa lahat, grabe nga naman talaga yung initial play na ginawa nga talaga ni Kid was just that tad bit better, no. Parang feeling ko dapat iniista ka na siya kaagad ng matches dito, no. Pero the way he separated each fight para pumapar nga sa kanya was just ungodly, no, para dito kay Kid. And despite it being, you know, a match na natalo nga ang Attras, Kid definitely finished the series na mayroon nga talagang papatunayan with their with the match upcoming, no, with Virtus.pro. Kita mo agad, no, dinoble jump niya agad dito yung box papuntang win A. Walang nakatingin, walang nag-report na magpapa-win A si Kid at nabakanting ataol lang nga dito, no, ang natitirang buhay ng matches. Nahanap na nga ni Vincent kung nasaan si Kid. Isang pick, one swing is all it takes, no, para kay Kid na makuha yung kill na yun. Very well impressive para dito kay Kid.
Very well impressive as well. And the moment na kinaya niya, no, na isa-isahin tong mga miyembro natin dito, being able to catch every single one of them off guard despite the fact na Zach already has some initial information, no? Ay, it's just insane to see, no, sa kung paano ito na-manage ni Kid na ubusin isa-isa mga miyembro natin from matches. And I know they haven't been able to get this, pero still, no, it just shows how Kid can be or what Kid will be in the fullest form possible. Even timing, oh. Saktong-sakto
Nati.
talaga.
Parang di na siya bata sa mga oras nga niya.
Hindi talaga.
Parang isang malaking veteranong move yung ginawa doon ni Kid Mochi.
True. And isa pa to, no? Kung kayang magwala ni Kid, kaya ding magwala ni Ninkyu because he also managed to take a very astounding 4K and it all starts dito, no? Sa ating floor A kung saan kahit ilan yung lumapit Salvatore, no? Hindi talaga. Hindi sila maka-acto ng maganda. Sinusolo niya lahat.
Thank you. Sabi si Nico, hindi ka na ba nagsasawa? Week 1, nandiyan ka na. Week 2, nakita na namin, nadadalawa ka pang nasa top 5. Tapos dito, mag-a-appear ka na naman sa week number 10 na parang walang nangyari, no? Look at the separation kung paano niya nilalaro yung Biniter na Obochi. He gets the first shot. Nilalaro niya ka dito si CRG. And then, that kill from K was so instantaneous na dapat mauna nga si K. Well, gets no? Nakaka-head glitch dito si Ninkyu, no? But it's the mere fact na apat sana yung magpupush sa kanya. Actually, dalawa no? Napaangat sana ng yellow, no? But clearly, Ninkyu had other businesses to attend to at yun ang ubusin ng Attras.
True. And I do think na meron pa tayong additional dito, no? Na kanina naman kaya ito galing kasi parang meron ata tayong kikid uli na additional, no? Correct me if I'm wrong na lang, but I do think that we already have another one coming up, pero base doon sa nakita din natin kanina, no, Salvatore, it's nice na nakikita natin yung mga baguhan natin, mga teams dito, no, from Qualips, wherein they've been able to just show, no, na kaya nilang kumantay dito sa ilan nating mga players. But right now, we have Paul dito, no, from Execration.
Abe, Mochi, no? Hindi na nakakagulit yung mga kills niya dito sa HK, dito sa 4K para makapasok si Folex sa loob ng site. Pero we want to replay the clip kagad dito. Parang, okay, he will be getting these 2 headshots, no? Golden headshots sa loob nga ng smoke. But let's take a look at this replay, no? Papasok si Folex nang walang kamuwang-muwang, no? Filinasyan na nga nila yung top A, pero syempre si Folex hindi pa rin matitinag yan. Hawak niya na yung HK, mag-USP pa siya papasok, fiflikan niya yung nasa top A na bandang kaliwa, pang headshot pa yung nakuha niya. At ayun, no, HK player ka, EBR player ka, syempre uunahin mo yung primary weapon mo, no? Pero si Polex, gagawin kong EBR tong USP na to. And, man, di ko alam paano mo nagawa yan na Polex, no? What an amazing ace. And to start off itong Angkara, as a map number 1 na parang wala pang ka-warm up dito ang Execration, clearly, dyan pa lang, alam mo nag-iinit na kagad si Polex.
Exactly. And nakita din naman na natin dito yung mga galawan dito ni Paul na kung saan, no, umpisa pa lang, we've already been able to see how he's been able to improve, no? Na wala na yung group stage moments na kung saan meron siyang mga negative KD or hindi ganun kalaki yung kanyang nagiging rating, no? This time, it is quite of a different fashion. Pero I do think that we also have our top one, no? Kanina naman kaya ito galing, it is from no other than Zach, na kung dati-dati iniisip natin, no, nasan na si Zach, ito na si Zach, no?
Buti naman, no, Mochi, nahanap na natin yung mga taong nawawala from Ajax and ngayon si Zach. Nice initial kill, no? Pero tumatalon doon si K. That was insane. Ito nga pala yung player na pwede mong wallbangin sa 2F pero walang humuhuli sa kanya. An ungodly flick from Zach and that instantaneous shot papunta doon kay RTA, men. Baliw ka talaga, Zach. Hindi ko ma-explain paano mo ginawa yon lahat considering na isa sandwich na siya, eh. paangat na sana ng B-slope yung dalawang players mula sa hotel at pupushin siya sana ni Kay. Kaso nga lang pre, lumabas ng smoke dito si Kay, tatalon-talon siya, kita sa
Grabe.
manipis na part ng smoke, tapos the sense of urgency, ay walang nakatingin ng hotel, ako na lang dito, no? And Zach, parang it's not even 2 motions, it's just 1 motion na may kita niya yung paangat ng B-slope at pinoga niya dito si CRG. That was insane, Zach. Highly deserving of a top 1 play.
Well, ewan ko, no? Parang nung isang beses lang pinakita natin dito yung off the rip na pick dito ni Revenge. I feel like pwede natin ihalin tulad yun sa isang nakuhang patay din dito ni Zach, which is just insane. But at the same time though, the ability na magpalipat-lipat, no? Para ensured na lahat, no? Covered niya, no? Grabe naman talaga ang ating top 1 play from Zach. But also, let's check out ang ating bonus clip, no? From our one and only Yaba, no? Against the Execration na nakaklatch siya.
Ay, resident backup player, no? Pero nagbuka talaga siyang hitman dito, no? Quote-unquote by sneaky from this amazing play, no? Honestly. Kasi he got the first kill. Mukhang kumbinsido na ako sa post plant ng Execration dito, no, Mochi? Kasi Execration and post plant goes well together. Pero men, hiwa-hiwalay sila. They were layered. Kulang-kulang sila sa impormasyon kahit nasumbong na si Yaba na nasa RS nga siya. And to top it off, no, sabi niya, okay, marami namang oras. Ikutan ko na lang kaya. Mag-ingay nga ako ng onte. Tapos, eto, finul commit niya yung pagpunta ng hotel, heading into rampa. Nasa may bandang 2F dito si NBA. Yaba, of course, tatapusin mo yung play ng naka-USP ka at talagang direkta mo agad sa bungo, kinaltokan ka lang ni NBA resulting in 5 HP at mapapasabi na lang ng sayang Execration. Pero men, Yaba, no, welcome to Manila. Clearly, the upgrade was felt kasi hindi ako nagkakamali. Tumaprag ka dito sa Eagle Eye.
I mean, nakita na rin naman natin na ganito kapalo hindi, meron ng levels na nagiging palo si Yaba, pero parang ngayon mas lalo pa siyang lumala, no? So, I guess him being here din sa mapa ng Eagle Eye just gives them all the more avenue, no? Para mas magwala, mas maging magulo, mas magpalipat-lipat, no? At mas rumagasa ng mga membro natin dito from the counterpart. And who would have thought, no, na someone like Yaba can gear himself up, no, against some of the greatest, and yun na, no, been able to take that highlight just that swift and just that simple, no. Kung kala mo sobrang dali gawin ng pinagagawa dito ni Yaba, pero dude, it's just nice that we are witnessing these types of highlights, no, galing dito sa ating mga players, and every single time, iba at iba yung mga taong nakikita natin. It's no longer something na we just keep on seeing the same people, and it's already someone else, no? Every single team, a different player as well. Pero, I think it's also time for us to witness some picks off the play, no? Because I do think that these are like some clips na kung saan pinili ng ating mga co-talents or co-casters because again, they saw something interesting dito sa mga laruang ito, Salvatore.
Okay, so yun na nga, no, pasisimulan natin itong segment na to with an amazing play from Acceptance, no? At feeling ko, dito sila nag-bounce, Mochi, no? Ito yung naging reflection na nakita nga natin from Acceptance na makukuha nga talaga nila yung panalo dito, no? Habang inaayos pa nga natin yung clip, I can assure you, hindi kayo manlulumo sa makikita yung ginagawang play dito ni Silent, pati na nga rin ni Heck. Kasi considering, no, Fervid, ang bigat nung pangalan, no, Mochi, pero grabe, ginaganon lang talaga sila, no? So with 52 seconds left on the clock, kinakapapa ngayon ni Heck, uy, baka may umangat ng wood. Si Silent pumapwesto na nga kagad, no? And this is going to be an amazing play from Dre. Mahuhuli nila si A7J looking at LR. Nakita na nga nila, spotted, and one tap siya instantly kay Dre. Kung makikita mo sa mapa, already gumagalaw na nga si Silent for that CR lurk kasi nga manggagaling pa nga siya ng vents. But the initial play, syempre, matagal gumapag sa vents, eh. Binabagalan ng onti ng Acceptance, nasa LR pa rin sila. Nahuli ni Diat nila yung mga kills nila, but Dre forcing a 2v1 at tignan mo, nagbunga yung lurk dito ni Silent. At ano ang naging itsura ng Fervid? Ayun, nga talaga sila. Nagulat na lang sila, naubos sila dito nila Silent at ni Dre. Amazing play.
Yes, and I love how they've been able to communicate this din, no, internally. Imagine all of the comms coming in na kung gaano kalinaw at kung gaano ka-direct. Then, especially just towering through dito from LR and all over the place here para dito, no, sa ating mga Fervid people. Well, unfortunately for them, no, they got cornered. And despite this pickup din dito kay Lance, no, it became short-lived, no. Hindi na ito na maintain. They haven't been able to keep up with the pressure that is yung lahat ng mga member natin from Team Acceptance towering over them. And mayo, no, wonderful call and play din dito, no, sa lurk din ni Silent. Grabe. And I do
Okay.
think that we
Grabe.
also have a play that's being chosen dito, no, by Sneaky Frog naman. Kasi this features like a specific round of Attras versus matches.
Okay, so isa-isahin nga natin, no? Attras already, no? Coming from a 6-3 half, syempre, they want this overtime already finished. At ang ginawa nga nila, inunahan nila kagad ang matches na nasa loob ng TB, forcing a 5v2, pero grabe yung naging chip damage ni Kid. Kaso nga lang, sa sobrang bakante ng LA, nakapag-lurk si Ninkyu, got the rotating J-Kim na by this time, full health siya. Ngayon, piso si Kay, nakitang
Oh,
umangat
look at
ng 2F at talagang pinadaanan pa yun ni Ninkyu. Now it's a 2v3. This is going to be looking bad para sa Attras kasi dapat meron silang map control ngayon. They already established this crossfire sa may RS kasi nandun si Kid sa uluhan. Yung mga A players parating pa lang ng RS. But man, Vincent with an amazing read, repositioning to hotel. Nakaikot nga si Kid na akala niya ata siya ang malalasan niya mismo dito si Vincent. And now it's a 2v2. Okay, no? Daming oras. There's like literally like 10 seconds of a window para makapagtanim pa sila ng C4. Pero men, ang inisip ng matches, let's just clear the site. Napakadaming oras. We should not be playing under the pressure. We should be playing in the level of matches talaga. Here comes the bomb plant. Planted for RS kasi clearly gustong laruin ni Vincent yung tower, no? So nag-rotate sila pareho dito except for Ninkyu na nag-hard rotate nga talaga heading into B-slope. Ngayon, si CRG, hinahanap na ngayon. Nasa na si Vincent eh. Planted for RS. For sure, magta-tower siya. CRG, aakyat. He will be getting the pick dito. Kaso spotted na si Ninkyu sa may B-slope. Gets RTA at pababa si CRG. And he gets the headshot as well. Converting the 2v5 matches out of this world. Men, apakalupit.
Apakalupit indeed. And you know what? They could have been able to pinch Ninkyu, no, nung nandoon yung dalawang players natin from HM and as well as dun sa bandang akyatan nitong si Kid. Pero yun nga lang, I understand that in theory, no, in best case scenario is to take additional spaces but unfortunately hindi niya yun nagawa. And instead, Ninkyu, parang naging trade-off niya is hayaan mong buhay si Ninkyu at kukuha ka ng space at yun yung pinili niya. Which is quite unfortunate kasi Ninkyu has been able to scale up to the best second dito sa round na ito. I guess that just amplifies kung gaano kalala si Ninkyu as a player. And boy oh boy, the calls here are just insane and on point para dito sa parehong mga miyembrong naiiwan natin for matches. Nice try for Attras during this round though. Pero let's see kung ano naman ang meron for our next one because I do think na Salvatore, you chose this specifically. It is the round of Execration versus ComebackFriends.
Well, this is impressive, no? Kasi coming from an 8-4, Execration hindi nila matapos-tapos, Ben. Pero isa sa mga pinakamalupit na play si Tetsu, okay, naka-unback na namin, rush nga tayo ng site para matrof ang kalaban. They got LB control, nakapasok ka si Aldrin, kaso si Fallex, nung nakuha niya yung kill doon kay Woos, nanatili pa siya sa hotel. Tapos nakapag-bypass pa siya. Take a look at tong pwesto ni Fallex mamaya, no, Mochi, because that will be important. Ngayon, magtatawag na nga sila ng rotation. Si CBN, pati na nga rin si, I believe, CBN and as well as si Yoteam, hahawakan nga nila yung RS na to para hindi makapag-push ang CBF. And now, they're waiting. Inaantay nila si Fallex na makapwesto nga pabalik ng hotel para matrove kung sino man yung taong doon. That being Yaba. Ngayon, pumasok na nga sila. Tetsu gets traded. Yaba is distracted. Hindi niya alam kung tutulungan niya si Aldrin o hindi, and in return namatay dito si Yaba. Ngayon, Fallex, clutch, 17 seconds left on the clock. Clearly may advantage dito si Aldrin kasi nga mayroong smoke. Kaso nga lang, hindi pabor sa kanya yung smoke, nawala, and Fallex doing Fallex things, one tapping Aldrin. Grabe nga naman talaga, and with 3 seconds remaining, they got the lead back to Execration's favor. Kinansela nila ang comeback ng ComebackFriends.
You know what? They could have been able to overwhelm Paul here, but it didn't happen like that at all, no? Instead,
Grabe.
they became so occupied scrambling all over the place, no? Thinking, ano nga ba yung ipaprioritize natin, to the point na everything already fell apart before they even know it, no? Pero again, no, sometimes it's also up to the timing din sa kung paano mo ilalapag itong mga utilities natin. It's quite unfortunate nga na hindi ito umubra para kay Aldrin, and thus the round has been taken away dito ng Execration. Grabe, Eagle Eye. Every single chaotic play comes from this one, and that is also something that you would love the moment na pinipili din itong mapang ito ng ating mga teams, no? Ang lala naman talaga. Pero after all of that chaos, ng shenanigans na yon, tingnan natin ang ating updated na standings right now, because that indeed affected our standings. Although, hindi naman ganon kalala, no? Nag-shift at nagkanda palit-palit lang naman ang mga pwesto natin from 2nd to 6th, but most of them will still be, in theory, qualifying sa ating playoffs.
I mean, no, Bochi, it's already shaping up. We're now approaching week number 4, rather, no, in Acceptance, with that huge win to Fervid. They dropped Fervid 2 places at ngayon nakuha na nga nila yung prime playoff spot. Pag number 6, pwede ka pa mag-playoffs, eh, no? At Matches, kita mo nga naman kung nasan sila ngayon. Hinahabol ng onte ang number 6 spot na yan. Pero tignan mo naman kung sino umangat, no? Acceptance at number 2. We live in a world, mo, Chibela, na ang number 1 at number 2 team is ComebackFriends and Acceptance. No, welcome to the new era of CrossFIRE, at kailangan to tanggapin ng mga tao na papasok pa lang ang week number 3. Ang ganda na nagiging impressions ng ComebackFriends and Acceptance. But this is week number 3. Meron pa tayong week number 4 na ma-determine nga talaga ang final na itsura na itong standings nga na to, and I'm very very excited for that week. Pero yung mga matches ng week 3, feeling ko ito talaga yung dapat kaabang-abang.
Exactly. And keep in mind, guys, yung iba sa kanila, no, match 6 na, match 7 na, yung kanilang mga nalalaro dito. Yung iba is 2-3 pa lang. So, also keep that in mind when you look out our standings, kasi again, no, there's still yet to be unveiled, no? Kung ano nga ba talaga yung totality at kung sino nga ba yung for sure at secure na dyan sa ating playoffs. Pero alam nyo ba, guys, na meron kayong chance na manalo ng 100 e-coins dito lang dahil sa papanood nyo at pagpili ng favorite nyong mga highlights simula or galing sa inyong mga paboritong mga players. All you have to do is to choose kung kaninong highlights yon, like and follow ang ating CrossFIRE Philippines Facebook and YouTube pages. Ilapag yun na dyan dito, no, sa ating sangbang side. Dito, no, ang ating QRs dyan, down below. Scan nyo dyan at piliin, share the post, be sure na nakapublic yan para kita ng ating mga moderators at i-ensure na nandoon sa inyong caption ang ating dalawang hashtags na hashtag CFS Play of the Week and hashtag CFS Master Summer, and sabihin nyo na rin kung bakit yon yung deserve na maging Play of the Week. At through that, pwede kang mapili at makakuha ng 100 e-coins. At anong pa nga ba yung mga pwede nyong gawin sa e-coins na yun, no? Pambili rescue kit yan, ng armor, lahat-lahat na. Ikaw nang bahala, pumili ka na lang.
Pero yun, no, Bochi, tama ka doon sa 100 e-coin. Considering na may mga lotong lumalabas ngayon, syempre gusto mo talaga one-tapin yung mga weapons nga na yan. And yung, kung di ako nagkakamali, no, yung Topaz Lotto natin, bago na nga, no? And definitely
Yes.
live right now. Nabalita ko, nakuha nga ni Bipolar yun ng one-tap, eh, no? Kaya congrats dito kay Bipolar, meron na nga siyang
Sana
bagong
all.
VIP. At baka ikaw na nga ang susunod. Ikaw na nga siguro ang susunod pag nanalo ka dito sa ating e-coin giveaway.
Exactly. And with that, no, yung pamigayan na yan, meron din tayong schedule right now. Para naman updated kayo sa ating happenings, we have 3 matches still for today na kung saan magtatapat ang
Wow.
Execration and as well as Team Acceptance. We also have ComebackFriends versus Team Stallions at syempre Virtus.pro versus Attras Esports. Series of Trails of Fire para sa buong araw na ito, Salvatore.
Grabe, Acceptance. Papatunayan nga nila ano na yung nangyari kahapon was not a fluke, at ipagpapatuloy nga nila ang kanilang win streak ngayon in order for them to secure a playoff spot. At ito pa talaga ang mga sumunod, eh, no? We have Stallions and Virtus.pro today. Ngayong araw, pinagsabay natin ang laban ng Stallions at ng Virtus.pro respectively. Kung maalala mo, nung day 2 ng Swiss stage natin, CBF was very close. Kamuntikan lang nila matalo ang Team Stallions, and they're now facing off once again dito sa ating group stage. Pero anong klase klaseng itsura nga ba ng Team Stallions sa makikita nga natin. The last time that we saw, KLP was still playing and now baka si Revenge nga maglaro. Meanwhile, Virtus.pro and Attras, unsettled business nga, no? Kung sinabi ko nga kanina, kasi syempre gaganti si Coach 02 sa malamyang pagkatalo nga nila ng day 1 ng Swiss.
Exactly, no? At siya pa talaga sa mark my words, no? Abangan ninyo yung laban namin ng Attras at ito na yon. This is the day, everyone. Pero ngayon mag-focus muna tayo with the current match at hand. We have Execration versus Team Acceptance wherein this is gonna be really interesting, no? Nakita na natin kung paano tumapat ang Acceptance sa kanilang kalaban yesterday. Paano naman kaya dito, no? Against Execration. Quite a fun arc nemesis, no? Against Fervid based from what happened simula nung ating spring league last time. This would be a really good point para makita natin, no, ma-power rank natin kung makontrast din natin kung ano ang meron for Execution kontra sa Fervid, and also a testing ground or a probing ground para kay Team Acceptance kung sila nga ba ay merong kapasidad na ulitin muli yung nagawa nilang maganda from yesterday's play.
And I feel like no, Execration, kung gusto nga nilang makuha nga tong panalo na to with a bit of degree sa respect nga sa sarili nga na ng respeto, they have to opt to ban a particular map na kuha nga na Acceptance kahapon, no? Di bali na nga lang kung ang karo or sub-base, bahala na nga lang kayo. But eto nga pala, Execration, the names right now na Mochi, di mo akakalain na pwede nga sila magsama-sama forming into one team.
Yes.
But they have like one of the best rankings right now dito sa ating tournament, no? Kasi Execration, gusto nga nilang umangat to number 1 with taking huge W's against Virtus.pro and Stallions. I'm seeing only a major loss to Fervid. Baka yun na nga yung pinakamagandang standing na pwede natin makita this season, no? That being from Execration.
Yeah. And idagdag na rin natin dito, no, na parang from yesterday pinag-uusapan din, ay bumaba yung naging stats dito ni Yotev, pero bipolar reiterated, no, na yung kanyang stats dito just means that there is a lot more balance sa current team na meron siya ngayon despite the lower stats na meron siya from last league in comparison to now. At idagdag na rin natin, no, kung gaano naging iba or mas mature din yung mindset dito ng Execration based from the recent interviews na meron tayo from Paul beforehand. And it's nice, no, nakikita natin to for Execration, pero still, no, Salvatore, you've already been able to mention na sometimes there are some rounds na nahihirapan pa rin silang tapusin until now, and I guess that is gonna be a good test for today. At hanggang ngayon, no, sometimes some things just don't change at all, at kasama na doon yung paglag, quote-unquote paglag ng PovCam ni CBN dito sa ating mga player counts. Pero ito nga ang ating schedule that we have from them right now, pero hindi naman ganun kasama, no? They have 3 series of wins here, at ang tanging pagkatalo na natamasa nila galing sa matches talaga.
Na parang na parang typo. Hindi actually, man. Stallions and VP, makuha nga nila yung panalo, but matches, no? At the time, they didn't have any wins, no? Pero syempre, ang ganda ng pagka-activate nga talaga ni Yetja at Tizak during that series. Kaya talaga nagulantan na lang ang Execration. Clearly, another case ng over-preparation, no? At hindi mo masisisi ang Execration. Mochi, ang dapat sisihin natin, Stallions at Virtus.pro. Lahat ng teams nakatingin sa inyo, no? Nakakalimutan na ng ibang teams tumingin dun sa mga ibang teams din, no? So, yeah, kagagawan pa ng Stallions at ng Virtus.pro. That resulted to a major loss. Pero tignan mo naman ang kanilang upcoming matches. We still have Acceptance and Fervid for their upcoming matches, and as well as Attras. So alam mo nga talaga, no, this might be Execration farming that schedule, o baka ibaliktad na natin ang narrative dito sa Execration na baka lang talaga sa group stage natin sila makita. Sana naman hindi.
Sana hindi. Dahil ang mga katapat nga nila ngayon is gonna be Team Acceptance. It's just right na i-breakdown din natin kung ano nga ba ang meron sa kanila. Even just from yesterday, dude, grabe yung mga naging plays dito ni Silent as well as ni Dre. Si Ajax hindi mo na need hanapin kasi nag-MVP din siya from our match yesterday. And still looking good as new as heck, and as well as Sting are still serving each and their own purpose and what's the best that they are known for, no? And I just love how Team Acceptance is looking right now. Sana lang talaga ma-replicate nila yung performance nila from yesterday.
Grabe, no, Bochi. Si Silent lang yung kilala kong MVP na hindi man lang nakikita ng kalaban kung nasaan siya, no? Like, napakadugas ni Silent para makuha yung MVP na yun. grabe siya mag-lurk. At naging effective na to, no, to Fervid. Ang kaso nga lang, magiging effective nga ba to Execration with also lurk player of their own, no, that being CBN. But when we talk about the sheer aim, syempre papabor ka kay CBN, pero syempre si Silent with the veteran experience that he has, for sure magagamit niya nga yun against CBN at baka makita pa nga natin na Acceptance forcing that set number 3. No? Huge shoutout nga pala to the homies of Team Acceptance. No? Parang nagpapataas ata ng calorie intake ngayon si Bosek kasi pagkatapos ng laban na to, sunog lahat yan.
Magbabanat na naman ng buto dito si Bosek for sure. Pero again, no, that also just means no, nagpapakondisyon din sila. No? They need the sugar, they need the caffeine para mas lalo sila makapag-lock in. Kasi hindi naman din talaga biro yung makagiging katapat nila ngayon. Especially that they already have quite of good wins. No? Di naman nakuha nila from Taring Bavi, Matches, Veteran as well as Fervid. All they need is one more. Or so I think no, nung kinumpute natin ito. All they need is one more and then they can automatically safely put themselves in a better place that might give them great chances para dito sa ating playoffs. Pero nalaman na rin natin no, kung gaano din kaganda yung naging journey dito ni Team Acceptance and starting from the first time na nagkakagulo sila sa kung paano sila magko-comms, na naghihirapan daw sila. May mga moments na hindi nila nakakaskade ng maigay yung mga kailangan nilang sabihin. Pero right now, we don't see that at all.
Yeah, definitely. No, wala na talaga kakulangan no, for Acceptance. They definitely lived up to their skill when it comes to individual players, pre. Pero pag pinagsama-sama mo yung individual skill na yon and forming it into one cohesive system, napagana nga nila yon. And right now, they are contenders. Hindi na nga sila underrated. No? They are rated as one of the contenders heading into playoffs. Pero tignan mo naman kasi yung schedule nila, Bochi, to prove that they are truly one of the strongest team dito. No? Kakalabanin nga nilang Execration and Stallions respectively. Grabe, Acceptance. This is now the best time to prove everyone wrong, no?
Exactly. And I think it's just right na makita na rin nga natin no, kung ano nga bang meron din sa mga mapa dito. Ang tanong, ibibigay nga kaya ng Execration maya-maya ang sa base. Pero for now, head-to-head, we have Paul and as well as Ajax. We're in terms of the 70% headshot per kill. Tignan mo naman yan, Salvi.
Well, Ajax parang nagsiswitch kahapon no? Parang kaya niya mag-TRG, kaya niya mag-EBR, so less emphasis on the headshot per kill. Ibigay na natin kay Paul X yan kasi wala siyang parang favorite body part niya no? Yung skull talaga ng tao, talagang pinag-iisipan. Yun din yung ginagamit niya para makapag-isip ng mga so hindi kita masisisi Paul X kung yun din yung gusto mong mawala sa mga tao no? That being the headshot machine of Paul X. Pero the emphasis is yung pagkadikit nila ng KD. No? In a world where we compare Folex and Ajax, lahat talaga tutungo kay Folex. But Ajax, with that amazing gameplay from Fervid kahapon, it is only right para talaga ihambing natin no, si Ajax as he's within the same wavelength ni Folex when it comes to impact frags. Kasi both Ajax and Folex were definitely felt inside of Ankara. No? At yun ang pinakamalupit. It's like seeing two pictures na pareho yung itsura. But definitely, malalaman natin mamaya ang kanilang pinagkaiba the moment the game starts. Kasi Ajax, no, coming from backup now to attacker na paminsan-minsan nagiging sniper, it's going to create some diversion no, kung sino nga ba talaga ang mas superior na role player dito sa series.
Exactly. And just a bit of visualization, no? Total headshots na meron tayo para makontest natin kung hindi pa obvious yung nandun sa stats natin kanina. 108 over 149 kills ang naging headshots dito ni Paul. And in contrast for Ajax, it is 43 out of 181. So that is quite of a really big difference, no? And also just states kung paano nga ba nagkaiba ang player identity nito. Dalawang itong pinag-head-to-head natin. Pero now, let's check out ang ating map. Vito, again, will Execration do the same mistake of giving away sub-base? Hindi na. Natuto na sila dito, Salvatore.
Dapat lang.
So right now, they'll be choosing port instead. I have Ankara for our second, chosen by Acceptance, and we are going to Eagle Eye for our decider.
Alright, no, as much as I don't want to say it, sasabihin ko na I feel like my predictions are saved. No? Kasi unang move pa lang ng Execration, gumawa na kagad sila ng tama and then they went into an opposite direction. No? Hindi sila pumili ang Ankara. No? That's very, very thoughtful ng Execration na okay, Acceptance na lang ang pipili niyan and that resulted to, have them having to start sa BL side, which is very very nice of a touch para din sa Execration, no? Kasi may mga gameplays din naman sila na okay sa kanila ang BL start. It's not the best, it's not the greatest, it's good enough for them to gain some momentum bago nga sila maging GR, which is undoubtedly their strongest. Pero men, yung Ankara dyan talaga tayo magkakatalo, no, Mochi. Dyan natin makikita if it's going to be enough for us to see Eagle Eye, kasi dyan maghahasik ang Acceptance, you know, that's one of their best maps of the year, and they definitely use that narrative para mapalago nga yung confidence ni Hek and as well as ni Silent. So Acceptance in a map like Ankara, it's definitely flexible for everyone, pero ini-stopan na ng Acceptance, no, na when you pick this map, kailangan nyo nga talaga maghanda, no? So again, no, Mochi, dito na magkakaroon ng hulma actually, you know, there's going to be an image wherein the head-to-head kanina of Folex and Ajax will be in full effect dyan sa loob na Ankara. Nonetheless, no, very expected map dito for these two teams.
Exactly. And again, no, can't reiterate enough kung gaano ka-importante na hindi nila binibigay yung sub-base dito with the likes of Team Acceptance, because iba din talaga yung rack up nilang momentum if ever that they will be giving those para sa kanila. Pero let us now show kung ano nga ba ang sabi ng ating mga co-talents, no? Ano sa palagay nila ang mangyayari dito. It's gonna be 2-0 all across the board, no, in favor for Execration. And honestly, I was praying na hindi nila ibigay yung sub-base, kasi if that is gonna be the case, no? Kung meron tayo sa base dito sa mapa natin, ligwak na ito lahat. Pero ayun, I think sabi Execration, you know what, we're gonna respecting them, and hence, I guess there is a possibility of this actually happening. Pero again, Team Acceptance, feel free to prove us wrong. Yun naman talaga, lagi yung china-challenge namin dito, no, para sa ating mga quote-unquote underdogs, which sa opinion ko parang hindi na nga underdogs yung tingin natin sa kanila, dahil biro mo napapatasan nila yung mga performance itong mga upper former teams natin. And I also think that we are also gonna hear para sa community natin. Pero what do you have to say para dito sa ating prediction, Salvatore?
Well, kasi Fervid and Execration, no, they have different levels of expressing their skill, no. So feeling ko nga talaga yung expression na pinakita ng Fervid kahapon, medyo tagilid lang talaga. But Execration, with their huge wins against Virtus.pro and Stallions, feeling ko magta-translate nga siya very well into a potential sweep. Considering na binan nga nila yung sub-base, they very much mentally prepared na ito nga yung magiging mapa na lalaruin nga nila. And it says a lot for Execration's, you know, pre-round preparation, no. Na bago nga talaga sila magsimula ng laro, they already know the next move ng kanilang kalaban. Kaya nakita nga natin ang 2-0 potential sweep. Pero Acceptance, no, I'm open to a conversation na baka paabutin nyo nga talaga ng Eagle-like, because every series deserves a set number 3, considering na gano'n nga ba competitive tong season na to, Mochi. And I'd love to see that from Acceptance, na baka sila pa nga yung mag 2-0.
True, no? Dahil sa panahon ngayon, hindi ko na masabi. Ewan ko kung ikaw yung nagbanggit nun, pero I think this is by far nga yung most eventful na liga na meron tayo right now. Kasi hindi mo na talaga ma-predict ng tama kaagad-agad kung ano nga ba yung mga kakalabasan. Pero let's dive in further into the details ng ating harap-harapan of Execration versus Team Acceptance. Kaya kakailanganin natin ng backup. Let us welcome ang ating casters para sa specific match na ito. It is going to be Sneaky Frog and as well as Elle. Hi guys! Welcome dito sa ating desk na naman muli, and I do think that you guys have a lot of feelings para sa ating tapatan so far, despite our unanimous predictions na pabor sa Team Execration. Pwede mong nang simulan ang iyong thoughts dito, Sneaky Frog.
Ayun nga, no, definitely it is gonna come into factor, no, yung nangyari kahapon. I think lahat naman tayo nanood, and if you didn't, what are you doing? Ayun nga, Fervid obviously losing to Team Acceptance dito sa ating last na series, but yun nga, no, there is also a bit of a theory going around that ayun nga, Fervid was kind of prepared for an entirely different series nung game na yun, and yun nga, it kind of felt like yung Fervid natin were trying to kind of hash some plays na maybe they are looking forward to that preparation, especially knowing yung kanilang series going into yung next week natin is gonna be a bit hard, no? They're going up against Attras, Fervid, and I feel like dun yung, rather Execration, feeling ko dun yung preparation na nangyari, and it just seems like Team Acceptance, so nung araw na yun, the communication was really good. para ka sa kanila. And I feel like minention yan dito ni Heck, no? Or kung sino man nag-interview dun sa ating yesterday's games. And I feel like that is one of the main reasons why kung bakit magalaw nga tong Team Acceptance. I feel like communication was kind of one of their main issues, no? And that's why the team felt very disconnected dito sa kanilang ibang laruan. And it is a bit tragic na walang sub-base na ilalabas dito kasi may pansira sana ng ating predictions. Pero I feel like Execration, no, with their loss up against Matches, they are not taking, any more bets at this point.
Yeah. They want to make sure that it's already locked and loaded, no? Para dito sa ating Vito. But how about you, El? Any insights na pwede mong sabihin para dito, no? As a bird's eye view, especially from an analyst?
I feel like I need to focus more dito, Mochi, no, sa ating Team Acceptance because right now, antithesis, kumbaga yung tinutukoy ko sa kanila. They are in a 4-3 spot. They have played 7 matches. Pagkatapos itong Execration, they have played 8 matches. Isa na lang yung kailangan nilang match, no? So, if they get this win, that just solidifies their form as an actual contender. Kasi kung makita natin sa kanilang history, it's very topsy-turvy. Nanalo sila sa Rosie, matalo sila sa kanilang Impact friends from Attras, and then they're suddenly going to win against Fervid. So, parang inaayos pa talaga nitong Acceptance rather, yung kanilang formula. At pag na-perfect nila yan, dito sa XA, I feel like if they go into the playoffs, they're going to make their mark.
And this is exactly the biggest challenge yet, no? In order to put themselves na with the PO slot. Pero talaga simulan na nga natin, no? Focus naman tayo ngayon for Execration. Kasi similar to Team Acceptance, they cannot afford to lose in this series. Kasi baka mag-swap sila ng posisyon with Matches, Salvatore.
Yes, parang napaka-ironic talaga ng standings ng week number 3. No? Execration defeated Virtus.pro and Stallions, yet they're number 5. And definitely, tama nga naman talaga itong headliner natin. No? Kasi hindi dapat matalo dito ang Execration. No? We always say na Execration, outside of Virtus.pro and Stallions, they can win any game imaginable, even to a Vietnam team. No? Kayang-kaya talaga ng Execration. But right now, this is the least of their concerns na naisipin na, okay man, di natin, parang, feeling ko dapat matalo tayo dito. No, pre. Kailangan makuha talaga ng Execration tong panalo na to number 1, solidify their place in the playoffs, prove everyone na nagpe-prepare nga sila sa lahat, and make sure na Yotib is definitely the greatest acquisition in CrossFIRE history kasi syempre, pwedeng mag-pop off dito si Yotib and that could result to an Execration win. At syempre, si Yotib yung inaabangan natin ngayon with a huge radar dito kay Yotib kasi nga, yun yung aabangan natin pag nag-playoffs tayo. So yeah, Execration, kahit naman matalo sila dito, they will be getting a playoff spot for sure. But syempre, no, Execration wants a clean exit dito sa ating group stage.
Exactly, na lalong-lalo na napakita din dito ni Matches beforehand, no, na once na makuha din itong si Yotev for multiple rounds, maaaring mapilayan ng malala itong si Execration, and I hope that they've been able to address that mere fact and issue or weakness na pwedeng i-exploit dito ng Team Acceptance. But I do think that we should also put our eyes on Fall, no? Kay Fall X. Kasi he's been bouncing back from last week's performance, which is wonderful. And based from having a 0.4 rating, galing dun sa laban nila ng Matches in Ankara, Fall now had that match MVP against ComebackFriends, Nikki Frog.
Yeah, and it was definitely needed, no, para dito kay Paul to have a performance like this kasi pakiramdam ko na yung nakita natin galing sa last series from Matches especially, right, that is the type of game that will just remove your confidence entirely as an attacker. Pero I think, having known Paul for, kind of the longest time dito, I feel like his mentality is really strong going into yung tournaments natin, and I feel like one loss would definitely, not affect them dito. If anything nga, parang nakatulong pa nga dito yung talo nila dito sa Matches para sa kanila. It kind of humbled them a bit and actually gave them a new perspective, no, na any single player, any single team na kakalaban nila from this point forward can definitely beat them, whether it is Acceptance, Matches, Attras, anyone na nasa gitna ng ating mid-table, no, or quote-unquote mid-table kasi second ngayon yung Acceptance. So, ayun nga, it kind of was a bit of a fire burning para nga dito kay Folex to kind of prove, especially like there was a lot of doubters para sa kanya going into yung series na yun. But still, he kind of fragged out.
Yep. still fragging out until now. And I guess you can definitely say that just by basing from how he's been able to behave so far, no? Kung gaano rin ka heartfelt lahat ng mga sinasagot niya sa atin, no? Talagang nakapokus siya sa goal, and that is a certainty. Pero ngayon naman kay Team Acceptance tayo mag-focus because they're riding high on the momentum. Let it ride nga naman talaga, El.
Exactly. No? I feel like for Acceptance, ang pinpoint player natin dito would be Heck. Other than the riflers, si Heck talaga yung nag-activate ng buong team na to. You're the IGL, you're the sniper, you just have to take care of your riflers when they entry. And dun sa Fervid match natin, that's exactly what happened. He let them activate. Ngayon, kung makukuha ng Acceptance yung momentum from that Fervid match at hindi sila masya-shutdown against another big name dito sa ating liga, it would bring me confidence na itong impact team natin, take that out. This is a Masters team that will stay on this level. If Heck at the top of the rankings natin, he's usually at the top 10, no? Top 1 siya sa PRS and sa plus-minus rating natin. I believe he's going to be a key factor in all of these matches nila na natitira kasi if without him, his riflers would not work, no?
Exactly. And I feel like this puts a lot more pressure for both of our snipers, YouTube and as well as Heka, due to all of the things that is happening right now. And their future lies between these two as well. And I think preparado na ang lahat. This is again a chance for either of these teams to cement themselves papunta sa ating playoffs, and it's time na ilapag na natin ito sa ating mga casters, Sneaky Frog and as well as El, rakrakan na.
Salamat na salamat, Mochi. No? Unang pandangal na naman ang kampon ng pagtanggap at sa kalaban nilang mga bungo. Makikita natin kung ang kanilang panalo kahapon ay sintomas lamang ng pagpapanggap. El at Sneaky Frog nga pala for your first match, Sneaky, no? Sinabi ko na sa aking intro na I am still a bit doubtful about this Acceptance team's win against Fervid. Pero if they get a map or at least the win dito, no, from Execration, it just solidifies their position dito sa top 4 natin, hindi lang top 6.
Yeah, especially knowing na walang sub-base dito sa map pool natin, no? And it can kind of remove yung narrative na meron tayo dito sa ating Acceptance team that, you know, they're kind of are, you know, just a sub-base team and just an Eagle Eye team at the same time. And ayun nga, no, if we can kind of see the exact same performance, man, galing kay Ajax especially, na who was also rocking that secondary sniper na napapanis na nga yung mga main snipers dito ng Fervid. And then, ayun nga, no, Yotib will have a hell of a job trying to try and take out both of them, no? Kasi hindi naman madalas nagre-run itong Execration natin, ng double sniper setup natin. So, yeah, it would be a big responsibility. Especially going into yung map number 1 natin, no, dito. And we are going into port with GR start para dito sa ating Acceptance. So, ayun nga, BL side obviously has had a few good BLs dito sa ibang mga teams natin, but I think according to the statistics ng ating Execration, they have not played the map of port. So we have no idea kung anong itsura ng BL side nila, pare. Malay mo, they took inspiration from some other teams.
Yeah, no. And in port, it's usually Heck and Silent yung nag-active sa Acceptance, but we have to be silent for now and listen to the comms ng both teams natin.
Ako parkour. Naisi.
Open na yung BR.
Katanaw ka na. Mid baba ba?
Smoke na buligan. Tapi isa. Flash na. Exit.
Patay. Tribito
C4.
Diyan na yun, team.
Ang bilis.
Damn.
Pero at this point, no, parang we kind of know what's going to happen. Sneaky, the prep dito na Execration toward LA. Kontrolado nila yung CA. It's about time para kay Heck.
Oh, yun nga, Yotib with a nice shot as well para matrade dito si Heck. CPN coming in, Silent is already down. 3 versus 2, immediate A-side take para dito sa Execration. Wala pa silang top A na player dito na pwede mag-confirm na C4, but they finally put it down. Good position para kay Yotib, and he just flicks onto Ting. And si Ajax na lang natitira. This is what we expected, no, dito, that secondary sniper. But unfortunately, I think walang angle na realistic na makuha dun si Ajax, no? Hindi niya nakuha yung bridge, hindi niya nakuha yung A-sign in time. And I feel like this is probably a done deal from his position. Justin nakabungad na lang dito sa smoke, waiting for it to disappear. Left, right, or center ba tayo dito, pare? Yotib with the peek, Ajax, quick scope, no scope, USP will be shooting, pero nawalan na siya ng bala dito, pare. That will be Ajax going down. Execration, gandang massive sa A, pare.
Exactly, no? I feel like this double sniper setup na na-mention natin para sa side ng Acceptance, it's not gonna work against a setup play by Execration na hindi man lang nakita ng contact whatsoever. Same situation tayo dito, Sneaky. They're still going to take CA, and I'm thinking of a certain team that usually takes CA, no? That might be the inspiration dito ng Execration, and they will take the fight instead.
Grabe naman yun. Good spot through the smoke as well, no? Galing dito kay Paul, and that is gonna clear that possibility na baka umilalim dito si Tingmen and try to see if he can gain 1 or 2 or 3 players dito sa CA. But Execration, man, I really like what I'm seeing dito, El, no? Early CA takes para may pan-setup sila na A.
Exactly. And even if the resistance dito from Acceptance is good, they can't really fight back with those trades.
Whoa, what's going on? NBA bigla na lang napasok dito sa curve. And Yotib will be getting Silent getting Fall X in return, but does it even matter dito, El? Heck na lang natitira. Granted, it's been clutch for him for the past few times, pero napakaganda ng angle, and it's not even an attempt. Yotib, pinik na lang paloob ng spawn.
And yun na nga, instantly the timeout. Ang bilis ng Acceptance, no? Realizing na hindi gagana yung default nila. Maybe it's the double sniper dito. And that's not really working, Sneaky. But leaning to the side naman ng Execration, the setup's just perfect. Kilala natin yung mga riflers dito na Execration to be very, very undeniable in their 50-50s. To the point na yung headshot per kill nila or yung headshot rating nila dito is very, very high. Talking about CBN, talking about the Folex, no? Nasa top 5 yan, ng top 5 ng liga. So, napakahirap na kalabanin tong Execration when they're trying to set up dito sa mid because they're willing to take the fights. Hindi sila katulad ng Virtus.pro na they want to burn the time just to get the execute or just to get the setup. Execration, willing kami makipaglaban habang kinukuha namin yung setup. And that is what Acceptance is having a hard time. No, hindi nila ma-counter yung ginagawa, kaya maybe this timeout is a solution, no? A hot fix para dito sa ginagawa ng Execration.
For sure. Pero Execration, no? So far, parang pakiramdam ko nagulat yata dito yung Acceptance na dalawang A setup tinapon agad sa kanila dito, no, El? And yun nga, feels like, heck, he needs a bit more winter melon in his veins pare kasi mukhang kulang yung ininom niya kanina, men. And para sa Team Acceptance, ayun nga, no, I feel like they have an entirely new problem now. Ine-expect siguro nila LA take straight up. LB take straight up. Hindi nila ine-expect na early fight sa mid. Bubugin namin kung sino yung naandun and kukunin namin yung CA. So, I feel like the adjustment here para sa Acceptance, at least maybe Heck is telling his team na we might need a bit more mid presence. Baka may sniper na dito sa A sign or sa B sign to try and see if they can catch the first guy swinging, no? Kaso, Exe kasi. Pag ganyan kasing moment, Noel, mag-aantay muna sila sa base ng konti.
Exactly. Feel ko para kay Heck, hindi niya kailangan ng winter melon eh. Sneaky. I feel like he needs matcha. He needs that green, no? And when you mean green, you mean the win, no? For the rounds. I feel like also, just to add to the point of solutions dito para sa Acceptance, they need to be willing to commit more utility sa mid, no? You can easily deny itong LA with the sniper ni Heck, no? Just let him hold yung top A natin, challenge even maybe Yotib, and let that 50-50 ride on through. Pero yung mid, you need to be investing the HEs pare. You need to invest the flash, the smokes. Nakita naman natin na meron, pero I feel like it hasn't been used earlier than I expected, no? So I want these belts to be empty para sa Acceptance if they want to deny Execration. But at least if they don't get a kill with the utility, they get chip damage and a ton of it at that, no? So the setup for Acceptance right now would be using Dre dito sa CA, no? Nakatao na siya, nandun na siya sa taas, and any semblance of attempts para sa Execration would be cancelled immediately pag may natanim sa CA for Execration, no? Knowing that that might be what the timeout is for, is leaning towards B. Yung safer natin, di pa umaalis ng respawn, so Execration might just be scouting out the area, checking what was the difference from last round and this round, and so far, I feel like they already know what it is, no?
Yun nga, man. Already, no? Silent, ang ganda ng adjustment na yan. You gotta put the most veteran player, no, in that position, knowing how many wall bangs you can pull off dito sa mid. But that also gives a clue dito sa X na, okay, masyadong confident si Silent na nag-wall bang ng mid. That means there is a possibility that there is a player helping him. Pero Justin, hinarap na lang dito si Silent. But look at the B-site. Looking wide open for now. NBA spotting yung player na nasa ilalim. Pero meron pa pala na nasa taas. Heck, getting absolutely pushed. Pero Ting, traded out. Fall X down. But he goes down as well. Ajax, Dre, the last two left alive. This is gonna take a Herculean effort para makabalik sa site. Double flash, double nade. Doesn't matter. Justin still hitting both. And with 30 seconds left, man, Dre is kinda on the outside looking in, pare.
And he's not even trying to knock on the imaginary door dito ng ating B-site, Sneaky. Nothing left to do. Ito, Execration, they're one of the teams sa ating liga na consistently is willing to take that 5v5 execute. And if you give them the man advantage early on in their setup, that 5v5 execute just is going to be easier and easier for them, no? From a 60% win rate to a 70% win rate, almost. Pero dead round muna tayo dito, mga kaibigan. We're going to have to take a chill pill. Well, not us really, I mean for Acceptance, because this could be a small blessing in disguise, Sneaky, knowing na yung effort dito na Execration is just undeniably easy. They don't even have to lift a finger. It's like the setup just comes to them. And Acceptance fights and everything else, no? It's not in their favor.
Yeah. And I like this galing daw sa Execration, OL. Ano, off the rip dito sa BL side. Di pa tayo nag-antay ng slow build-up galing sa kanila, pare, na nakuha na natin instantly yung Execration that we were expecting dito sa BL side ng ating port. And yun nga, no, so far, Execration, yun nga, creative ways and creative reads as well, no, para sa kanila, pare, na yun nga, no, dahil nga masyadong aggressive dito si Silence sa may bottom bridge natin. Merong ang rhyme and reason, no. Siguro nag-iisip din sila, ano, medyo mainit dito si Silence sa baba ng BR natin. For sure, may kasama to either sa CA or naandito sa BR. And I feel like tama din yung timing doon ni Justin kasi he was actually first clearing yung big box on the left side na I'm surprised Silent didn't even try to wallbang, no? And he was looking at CA the entire time. And naantay na mag-forward dito si Dre, pare. But he did find that very nice timing dito kay Silent. And you can just see the B-side collapse in an instant, no? Kasi wala na yung curve player nila. Wala na silang rotational player.
Exactly.
At most, the help you're gonna get, pare, is Dre. And if he can even pull off yung reverse ninja papalik nga ng BR, but even then, no, masyado na malaki yung pour dito sa B-side, man. And I feel like ang ganda ng kalat ng Execration dito sa mapa na to. And it just seems like Acceptance, they don't know who to target first, no? Dito sa mapa natin.
Exactly. We've seen in 3 rounds, no, the active approach dito sa Acceptance natin. Tinatry nila labanan, although not the best fight na nakita natin. At tinatry nila i-passive, no, the usual Acceptance way dito sa GR side ng port. Both of those did not work, no? Walang gumana whatsoever. Ending, Execration just got an easier execute dito sa B-site natin. And if this continues for Execration, no, this port pick is going to be a hell of a pick. Kasi alam natin, Acceptance, they like to play this map. And looking at the veto, no, iniisip ko kanina, like, why would the Execration pick port, right? Like, sure, they're good at it, but how good are they against an Acceptance na sabihin natin nakakaroon na ng tournament experience dito sa Masters with their playstyle? Turns out, they're even better, no? And yung inaakala ko Eagle Eye lang yung saving grace dito ng Execration because they're currently undefeated in that map in 4 sets, no? Hindi pala. Port and Eagle Eye, yung Ankara medyo delikado pa. So, feel like for Execration, if they get this one easy, Ankara should be the only technical problem na makita natin for the side of Acceptance.
Yun nga, man. I feel like Ankara is kind of taken over as that role na meron dito yung Black Widow dati, no, as being the ultimate equalizer para dito sa liga natin. I feel like Eagle Eye is definitely ball knowledge difference, no? Pa din nga natin masabi dito kung sino yung mas maalam pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye, you will most likely win dito sa ating mapa. But yun, no, so far Port has been serving them very well. Naaalala ko pa, when was the last time Execration played Port? Kasi the last time that they played Port in my memory, I mean, Ram was still there, yun nga, si Bosteng was still on the team. So, ayun nga, it has been quite a while, no, ever since nakita natin tong Execration na, yun nga, dumapo dito sa Port. And I feel like it does make sense kasi God, I'm gonna flame ZYK again, but he deserves it. Not gonna lie, man, yung mga A-holds na nakita natin from him is not that impressive. And I feel like, yun nga, no, it's best to avoid the map where, you know, a requirement, yung isa sa mga requirements dito is to kind of carry on the sniper, no? And exactly. I feel like Yotib, he's kind of filling that role right now para sa Exe. So I would say, yun nga, no, it's back in the pool. It's back in the role, pare.
Hindi lang pala supplement dito si Yotib sa firepower ng Execration, no? He's additional sustenance para sa map pool ng Execration, expanding it even, no? Seeing this port pick right now and working in their favor sa BL side. I'm more excited to see ngayon yung kanilang GR. Pero si Heck, no? GR side sniper, trying to challenge dito sa may story natin. Polex medyo nakakakutob, so he's gonna try to take a possible timing, pero we see again, no, Execration's preparation para sa mid-take nila, using that HE to clear out yung bukana ng CA. Hex still trying to find the pick. Timing talaga dito ng Silip siya ng wide swing ng dalawang players natin, but Heck is good for one.
That's two.
Does that the trigger dito? Ang Execration to go? Not quite yet, Sneaky. They're winding down the situation and thinking, kung nandyan si Heck, sino yung nasa CA, sino yung nasa top A, at pwede ba tayong bumalik doon?
I think they were hoping to punish at least one of the LB players dito, no? Na gusto mag-swing. Especially itong si Heck. He's been kinda known to go A, B, and C. And pakaramdam ko nakuha nila yung pattern. Pero hindi ganun kapaldo yung nakita nila pare, unfortunately. And, ayun nga, Execration now losing one of their members in this one. It had to be si CBN pa pare. Not good news for them. Tank pa si Yotib. So someone has to do some heavy work dito sa mapa natin. B-site. Looking likely, it is actually a B-split. Nakadaan na dito si Paul. Papuntang curve, pero ine-expect yan ni Heck. 2 steps ahead dito sa loob ng site. Yotib, nakita na si Ting. And NBA will be getting Heck all of a sudden B-site. Na full clear na dito. Pero ang problema, Justin, on the LB side, he's the one defending against Ajax. Yotib getting silent. HC will be getting NBA. Pero si Yotib, still on the site. Flashbang. Not blinded, doesn't matter. 2 players on the side. Justin with the flank! Dre spotted sa loob. Flashed, defuse, incoming. He's going for the full def at walang oras si Justin para lumapit. And Dre, buti na lang na andun siya pare. That almost broke apart para sa Acceptance.
Parehas, no? Si Justice siya, si Dre, they had the same idea for both teams. It just so happened na mas accessible ito kay Dre, yung bomba. So, Acceptance getting their cheeky round with not really a ninja defuse, no? Runaway defuse, if you will, dito, Sneaky. So, Execration, they have to get back the round, and the round is going to be taken back with this curve push.
Ooh, good spray galing dito kay Justin. CBN will be getting Ting as well. Ajax and Dre, the last 2 left alive. Curve and Spawn is gonna be the way to go para sa kanila dito pare. Yotib, he has been pretty good with the clutch snipes. And hindi na siya low HP from the prior fights na nakita nga natin kanina. So, it will be the double lurk papunta dito ng HP para sa Acceptance. They have turned the map around. Problema nga lang, Yotib speaking in and he instantly gets Dre. And Ajax na lang natitira. 1 HP and a dream. Unless maka-double headshot sa USP pare, I do not think it's a possibility.
Nah.
Unless...
What can you do here, Ajax? Unless, yan na. He just gotta spam through the... Kahoy lang yan, boss. Madali lang yan na ma-wall ba? Execration still, no? Alam nila, nakakaw lang yung round dito ng Acceptance. They're gonna go ram themselves up again dito sa site B natin. At dire-diretso lang yung momentum nila, no? As much as tinatry dito ni Silent na i-wall bang yung mid, onti lang yung damage na napulot niya. May damage din sa kanya, pero yun na nga, no? Sneaky. CA take ulit dito para kay Justin. Iiwan nila siya. Yung mga miyembro ng Execration, nakatao pa rin dito sa may LA door. Careful with how they try to approach these next rounds kasi alam natin, nabasa na sila ng Acceptance, no? It's a matter of variations na dito, Sneaky. And I feel like the variation is to not vary anything with the CA take and split.
Uy, pero Dre. Uy, nakita yung dulo ng baril mo, Justin! Oh my goodness me, size does matter sometimes dito para. Pero 4 push in towards mid, fall X, dadaan dito sa Ninja. Pero 3 lang pala to pare. Ba nilang pumasok, man. They're having a hard time just even trying to get out of bridge. Ting, Dre getting 2. Yotib and CBN getting 2 as well. 3 versus 2 ang ating labanan. Low na dito si Silent. CBN needs to confirm at least 1 player. Dito ng Acceptance, Execration. I think papasa na lang siguro yung C4 dito kay Yotib. But you really want to keep his hands as active as possible dito sa mapa natin. So it will only be CBN planting the C4. Smoke para kay Ting, providing a bit of cover para sa long players natin. Heck we'll try to see if he can pick off yung mga distracted players. Pero yun si Yotib, min, nakatutok na agad dito sa kanyang paboritong angle. On the top A side, Silent spotting him. Double peek, Yotib. Missing the shot so far. Si Heck natamaan! Silent! Nakadaan na LA, CBN. Spotting Ting. Ting gets 1 tap despite getting sprayed down! And Yotib bumaba na lang dito sa loob ng site. And Silent does not know where to look. What a 2 versus 3. Kaaling sa Exe pare, holy.
Hindi kailangan na malinis, no? Basta Makati yung gumagawa ng trabaho, okay na okay. Execration still finding that win in a man disadvantage. Ajax, the man on top A naman ngayong round. And I feel like he chose the wrong spot for this one, Sneaky, but he's gonna get one.
Uy, Justin though nakadaan dito ng bridge and CBN will be getting Ajax. Di patapos sa labanan dito sa A. Silent buhay na buhay pa up until his death. Did get some good damage in dito kay Justin, but Folex, CBN still on full HP. Ting spotted na sa bodega and he just gets wall banged out. The ABRs doing a bit too much damage dito sa mga boxes natin. Heck, the only one left alive. CBN peeking in, Folex peeking at the same time. Miss galing kay Heck. And that's a done deal, pare. 6-1 para sa Execration. They are taking over dito sa port.
I feel like hindi rin masolusyonan to ni Heck, no? Sinabi ko kanina, sa kanya nagre-revolve yung mga riflers niya, pero if your riflers don't have any support whatsoever from the sniper, no, parang malabo. And situation as it is currently, Execration, parang jazz band sila ngayon, no? Biglang bibilis, biglang babagal, biglang magiging weird yung tempo nila. Pero at the end of it, it's very fantastic to watch, no? It's really good to see an Execration na kayang idaan sa brusco, kaya idaan sa linis yung mga execute nila, no? Siya yung mga setup. And that Acceptance, medyo nahihirapan sila on both ends of the spectrum ng ginagawa dito ng boys in black and blue. Pero you gotta try to at least fight back. Not this passive play na nakikita ko ngayon, Sneaky, sa GR side natin. 2-3, sure. Pero pag nilima kayo kaagad dyan na split, what's gonna happen to you guys, no?
Parang napunta tayo sa ano pare, sa breakbeat. Napunta tayo bigla sa Bossa Nova. Legends ang nakakaalam. Pero, A-side looking a bit prime and ready, no, for a take. Walang nakabantay dito sa A or sa B side up until Silent has arrived. Napaka-importante na ma-hold na to pare. Just this position. Curve, gonna be a bit in danger as well. Fall X and MVA nakadaan na nga pero di sila dumaan kay Silent. Instead, they all went upstairs but Silent is fully well aware kung ano nangyayari dito. Trade is gonna be there para kay Fall X.
Over.
Left side's not gonna be safe. Trey with really good cover so far. Naandito pala siya sa top A kasama si Ajax. Ajax getting Yotib. Justin will be the last one left alive and thanks to Dre, the insurance ni Ajax na hold din na tong top A.
Call that the sniper's nest dito, no, sa top A. Pero hindi lang sniper yung nakatao, pati rifler din pala. Tatlo silang nandun. Imagine that. Execration must have been surprised, pero they're gonna try a surprise of their own.
Yun lang, the B hop in towards LB and Heck not expecting the second jumper. At meron pang dalawa na nasa loob ng B site at napaka-aware na ni Ting na pwedeng meron nang naka-occupy dito sa HP. So he starts wallbanging.
CBN?
Itong wooden panel natin, pare. CBN TRG.
He's holding the flank.
Maybe he's learned a thing or two galing dito kaya kind of baby loves pare with the sniper as she is really good with it. Pero instantly tinapon niya na he's like, nope. Babalik ako sa ABR. And especially knowing where Ting is standing pare, kailangan yan.
Exactly. No. So without Heck na naman dito sa rounds natin for Acceptance, I'm feeling dito na medyo nawawala yung mga players natin on the GR side. Tingnan mo kung gaano siya kakalat. 1v1 Suzuki all around. Sure, yung top A merong trade pero itong laban na to, wala.
Yun lang. And Justin spotted as well dahil nakaposisyon dito si Ajax for the BR side. Ting getting the spray down through the HP wooden panels pero papasok pa sila dito sa site. Justin, getting Ting eventually pero namatay din ang kanyang kakampi na si Yote pero hindi niya napansin si Silent na nakatago sa generator pare. 6-3. Acceptance at least get 3 in the first half pero it kind of feels like, you know, pag binaliktad mo pare, parang may mali. Parang may mali. I think it was supposed to be Acceptance getting 6 pero wala, may lakas na offense eh.
Hindi pa natin na-factor, Sneaky, siguro yung fact na this is the first time na naglabas yung Execration ng port, right? So you don't know their tricks. And for Acceptance, alam mo lahat ng ginagawa nila. You know that Heck is going to peek dito sa house B natin. You know, sometimes to si Ajax nag-sniper sa top A, minsan nangangalak yung angle na yan. Tatlo pala sila bigla. It's the whole party dito for Acceptance, no? And they know your moves. Kung saan ka magdi-dribble, left or right, what's your weaker side, no? Saan kailangan bumantay nitong Execration para makuha nila yung picks. And so far, it's been working, no? The surprise factor by Execration is in full effect. But this time, no, that surprise factor make it squared. Because they're going to be the GR side and gugulat siguro to Acceptance, no? Bakit nandyan sila sa mga angle na yan? Pero I'm not going to lean into the surprise, Nikki. I know that this Execration team, they took their port from one of the teams, either here, either from overseas, maybe baka nga galing pang Brazil, di ba? CrossFIRE Brazil also sometimes has a good port, pero you know this team, no? Full of surprises this season, and this GR side is surely one to deliver. Acceptance, can they hold on? Yun yung tanong ko. Kaya naman, pero remember, they like to play passive. And I don't feel like that rock playstyle will go up against the paper that is Execration, no?
Yun nga, men, that's kind of the issue. I feel like the approach is fully wrong para dito sa Acceptance. I would have wanted to see yung nakita, yung ginagawa nila dito sa sub-base, no, El, which is, you know, kind of poking and prodding from time to time. I would have wanted to see itong si Silent to be a bit more enabled dito sa mapa natin, especially on the GR side. Maybe a cheeky push papuntang baba ng PR ng kalaban nila. Pero, ayun nga, we go into the half and we go into the comms.
Ay, no!
Ninja,
Ninja!
Mid.
Ninja na, budaw ka na. Take it all. Basta! Pisa ka!
Umabot.
Dire-diretso lang sila, Sneaky. Nakakagulat naman to entrada.
Grabe naman yan. NBA has a whole lot of killing to do dito sa mapa natin. Ajax spotted sa curve. Silent down. NBA could get the second one, pero Ajax with a quick trading, getting top A player, pero meron pang Folex from the behind and Justin from the curve side. Tamang check pa kay Ajax. Ajax is gonna go down. Low pa naman dito si Ting. HE sa mukha ni Folex. Ting is down to 1, but he has to look on the behind. Saktong ikot galing kay Folex. Good game sense galing sa kanya, men. And he just melts itong si Dre. Heck. The other one in the B side, smoke grenade. Nanaan dito, Folex causing a miss. Dito kay Heck, USP, not gonna be enough, and headshot galing kay Paul. Hindi siya tumitigil dito, pare. Si Ting brought a knife to a gunfight, pare. Talong-talo ka talaga doon, men. And Execration will get the first round in the second half.
Execration yung nagulat dun sa round na yun, pero parang naglabas ng reverse card dito. Yung team natin from the GR side, and they're continuing to do it dito sa mid. Sila naman yung nagpa-poke and prod, Sneaky.
Yun lang, Ajax, nagkamali ka ng push. He ran into the trap card, pare, at nag-activate itong si NBA.
He's going.
Pero tuloy-tuloy lang. Paul, may nasa likod mo, par. Will you know about it? He does! He does! Grabe ka na, Folex! Pag hindi mo siya na-headshot, par, may chance ka pa mamatay.
Paul,
You won.
nice 2 shots. Grabe! That's 2 rounds in a row. Ref, he can't do that. He's doing it sideways. And ngayon, Acceptance, tulala. Natulala dito sa kanilang default. They tried going aggressive, pero pag ginanong ka lang ni Paul, he just snapped his finger right back at you, mawawala talaga momentum mo. Pero they're still gonna try. Dre is still in house B dito, no, Sneaky. Dalawa yung nasa mid. Maybe a cheeky push towards curve, pero covered lahat dito ng boxes by Execration, and they're expecting it.
Uy, CBN. Di ko alam kung spotted si CBN, but there is gonna be a death cause dito kay NBA. B-side is looking prime and ready, pero tignan mo nasan yung C4 dito sa L. And medyo delix, man. Especially knowing that Folex is standing right here dito sa may Jenny natin. Ayun nga. Folex, you know, even you're right behind him, pare. Apparently you are not safe from this position, Dre. Immediately spots who is gonna peek into him, and Folex relentless ang kanyang aggression. Ayaw pa alisin dito si Dre.
Ayun lang.
And sa pa ay mabibiktima, pare. Men, tumigil kasi siya, pare. I think kung diniretso na yan, low-key, I think he would have gotten that kill, but at the same time, Heck would have scoped into his dome. Pero yung B-side natin, is it wide open? Justin na nasa Godbox, instantly dropping down. Good job on him to kinda keep yung control dito ng bottom ng B-side para maka-retake pa ang mga Execration players. But Ting, massive damage onto 2. Yotib na pa EBR na rin, spray down. Kung nasan si Ting, good control! Galing sa kanya, pare. And magpupos sila sa side. And Justin saving it. Dre, naka-double spray na siya, pare. Pero buti na lang, Justin. Nag-bait siya ng onti, min. Pero worth it.
All is well that ends well, Sneaky. For Execration, tuloy-tuloy lang sila. Pero Acceptance, di magpapatigil. Yotib missing the shot, pero he's gonna get wallbanged. 5v4 right now for Acceptance. Let's see if they can convert. Pero hold up, wait a minute, they just calm down. Redirection tayo towards that trap that is being set up, no? Exactly. Nakuha nila yung kalat, new spread around the map. Pero Execration, they know when to capitalize their moves, and if they go towards the wrong area here, Acceptance, baka kayo pa yung ma-reverse.
Yun nga, would be nice if Paul can get into position, no, para makita niya yung kung sino man nasa loob ng CA, knowing he's gonna be safe thanks to CBN. Pero si Ajax kasi napaka-careful sa ganitong sitwasyon. I think well aware na rin sila na, you know, they have left alone A site for this entire time. And yun nga, Ajax actually baiting in some of the players here. And mapapabalik si Ajax dito. Does he know that there's someone peeking? And it seems like he catches him off guard instead. CBN, a bit desperate for the trade. Makuha na dito si Ajax, Heck, Trey, and the rest of the boys is backing off. Pabalik ng B-side. Pero tignan mo naman kung sino yung nasa mid. NBA sumobra na. And the one time that Acceptance goes passive, they are getting rewarded for it. Silent spotted still. Justin with the sniper. Good shot dito kay Trey. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2. Tagged up dito si Ting through the box, pero buti na lang may EBR siya dun pare to finish this one off. Pero yung problema dito, tignan mo kung sino natira para dito sa Execration. It's a full HP CBN. But I also have a one shot, sabi dito ni Heck. Tatama lang yan sa chest at patay ka na. 4 and 8. Acceptance kumakapit pa pare.
Tama lang, no? Yung kapit nila dito, very, very good on that grip because they tried to go for the aggressive play dito sa may side B natin. They got a pick. Pero I feel like Execration, they try to chew off, to bite more than they can chew, no? So, they try to fight this LA, getting to
Yun lang.
pangit for Execration.
Pangit. Ayun nga, man. I think it was one of those attempts to get a curveball going, no, dito, na, you know, maybe just to throw it in. Knowing na 4 points in the lead tayo, pare, mali mo magulat natin kung sino man na nakatayo dito sa bridge, but, yun nga, Acceptance is now starting to play a bit more careful dito sa mapa natin, man.
Yeah, the thing is, you can't do that to Acceptance because they're gonna expect that every round. Kahit mag-passive ka as GR, they're still gonna expect that you're pushing, no? Naka-mindset na yan. It's protocoled in their system. So, Execration siguro they tried another wildcard play, if we may call it that, pero hindi gumana, no? So, si Justin, well,
Pwede sala doon.
pangit din nung ginawa niyang wildcard play. So, a bit of a few tricks dito being pulled out of the hat by Execration, not working out. The 2v5 is still possible. UTB NBA, we know they're good for it, pero Acceptance, you have a 3-man advantage. You surely don't throw this away, and you just surely execute towards the site A dahil lamang na kayo.
Oh, Jesus. Ajax just got melted dito sa LA, pare. NBA on the bridge side. Ting has already made his cross onto the site, pero NBA kita dito sa bodega, still getting one. Pero posible pa to para kay Yote ba? If he can kinda get a bit of a tag dito kay Heck, at yan ang sinasabi ko pare. Oh, but the spray down, unang tumama sa chest. I think his crosshair was just a bit too low. And Acceptance. Okay, men. Survival of the fittest dito pare. And mukhang kaya, parang G sila dun, men.
Hindi na sila, no? Look at that. Heck was just waiting for the push. He kind of anticipated it pa nga, no? Usually, pag si Heck, he starts towards A on the BL side, he's expecting a push. Kasi yung standard default ni Heck dito, mga kaibigan nating nanonood, he's usually gonna peek mid, he's usually gonna peek house B, no? When he peeks LA, he kind of expects a push. And he was right all along, no? He's expecting another one. Tingnan mo naman yung position ni CBN. I think he's kind of like waiting for a flash in case na gusto nilang i-clear yung LA, or maybe just holding itong CA natin from a weird off angle, no? So, Execution this time around, holding it a bit closer to the edges of the site, making sure na kung ito Acceptance mag-i-snowball, well, we stop them at the gate. Pero Acceptance, knowing that adjustments are coming in, the snowball, well, it's rolling very slow. Pero if this pulls off, no, Acceptance getting this round, no, of whatever situation they put themselves in, maybe this LA push, we see ourselves a game.
Yun nga, Utib gonna be his first challenge with the top 8.
Aray!
Instant tinakaltukan sa dito pare. Here comes the nades. And he's gonna die instantly. Pero babalik lang dito yung Acceptance. Really good idea to kind of bait out kung ano mang mangyayari dito sa A. So I do expect some sort of a re-hit, no? Especially knowing na sobrang invested na nga sila dito sa A side. But at the same time, it wouldn't hurt to investigate, no? Kung may tao dito sa court, kung may tao dito sa LB, maybe get an additional route na papunta nga dito sa A side. But taking CA at this point would be overzealous pare kasi Ayun nga, no, Justin is still kind of just poking around. Pero heck, punishing the transition into Z. Pero CBN having to act up dito sa mapa natin. Wanting to go forward, wanting to make the play. First set shot, second, almost the third para kay CBN. Pero MVA, di sumala yung kanyang sniper. Pumalit dito sa ABR. For sure, tatama yan. 2 versus 2. C4 is dropped dito sa LA. Heck, papunta na nga dito sa A side. Fall X from the exit. He's not hitting. He is not hitting. HE, palipad, papunta kay Heck. And Dre will be confirming him. Acceptance. Parang nakita natin to kahapon, Noel, with Acceptance. On the less favorable side, pare, pero yung puso lang talaga, men.
Lala nang nangyari dito kay Justin. I feel like that took the round away dito sa Execration. Justin, do not fight the hand that can pull the trigger on the TRG, pare. One of the greatest coaches of all time. Heck, knowing na usually siya talaga nagpo-provide dito ng kills in the BL side, even if it's a bit slower than in the other maps kasi he can't really activate his riflers sa LA, sa House B because of the traps and the sniper position. You're going to have to rely on him more, and well, we're going to have to do that in a very, very slow and passive manner. For that round, and the couple rounds previous na nakuha dito ng Acceptance, they're mixing it up sneaky, no? Talagang medyo maganda yung kanilang poking. The prodding, not as much, pero that's where they are strong, no? When they just sit still and wait for any aggressive actions. Sure, makakuha si CBN dito sa LA ng dalawa, pero the man advantage just speaks for itself. And as much as Fall, we know that he's good for the clutches. I think the highest clutch rate ata siya ngayon with his performances in the weeks natin. Still, he's prone to mistakes, no? It's a clutch after all, no? He can't win them every time. But if you do, congrats, no? Ngayon, Acceptance, taking CA, but no LA presence. So maybe it's just a direct mid push. Lalo na kung ganyan yung oras.
Pero NBA. Kalagpas si Silent. Pero yun lang, si Ajax pa rin nakalagpas dito. But Silent is the one who's gonna die. Ajax trying to use the lurk timing na nakita niya kanina. Nakapasok siya ng Z. Walang tao na nasa loob.
Tumagos
Pero makikita ba ni Ajax na may tao na dito? NBA gets timing doon. At makuha pa dito si Folex. He's out in the open for CBN! Nakabawi ng dalawa dito. Heck! On the bottom side is gonna have to retreat. That's a losing fight para sa kanya, pare, if he goes up against Justin. And he's gonna have to reroute all the way back into B. Pero yung A side pwede rin maging bukas dito. Yotib spotting it but not really. And I don't think nakita niya nang dumaan na dito ng top A. Etong si Dre. I think the moment, certain someone holding the rotation. Heck. Where ba dito si Yotib na nangyayari to? I mean, I don't think he knows. Pero heck, siya na lang sa sala dito sa long. Really good angle para sa kanya dito sa tower. And a really good smoke actually to block off yung LOS dito ni Heck. Papuntang long. That's a good two-man swing. 18 seconds. A USP could kill both here. Justin with the defuse.
Inexpect.
But it's actually a fake! And inexpect nila dito, men. Ang ganda ng smoke to ni Yotib, no? Nakarangan dun si Heck, pare.
Hindi niya alam tuloy kung saan siya angat. Kung doon siya sa hagdan, sa ladder umakyat, medyo alanganin. He's going to be straight in the crosshairs of our rifler. If he went around, that was his only possible move, no? Pero siguro, with the experience ni Justin, he's going to fake that defuse, pare. And he's going to look exactly where Heck is supposed to be. And yun na nga yung nangyari, no? Ang ganda ng smoke being utilized, and that was in the middle of the situation, no? So heads up play yan dito galing kay Justin. Good performance to take their 9th round, and might be the last legs as well of Acceptance, no? Let's see if you can poke and prod some more, or you're just gonna lie low and wait. Let's see if the turtle can win this race, Nikki. Another upfront and close setup by Execration na usually pag ganyan sila nilabanan, na nanalo sila, they can just force the fights whatsoever. Acceptance thinking if, is this what we want to do? Lalabanan ba namin? Kasi kanina may success dito, nakakatagos kami. Papunta ng A sign, B sign, pero hanggang dun lang eh. No? Nahuhuli pa rin kami ng mga rotational players dito in Execration, so taking all of their time, thinking about where to go. But at the end of it, they're not taking their time, they're just wasting their time because Execration, no matter what you throw at them, they're looking prepared.
Oh, CBN already. Sinisimulan na nga dito yung round natin para Ting already gets his head taken off dito sa bridge. And with a minute left, not much time to decide para sa Acceptance, and especially now, nawalan pa sila ng isang player dito. This one's not gonna be easy. Gonna take a bit of creativity from their side. B is gonna be the way to go. Para sa Acceptance, have taken LB control. Di nag-check ng Z, and I think they will do in a bit, and that is gonna be the responsibility dito ni Dre. Now, to pick. Is it gonna be a B split or straight up HB push na mangyayari dito para sa Acceptance? It is looking like a straight up HB. Folex and Justin ready sa kanilang positions dito. Ajex on the side, but the tap's already out para dito kay Folex. Heads are rolling in the B side para kay Folex. And Trey getting the last kill, but Justin is right there for the insurance. Execration. You know, there was a bit of a comeback happening sa start, or rather sa start ng ating second half, but then it was quickly thwarted with some very good picks. Execration taking this one 1-0 pare.
Exactly, no. And I'm going to take back some statements na sinabi ko kanina, Sneaky. At first, sinabi ko na parang may ginagayahan sila ng port, no. A certain team, either here or there, pero the longer that our rounds went, parang napaisip ako, parang hindi eh. Parang hindi sila ganun maglaro. They're a bit more active. Hindi sila nagre-rely on those setup situations. Lalo na nung nag-GR side sila. And siguro yung activeness dito ng Execration, knowing na all 5 of them are trying to like mini IGL each and everyone, no? Like communicate all around. Siguro dun pumapasok yung activeness na nakita natin sa GR, and it costed them some rounds. Pero that BL side though, no, yun yung pinaka-importante because that is where you need that activeness in communication. Nakita natin kung gaano kaya effective yun. A bit of a fumble here and there, pero this is their first outing of port in a long while, no. So, congrats to them for winning it, and ang ganda ng vision na ginagawa nila dito sa mapang to because so far it's effective, not as clean as we would like it to be for a team of this caliber, pero I like it.
Yeah. And I have a feeling, no, yung mga ibang rounds na nakita natin that Execration actually lost was kind of their fault, no? At their
Exactly.
at most pare, kasi yun nga, they lost a round kasi may nag-push ng LA dito, someone decided to go push into mid. I think Acceptance overall had, you know, 2 very good macro rounds para sa kanila dito pare, especially yung potentially sana yung LA tas pabalik sila dito ng A site. That would have worked very heavily kasi ginawa na yun ng mga ibang teams dito. But I feel like Execration, they did study up pagdating sa mapa ng port, and I feel like they studied up yung tendencies dito, no, na Acceptance for the past few days, and they just kind of exposed it dito sa first half pa lang pare. It was a 6-1 start para dito sa map natin, and that was on Execration side. I mean, it was looking hopeless sa first half. Acceptance, you know, they did kind of make a comeback dito sa second half natin, but you can kind of feel it, you know, becoming a bit more lifeless nung medyo nagpapassive na rin dito yung Execration pare.
Medyo gumana yung poking dito na Acceptance na matter of fact, ine-expect natin na dapat lumabas galing sa kanila, no? Lumabas nga, pero at the same time na ginagawa ng Execration yung pagiging active nila sa GR side, experimental din yung ginagawa dito na Acceptance, no? A bit of growth, pero the growth being shown in a tournament setting, medyo mahirap yan i-troubleshoot, no? So I feel like as much as tinatry ni Hek i-collate and i-collaborate yung mga riflers niya, the first pick really needs to come out from him. Nakita natin, pero that was off of the mistakes dito ng Execration with their pushes, with their setups, and I feel like he was asking for more fruits from the tree of Execration, pero wala na eh. It's just the leaves na lang natitira dito. The olive branch not going to be extended by Execration, and I feel like that is what just happened dito sa ating port map. A bit of dangerous situations from them in terms of the comeback, pero wala talaga.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do about that, no? I mean, it's just absolute hindi naman absolute demolishing, pare. In the first half, it was. Second half, may onting effort naman from the side of Acceptance to get back into it. But unfortunately, the efforts were in vain. But of course, we are gonna expand a little bit more with our panel. Mochi and Salvi, take it away.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, and I would like to double down din dito, no? Collaborative decision making in action para dito, no, for Execration. And as much as it took time for them to adjust and actually finalize everything heading onto our second half, maganda yung naging outcome nito, no, Salvatore. And quite unfortunate that Team Acceptance hasn't been able to resolve the case of paano nga ba makakakuha ng pick-off itong si Hype. Kasi, well, ano, ang hirap tapatan, makipagpunahan kay UTIB at daanan nitong si Paul.
Another point to make, no, Mochi, akala ko talaga this season specifically na-crack na ng mga teams yung pinakamagandang code para ma-secure nila yung BL side, no? Kasi nung convince na ako ng onte ng Acceptance in the second half with the momentum that they have mula sa mga picks na ginagawa ni Ajax and as well as ni Silent, it was good enough space for them to take the sides. At parang napupuntirya naman nila tong top A na to the point na, okay, they can make a very good run. Pero pag ang usapan naman is Acceptance trying to take mid control, nahihirapan talaga sila, no? Like, nauunahan kagad sila ng Execration out of all the teams, which is very, very important na ma-establish kagad yon ng Acceptance. Kasi nga, they have a very good util game, pero tila dito sa loob ng port, hindi nga nila nagamit ng maayos, no? And to start off the game itself, nakita naman natin sa Execration, hindi sila nahirapan sa BL side. And they definitely used that para mapabuti nga ni Folex dito yung transition niya into second half. Kita mo nga naman, he made the clinic out of the map itself, hitting some insane headshots, and the numbers do speak highly, no, of Folex in that second half. Pero ang maalala talaga natin, no, was the presence of Yobib both first and as well as second. Napakaganda nga naman. It clearly says na Execration knows how to assign roles, no? Hindi sila nagkakaroon ng identity crisis, and Execration right now, both BL and as well as GR, napakita nga nila na Acceptance has to do a lot of work para makuha nila yung port.
Exactly. And imbis na meron tayong simple layers na kailangan pagdaanan dito ni Acceptance in order to secure additional spaces and get manpower advantage, no, mas nadadagdagan yung mga kailangan nilang gawin just in order to fulfill a specific task, which made it a bit more harder for them na makapag-adjust at makakuha ng mga rounds dito, no, against Execration. At idagdag pa nga natin yung absolute game sense na meron din dito kay Paul all throughout. It is just insane, and practically made us gasp dito, no, habang pinapanood natin yung kanilang laban. Pero again, Execration, they've done so well. Pero sino nga kaya ang ating set MVP? By who is it? Well, no one else but Yotib himself, no. Talagang pinakita niya na kanyang-kanya itong port, at kung pagalingan lang naman na sniper, by Gina G rin siya dito, Salvatore.
And despite the huge contest para dito kay Heke, no, both first and second half, I feel like Yotib had like the more crucial kill. Siguro presence-wise, naitapat niya nga yung sarili niya to an idea na, okay, kahit lusubin siya ni Ajax at ni Silent, or even someone like Dre, hindi nga talaga siya matatakot, no. Yotib with some amazing quick scopes, feeling ko yun yung in-overlook dito, no, ng Acceptance. Push nga sila ng push, there's always a threat ng snipers dito talaga sa loob ng port, and Execration used that as an advantage that Acceptance wants to take target ka naman talaga itong mga mid-angles natin, kasi wala naman dun palagi yung mga snipers. MVA and Justin were always there, and then it resulted for an overlooking element na nakalimutan dito na Acceptance. Well played for Execration. I'm looking forward to this set number 2 kasi marami tayo napulot sa Acceptance na baka pwede natin makita heading into that next map.
Well played indeed. And unfortunately, Team Acceptance, hindi nila nahanap dito yung early advantage sa ating serye, no, which would be a challenge for them further the moment na makaproceed tayo sa ating susunod na mapa. Kaya malalaman natin maya-maya, magkakaroon kaya ng bawi ang Team Acceptance, or will Execration finally cement this series for themselves? Malalaman natin yan pagkabalik ng ating break. pa lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang
Oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kumpultuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
makes it to double.
grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Muling nagbabalik ang ating unang match for the day. It is still Execration versus Team Acceptance na kung kanina lang nakita natin kung paano minama ng Execration ang Team Acceptance sa mapa ng port. Ngayon naman sila ay magtatapat sa Ankara. 75%, 50% in terms of win rate for both Acceptance and Execration. I feel like this just bears the advantage na dinadala ng team ng AT pagdating sa mapang ito, Salvatore.
Oh, Mochi, kinalimutan na natin yung usapang numero na yan kasi parang feeling ko this particular season wala nang bearing yung mga stats na yan kasi tinan mo ginagawa ng Execration laban sa Stallions at yung Fervid sa loob nga ng subbase, ang daming ang nangyayari. And yesterday is the best example actually, kung gaano nga ba kasolido ang subbase ng Fervid, yun nga naman talaga ang binaba nga neto up against Acceptance. And if there's any team right now that then can show up sa loob nga ng Ankara, it's definitely Acceptance from that performance kahapon ni Ajax. And speaking of Ajax, I feel like dito na magiging prominent yung double artic ng Acceptance na pwedeng ikadurog siguro ng Execration. And they need to respect that. Knowing na magsisimula dito sa BL ang Execration, they need to tread carefully at kapain na nga muna nila yung mga matchups dito. But overall Acceptance, I see and sense a very good first half from them.
Let us see. And I feel like yun na nga lang din yung magiging reminder natin dito for Team Acceptance, mag-ingat muna tayo bago tayo lumapag at pumalag dito, sa ating Ankara map. Well, I guess it is time, It's all up to them. So let's hand it over para sa ating mga casters, El and Sneaky Frog.
Maraming salamat dyan, Mochi and Salvatore. At speaking of the stats, Salvatore, I feel like we need to be deep diving a bit. Sure, you can take away the map win rate, pero what I'm looking at is the round win rate. 48% for the side of Execration, 59 naman para sa Acceptance. Ang gara dito sa Ankara kasi medyo 50-50. Siguro sabihin natin yung magiging matchup knowing na itong Acceptance na laho lang yung Fervid sa mapang ito nung nakalaban sila. And itong Execration, I feel like they had the tougher opponents here, Sneaky.
Oh, for sure. I feel like the stats are kind of, I wouldn't say propped up kasi meron nga silang mga significant na panalo dito, especially up against itong matches. And I feel like that was, one of the series na draw, or actually, never mind. They didn't play Ankara ng time na yun. To be fair, para dito sa Acceptance, I think the times that they have played Ankara was up against itong Attras actually. Naalala ko yun. I think it was a 10-2 nung time na yun. So we really didn't get to see much from that specific one, pare. But yun nga, galing sa baka ibang games up against Rosea, they did get to 10-6. So pagdating naman sa experience, at least, ayun nga, it's still gonna be there para dito sa Acceptance. But you're starting to doubt yung quality ng games na nakuha nga nila, or at least the quality of wins na nakuha nga nila, considering they only won ang Ankara up against yung Rosea teams natin, pare.
No, yeah, it's also the fact na yung style of play nila dito, or rather the chemistry of the team on a given day, it's like rolling a dice, pare. You don't know if you're gonna get a 1 or a 6. And speaking of that dice analogy, makita mo kahapon, natalo nila yung Fervid. Very weird, right? Like kung ikaw yung viewer na manonood ng games natin and you're going to base your predictions on fact and logic, magugulat ka na lang. Pero fact and logic can get denied by skill dito ng ating mga teams. And I feel like Execration, as much as they are fumbling around with Ankara sometimes, and they're even having a hard time against nating teams lower than their expectations, masabi ko pa rin na experience-wise, even if Acceptance had more tenure on this map in their whole season, Execration is still Execration on Ankara. Now, we're going to expect possibly another ace from either CBN or Paul X. Maybe si Yotib naman yung magwawala katulad nung kanina. Or maybe it's time for Justin to step up and just show us na he still got it. hindi na lang natin nakita sa stats. So he's there, and what he can bring is just not the stats, it's the pressure and the presence of being a veteran. No? I would like to see that from Execration. Acceptance, you have that in droves, pero yun nga, no, they're still tweaking this system na parang Virtus.pro and Spring. Pero yun nga, as an impact team coming to Masters, marami ka talaga i-adjust, and at least nakikita natin na they're adjusting on the right path.
Ayun nga, no, I feel like Acceptance definitely in the right path pagdating sa improvement, and ayun nga, no, I also would like to highlight yung Ankara game nila up against itong Fervid. Napapaisip din ako, are they gonna get the same opportunities na nakita ka natin kahapon? Kasi ayun nga, no, Fervid were kinda, off their rhythm in their entirety dun sa buong series na yun, and I really do not think that they were there, 100% dito sa mapa natin, pare. So, ayun nga, Execration obviously, nakita na natin yung nangyari dito sa map number 1. They're obviously kind of ramped up and ready to go, but at the same time, Team Acceptance, meron din silang na grit ng port. So, ayun nga, I feel like there is still some heart, no, para dito sa side ng Team Acceptance, but Execration, fully knowing na they are going to be starting on BL side, CBN will be lurking almost half the time para nga dito sa team na to. But I have seen some really good set plays galing dito sa Execration, no? Yung mga B splits na higing maganda para sa kanila, their A split na including itong RS has been really good. So how will Team Acceptance contain this, no? Kung paano nila i-contain yung early peaks dito ng MVA, paano nila i-contain yung paglason dito ni Justin. Pero, they also have some heavy shooters at the same time. If Heck can perform exactly as expected, no, dito sa mapa natin, that's gonna provide some very big presence para dito sa Acceptance, especially on the A and the mid side of the map natin, man.
Yun yung hinahanap ko dito sa Acceptance, those individuals na bigla na lang mag-pop up. Pero speaking of individuals, nakita natin sa laruan dito ng Execration versus Virtus.pro and Stallions na, oo, may individual kayo na magaling. So, siya yung tatargetin namin, no? Nasabi din ni Polex dito yung style nila ng play na where they don't go for the push on one side, like the push LA, push mid, push second mid. Ang ginagawa nila, push natin to si Kano, push natin to si UB, push natin si Elvin. Baka makita din natin yan dito sa Acceptance na they're trying to target their bounty hunters, kumbaga, and they're hunting these specific members ng Acceptance na nakita nilang nagsisimula ng apoy at nagsisimulang uminit. Number 1 siguro dyan, I would say si Silence, siya si Dre. And then third priority si Heck, just because of the sniper matchup na kayang-kaya ni UTIP. So maybe around those lines yung magiging playstyle ng Execration. Pero again, they're a mixed bag in terms of performance sa Ankara. It's not like either Eagle Eye, it's not like their new compounds, not like their port na right now, as much as tig-isa pa lang sila sa port siya sa new compound, 100% win rate alongside Eagle Eye, highest in the league by the way, guys. Magaling yung excess sa Eagle Eye. Ankara, let's see some wild card plays. Let's see some, I would like to call it stupidity being genius at the right moment plays. And who else but Execration, no? Because we've seen their genius come out from the top 2 teams na tinalo nila.
Ayun nga, I also want to see that galing sa Acceptance. So I feel like we barely saw the poke and prod game dito sa first half nila, especially when it comes to that GR side dito ng port na I think yung kanilang idea dito is to, really play as passive as possible, maybe just play on our side of the map, and unfortunately that just allowed space para sa Execration na kunin tong CA, kunin tong C, and have multiple ways going into the site. I would want to see Acceptance maybe try to pull off something like a 4 LA, maybe a 3-second mid kind of play na nakikita natin, just to try and disrupt yung Execration, no, na we're probably gonna see kind of holding at the start of the round, fully knowing na I think they want the players or they want the defense to be at least set first bago sila pumasok dito, pare, para mas madali sila predict. But of course, I think we are going into the game and we are gonna go into the comms right now.
Piso CBN.
Pati ko na anak ko mid la.
Piso sa CBN.
Kaya Dre.
Messi, no?
Umatras na ikate, Yotib.
Try ko itong binito.
Pero mga labanan itong
Okay.
Daming try.
So, from the comms pa lang, Sneaky, I can tell you 100% nagwa-VOD review tong Acceptance because they're calling out the player name. And if they're calling out the player name, that means they're targeting a specific side. You heard CBN, alam nila nandito siya sa ating Dorby. And if that is something na narinig natin sa Acceptance, then markado siya, no? Ayun na nga. Exactly. Yung comms natin medyo advanced, pero I like this. Advancing the play from Acceptance, pero Execration still has a chance at the 2v4.
Oh, he no-scoped it! Never mind, nag-switch lang siya dito, pare. And Yotib, it is what it is, man. Happens to all of us from time to time, pare, na hindi mo na mouse one bago mo mag-QQ. Pero Justin na lang natitira dito, pare. I think the objective here for the side of Acceptance is to, ngayon nga, no, since CBN yung kanilang target, gusto sana nilang mas maging occupied, di ba, ibang players dito ng XS, so they cannot go for their 3-man splits dito sa mapa natin. Justin on mini-tear. Okay, nakuha na ka dito si Ajax, Silent, and Ting also corralling dito sa mapa natin, and Silent will be getting the headshot. Acceptance with the first round, and Execration, no? Not expecting na ganun yung mangyayari or ganun angles na i-hold dito na 80, pare.
I like that transition from our observers, no? And my observation, Sneaky, is this Acceptance team, no? Pinaprevent nila yung movement ni CBN, but Yotib is gonna get prevented dito by Heck. And the defense, solid, strong dito para sa Acceptance. Si Execration just has to go through vents and maybe just surprise these two side players natin sa A.
Hindi nga mauna dito yung mga fence players natin. Silent out in the open, pero mapapaback naman sa in time. NBA taking his sweet time na lumapas dito ng EA, pare. CBN will be getting Silent Ray. Nakuha na nga si Folex dito. Too strong on the push instead. Right. NBA with a really good spot galing dito sa Sikip. And CBN now fully blinded. He can only see white. And is gonna spot Ajax in time. Ting spotted na rin dito sa exit wall. Banged out. At kung sino pa natira mensa yung unang sumala dito sa mapa natin. Heck on 20 HP. And MVA a bit too wise to the tricks of one named Heck. Pero si Heck, naunang nakita dito si MTA na mag-drop. And it is gonna be Acceptance getting that one, pare. Tamang refill lang dito, men, from Heck.
Exactly, no? Told you. NBA and Heck, parang match sila, no? In terms of like their moves dito. Going towards that 3-back sa may floor 8 natin. Sadyang lamang lang ng isang move dito, si Heck. So this time around, alam nila na minamarkahan nila si CBN. He's gonna go down. But do they expect the second here, Sneaky? I don't think so. Not unless hindi gumalaw, no? Itong players natin from Execration. MVA thinking of the push. Pero I feel like they're waiting for Folex to do his rounds pa. Not really supporting towards dito sa may TB. They're just letting Justin hold the line. Calling him over as well. Maybe just doing some util spreads dito natin sa high mid side. And they're gonna go for the entry.
Spotted. Oh, nice shot galing kay Yotib. NBA will be spotting Ting na nag-overextend. Yotib, another one para sa kanya. Heck, naka-reply na nga kay Folex ng isang TRG shot. Pero Silent, half HP na nga dito sa loob ng ating spawn. It will be Dre spotted. And Silent na lang natitira. EBR nasa kanyang kamay. Headshot dito kay Yotib. Suddenly, it's a winnable 1 versus 2. 25 seconds left on the clock. No reason or rhyme para mag-peak dito yung Execration. Silent with the check. May tao dito sa TB. MVA. Nasa gilid lang ng hotel. At hindi gumagalaw. Dito si MVA. Kanina lang siya naka-steady dito. And is not, he doesn't mind na medyo maingay itong B-side, para he is looking for that win.
That's true. Even with the first pick dito, going to the side of Acceptance, the execute by Execration is something na talagang mahirap kalabanin. We've seen that from STS, we've seen that from VP, we've seen that on matches, even in the losing effort. Pero yun nga, no, once they get that post plant down, Execration is a hard team to beat. Going back dito sa ating live round, mga kaibigan, round number 4. Execration, they're just going to stack floor A as 5. Where's Heck? He's actually a bit late na sa top A siya, marking yung EA natin, pero once they get the whole control of floor A dito, Sneaky, and a bit of an extension dito by Justin sa may C8 to check if merong tao dyan sa high mid, they're going to just come crashing on this site once they get control of vents. And Silent and Heck, this duo needs to come alive.
Flash on the top A side. Justin spotted na nga dito si Silent. CBN trying to spot some heads on the top A side. Ayun na si Silent. Heck will be getting Fall X. Or rather, it's the opposite. Fall X setting Heck with the USP. At si Ajax nakatakas pa kahit paano dito sa may exit natin. But the smoke is not gonna help ya because Fall X is standing right in front of it. Ting, tinatry na talagang umiwas dito sa HK. ni Folex like it's the Matrix, pero tignan mo naman ang sitwasyon natin dito. It's a 2 versus 5. Everything's occupied. Walang CA control itong Acceptance, so might as well call it a done deal.
Yun nga yung sinabi ko nung sneaky round previews. Pag nakuha ng Execration yung setup sa kanilang play and that execute, ang hirap nila pigilan. What can two site holders do dito kapag 5 yung rumaraga sa towards the site? And they didn't even go towards sa top. Hindi man lang nila ginamit yung hagdanan. Umangat lang sila doon sa site box natin, malapit sa vents, and they just got the taps. I want to see a replay of that if possible, kasi alam mong lalaban yun sila Silent, siya sila Heck. I don't know how Fall got the USP kill, pero yung first kill dito kay Silent, yun siguro yung naging round confirm para dito sa Execration, because nawala kagad yung rifler, no, which has the more potential to get a multi-kill for the side of Acceptance. This time though, Heck trying to do some preventive measures sa may floor A, and they're pushing it hard, pero Execration the move dito sa may hotel naman.
Yun nga, Ting. Realizing in the entirety of long A is clear, so isa-stack na lang dito yung B side, but I feel like the flank is still needed, no, para sa ganitong sitwasyon, pare. You know, as much as it is gonna be possibly a 5v5 sa loob ng B side, you know, the nades are gonna be quite annoying para dito sa X, eh. And interestingly enough, mapapabalik sila dito ng long. Ting, tamang smoke lang. Pero nagparamdam siya doon. Man, pero Yotib! Nagtaka siya pare kung bakit may green na nade na lumilipad papunta sa kanya, pero smoke lang pala yun. And within that confusion, nakuha niya pa kay sniper dito ng Execration. X is forced to go B site.
Folex, no? He was the first guy to do that spot. Ting, learning from the opponents and showing them a one-up, pare. So, Execration, going back to the site na dapat naman talaga nilang tamaan. The reclear on A was good, pero not in their fruition side, but Dre, he's gonna get one! And,
Crossfire, pare. Oy, oy, oy.
Everything.
That's just a full clear. Full
he got
sweep.
everything.
Full block on the B side, no, pare. And that was all on the flank na nangyari dito sa LA, no? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just blocking off the entirety of it. It was a bit questionable, no, nung nagtapon si Ting dito na smoke, pero sinalban niya naman with a kill on YouTube. So, Execration, maybe it's time to kalat play sa una, pare, and then kinda go for something after, kasi Acceptance. Ito yung tinatanong natin sa kanila kanina, the poke and prod. Finally, ginagawa na nila ulit.
Poking and prodding all around the map. Last round confirmed by Ting. This round, through the utility and through the spam ata sa may mid. Natamaan dito si MVA. I feel like that was a Hex fault. Pero at this point, no, switching the TRG over to MVA is a good idea in technicality, but in practicality, no, let's see if he has the shots. No, iiwan na lang siya dito sa may hukay just to confirm rotation sa si Ting. He's gonna go down because of it. So, good swap on the guns. Good pick off. Pero, he has to get... muntikan na.
Buti
MVA,
na lang
you are a lucky man.
Itong si Ajax, pare. Almost said Apex. Itong si Ajax. Wait, Justin? Uy! Ay, tayo ulo! Nakita yung balikat. Ajax almost hitting the nastiest shot ever. Pero mag-isa lang siya dito sa second mid. CBN will be trying to assault from the big door side. Pero Ajax na lang yung magpupush dito sa bypass para makareconnect siya kasama kanyang teammate. CBN! Sinayawan! Dito ni Ajax. Di man lang matamaan yung one-tap dito because of the crouch spam. But still, reality is dito LB side has been taken ng Execration and it will be planted para sa spawn. And the rotations are gonna be quite hard, especially coming in from the exit side. Justin, tamang upo lang dito sa may boxes. Dapat may second contact to, pare. Kaso i-check ka dito si Justin. Good check ka na kay Dre. MVA though holding the line sa loob ng spawn. Sniper shot gonna hit. Dre is gonna go down. 20 HP sniper doing a lot dito sa mapa natin. Folex spotting Ajax just in time. MVA! Isa na naman para sa kanya, pare. And Yotib's gonna go down. He wished he had the sniper at that time, pero wala nang sasalba sa round na to para kay Silent at para sa Acceptance. Execration. Bit of a surprise dito sa high mid despite the mistake earlier in the round, pare.
Okay, I feel like to Execration on, they unlock a new skill, pare. Pwede na tayo mag-double TRG. MVA has the skills to do it, pero they prefer not to, no? And only these times of great desperation kung saan talagang napisuhan na isa yung rifler, you swap the guns. And MVA, even though hindi siya yung primary sniper natin, he got his rounds dito, he got his skills. Siya yung nagpanalo ng round. Nakita ko naman dito for Acceptance, the good side is they know na CBN is going to be static dito sa door B. Kinlear siya ni Ajax and they got an advantage position there, pero itong Execration, they just got RS, no? And they got exit towards A. So, hirap ng position na Acceptance even if they have the advantage technically. So, same approach dito sa rounds natin. Labanan sa floor A, medyo madugo. Heck, Justin, Folex, and Ting Low. And it's a Mexican standoff, Sneaky.
Yun nga, Heck. Nakaupo lang dito sa gitna ng kawalan, pare. Boxes on 6 HP. An HE would be cause for concern. Kaso alam na ni Justin na may tao dito, pare. Folex assigned to kill him, pero nakuha na pa rin yun! Heck on 6 HP! Survival of the fittest indeed ang nagawa na dito sa LA, pare. NBA will go down. Good spot galing kay Dre. And a 2 versus 4. Gusto pong pumasok dito ng LA ng mga tropa natin. Yotib. Nakakuha na angle dito sa Biniter, no? Kung maka-pick off siya ng isa or dalawa dito sa mapa natin, just like he did prior, pwede pa to. But CBN also has his handiwork. Cut out for him, pare. CA peak. Yotib switching to the EBR. Makaikot pa siya in time. Trey will be going down, pero namatay na rin dito si Yotib. 1 versus 2 na naman para kay CBN, but it is more of a realistic chance this time. Magkahiwalay yung dalawang players natin. EA, gonna be a bit early. Spotted si Ajax. Ajax fighting. Naka-sniper naman sa dito, pare. It's fine if he is on the low HP. Silent also wondering kung tataan ba dito sa ating spawn. Itong si CBN. CBN with the USP. Nakatakas just in time. Actually, repeaks towards the left side. At iikutan na dito si Silent. CBN trying to go for the pre-fire, pero si Silent nakatago na sa site. And a really good reposition galing kay Silent, pare. They have trapped the last player. Grabe naman si Hecton, man. He was going for the riskiest play possible at gumana talaga yun.
Isa din sa kasalanan ng Execration doon, no, where was the utility? Nagamit ba kagad nila kaya ganun sila ka-low? Or where was even the flash to clear out that box? Alam nyo na nandun na si Heck. Pero di na-clear. So talo sa labanan dito ang Execration, but they're gonna try a high mid push.
Uy, CBN? Yun lang, di niya makuha dun si Ajax, pare. And Heck also getting his own kills as well. Ting, the only casualty so far para sa Acceptance, as 3 players instantly taken out dito. Ni Heck at ni Ajax. Yotib though, gusto niya pa rin ituloy itong B-side thanks to the presence dito ni Justin. Nakarating na nga all the way inside of batteries. Pero kailangan pa yata nila mag-clear dito, men. On the backside, Ajax will be getting Yotib. At si Justin tinigil na yung plant. Laban na nga lang dito sa dalawang players. Justin full swing, jumping with the USP, pero hindi yan gagana. And it will be a 5-3 dead round para sa atin dito.
Yeah, ang number 1 word dito para sa Acceptance is control, no? I feel like the control na nagagawa dito ng Acceptance is one of the better GR sides nakita natin from them. Alam nila kung saan manggagaling dito sa CBN. Namamarka nila yan. Alam ni Heck na lalaban dito madalas ang ating Execration side sa floor A. So they bring the brunt of their forces, no? Marami silang dinalalal dito sa CA sa floor A, and they're willing to fight it out habang kinakansela ng isang player nila dito sa hotel yung gawain ni CBN. Even at times, no, pushing it. At alam ni CBN na hindi niya mag-push kasi usually si Ajax yung nakatao doon. He's rocking that second sniper, Sneaky. Ang hirap pushin yan, alam mo na yan. Lalo na you can't set up your own flash as CBN, mahirap yon sobra. So, ngayon, Execration, medyo nasasakal sila sa mga gawain ng Acceptance. So, they tried sending it doon sa previous round natin bago mag-dead round. And lo and behold, hindi gumana.
Ayun nga, man. Unfortunately, it did not work for them. Ayun nga, Acceptance so far, no, dito sa kanilang GR side has actually been defending very, very well dito sa mapa natin. And multiple times na nakikita na natin yung presence dito ni Heck, man. Heck even sending it on the most randomest angles kagaya na nakita natin sa boxes kanina, pare. And din yung kailangan natin galing kay Heck. We needed, since si Ajax na yung bahala dito, no, so kind of anchory, kind of sitting around, kind of sniping play, no? I mean, if Heck can be the forward guy para sa team niya, why not? Gagana naman yan, men.
Exactly. Talagang read them like a book, no? Yung masabi ko dito kay Hex. Kung sinabi niya yun, hindi na sure. Tingnan mo niya kung ilang dinadala niya sa site. Hey, pare, 4. So he actually knows the read. After the dead round, this is going to be a round that is very much alive.
Uy, Justin, pure contact. Ina-expect pa? Mukhang hindi. Katabi mo na yung sniper, pare. Pero si Heck, si Ajax, di pala nakatira. Yun lang! ATTS, I think he missed the initial shot pare and hindi niya nasala dito yung USP in time. And a full-on swarm galing sa Execration as we enter the second half. A contact A play para sa kanila, men.
Ano yun? May tao doon sa harapan ng hagdan na nakamarka kay Justin. Nabulag ba? May util ba tayo nakita? No, di ba?
I think yung angulo sakto lang yata yung timing na walang nakapick sa kanya dun eh.
Parang ano no, nag-hyperfixate sila dun sa room A, na dun sa hagdan na yun aangat. They forgot about the right stairs, pare. And Justin was just able to take 4. Actually, I think 3 or 2. And the rest of the team capitalizing on that. I don't know about that round for Acceptance. They had the proper positioning, just not the proper marking. So, yung utang ko, nagpa-process pa rin kung paano nangyari sa Acceptance. That round was yours. You had 4 members there. Pero, Execration, again, pulling rounds out of nowhere. Even that round, talagang, I don't know, question marks talaga.
I think that was on Ajax, pare. No? Siya yung nakabantay dito sa left stairs natin on top A and he unfortunately missed. To be fair, no, I would also miss in that position kasi hindi dumiretso si Justin eh. Parang nag-hazy pa siya onte and then he went in. So, ayun nga, you really don't know what the pre-fire or the pre-aim is for that kind of position. And by the time that they figured it out, pare, nakarating na ng top A itong Execration. They closed the distance very quickly. And I can't blame them or hindi mo mabe-blame yung Acceptance for that type of play, no? Kasi yun yung tamang play. Yun yung tamang play doon, L100%. Heck, being on the other side of the map, possibly dito sa tower, could help. Pero wala eh. Execration, they just contacted and nagkataon na may magandang timing tong si Justin, pare.
Lupit ng coin flip ng round na yun. 5-4 mga kaibigan. Switching sides tayo. Execration naman na mag-GR. Acceptance holding on to the lead even after that fumble dito sa last round natin ng first half. And commendable on both sides. Acceptance getting a read. Total read dito from the Execration side. And Execration naman ngayon, medyo, sabihin lang natin, they're outgunning Acceptance in the rounds that they have been getting them, no? So, a bit of back and forth, pasasabi natin yan from both teams, pero this can only be so much, no? Para sa ating GR side ng Acceptance. Pag nag-swap, I'm hoping na it's the same kind of VOD review or notes dito para sa Acceptance on the GR side naman ng Execration, pero yun nga, no? Kung gano'n kaganda yung read nila sa BL, paano pa kaya sa GR? Tingnan natin sa sa rounds na padating. Pero Sneaky, I feel like is map number 3 a possibility para sa dalawang teams na to?
Definitely a possibility, no, pare, knowing how Ankara went para dito sa Team Acceptance the last time, no, and it seems like they have, I wouldn't say fully figured out itong GR side natin, especially knowing what happened dito sa first half, and ayun nga, I feel like it's a lot more solid galing sa kanila, men. I love seeing the attempts of them going for forward plays dito sa mapa natin, especially earlier, no, nung nag-take over itong si Ting dito sa long, and I feel like those players will have massive responsibilities, especially yung tatlong riflers dito na Acceptance, no, kailangan may malalang step up na manggagaling sa kanila kasi ayun nga, Heck is gonna be doing his own thing, Ajax will be, you know, overlooking you maybe in the backline, but I've known itong si Ajax dito sa BL side na nag-EBR na rin siya dito, no? So I wouldn't be surprised if 4 rifles will be pulled out para dito sa Acceptance to kinda pick up the pace, no? Dito sa mapa natin, and especially with their recent game, hindi naman sila takot sa pacing dito, surprisingly, despite Acceptance being touted as a quote-unquote, you know, passive team, pare, nung game nila up against Fervid, they're really not afraid to face yung kanilang kalaban nun, men.
Yeah, yun lang yung gusto makita sa Acceptance, no? Confidence on their BL side. Pero tingnan natin kung confident din ba yung comms nila, no? How's it sound?
Pero may sabihin, makuha na.
Akin lang, mid.
Pasi na isa.
Kita ko mid ah.
I feel like fatigue is settling in a bit, no?
Yeah.
Medyo tahimik yung teams natin. But still, no, from Acceptance side, they still have the read. Alam nila kung saan yung landing spot ng depensa ng Execration. Tingnan lang natin kung yung galawan dito ni Ting sa CA will bear fruit. If he can make a distraction at the same time ginagawa din yun ni CB and checking yung Dorsby is going to prove effective para sa Acceptance. Pero right now, just taking control of the map slowly but surely, and once the reconnect towards mid happens, and pinulot nila yung C4 na yan, you execute, it's going to be very deadly, lalo na, well, dalawa lang naman dito sa site A natin, isang mabilis na rotator kay MBA. Kaya so far, just checking out the lay of the land. It's not poking and prodding sneak. Wala naman kasi silang pinupok exactly sa Execration. They're just checking out kung ano yung available na space. And once they decide kung saan mas maluwag siguro, doon na sila mag-execute.
Yun nga, TB control has been taken para dito sa Acceptance. And interestingly enough, napaka far back dito ni Yotib sa kanyang posisyon dito. So they are trying to play it kinda safe para dito sa Execration to start things off. And the CBN as well, I think pwede siya mag-swing back from the hotel side to try and see if he can get any of the players here. Pero Acceptance kinda doubting yung kanilang play dito sa TB and liking what they're seeing instead. Na nasa high mid, Justin bumaba na nga dito sa kanyang box ng RS. Spotting 3 na nandito sa mid. Nasa na yung backup. Justin with the spray. Good flash from his teammate. And Ting and Silent tumakbo ng high mid na bulag dito. Ajax tagged up to low HP. Napakagandang wallbang galing kay Justin and he's just cheesing them over and over again, and that is 4 players dead na nasa HM. A really good flash into a really good spray, pare.
I like that dito para sa Execration, I feel like yung mid-round rotation nila, parang kutob lang ata yun, or maybe that is protocol. We'll have to find out if they do that again. For this time, aggressively holding tong Dorsby natin, expecting possibly a play coming out of Acceptance, pero Acceptance still passive, not poking and prodding at all, just exploring kung anong parte ng mapa yung libre na binibigay dito na Execration. Pero nothing is free. If you take that space, alamin nyo dapat na ito Execration, pwede kayong mapunish niyan anytime that you move or overstep. So, same sequence, I feel like, sitting nandiyan na naman sa CA, kakabit na naman yung dalawa, siguro 4 pa nga, and then siguro may isang late galing TB, pero they're gonna retry towards A naman, hindi na towards B. So, Justin and Folex, they have to be really, really careful kasi yung diversion by Ting is done by on mid. Hindi makakaalis si MPA dito because of the threat, and now they have to go for the fight sa may EA.
Uy, pero CBN, napakagandang spot to, pare. Wala siya makikita ni isang tao na nasa likod, but Heck is a bit suspicious. CBN, teka lang, Heck, magsiset up pa pala ng flash dito, pare, pero kailangan niya bumalik ng boxes agad-agaran. Folex, no headshot for him this time. CBN's flank will be cancelled. Folex nandito pa sa room 8, Justin with zone. Double spray, mukhang hindi pa pala yun. 2 versus 3, many low HP players para dito sa Acceptance. NBA going in, that's too early. Nako po, masyadong napaaga yung pasok dito ni NBA, pare. That could have been potentially something. Nade kay Yotib, hindi tatama kahit sa ni isang player dito. And wouldn't be surprised if he picks up that EBR that is right in front of him. 23, double spray, but it is a triple angle para sa Acceptance, and they will get a round in return. And ayun nga, medyo na-broken yung ankles to ng X, and CBN, he was hoping that that was the game-winning play, pare.
Markado pa rin yan dito na Acceptance. So, yun yung hinahanap ko dito, Sneaky Frog. Kung alam ba ng Acceptance yung mga tendencies ni CBN, kasi CBN usually yung kumukuha ng angles dito para sa Execration to confirm information. He's gonna be tested though.
Uy! CBN was fully blinded in that position. Whoever threw that flash. You need a big shout out, pare. And I assume it was Dre actually throwing that one. And Ajax spotted na nga dito sa hotel a bit early on the contact para sa Acceptance. I think I was hoping na meron pang onting mystery dito sa kanilang push, whether it is going back into the mid side or into itong A. Pero establishing control muna siguro, pare.
Punishing CBN, Pero hindi to parang sa Stallions na si Loy lang yung nagpa-punish sa kanya, na nag-shutdown sa kanya. It's the whole team making an active effort dito sa Acceptance na mamarkahan talaga si CBN. Alam nila na siya yung key to victory dito sa GR side. Pero sa MVA, he's gonna test something out.
MVA. Tamang testing lang. Ting down to low HP, pero makakalis siya just in time. And Ajax. Oh, yun lang. It took him a while to get that kill. And a whole lot of HP But still, it's very well worth it, no pare. Kahit low na dito si Ajax, he can just be sent in. No problem whatsoever para sa kanyang posisyon. Pero Justin will be going for the recheck. Left, right, center. Tama ba ang kanyang chinecheck dito, pare? Mukhang hindi! And Justin still gets it. Buti na lang na nagbintis dun si Ajax sa kanyang unang mga tira dito. Pero Folex, still suspicious na pwede pang may lumabas dito ng A-site. 40 seconds left and Folex spotted na nga dito sa top A. Will be peeking in first at nagkamali sa ng angulo dito, Heck. Flicking up gamit ang kanyang USP and spotting Yotib bago makakit ng tower. Justin, the last one left alive and it seems like yung kalat nga ng AT, medyo naaaning na dito yung Execration. They are biting on these fakes, pare.
Ang ganda ng poking, ang ganda ng prodding, and ang ganda ng patience play dito na Acceptance. Kung ano yung meron sila support, they increased it up pa dito sa Ankara, and that is the map experience, no? The knowledge dito na Acceptance coming out. At nalaman pa nila kung nasa si Justin just the random spam. Tawa na sila kasi hula lang yun. 100% nakita nyo din sa camera nila, tumatawa sila. Nandun pala siya, no? At sino nga palang mag-aakala na ito Acceptance ay lalamang ng dalawa sa BL side laban sa Execration dahil nasa-shutdown nila yung mga importanteng angulo dito. Si CBN, tingnan mo, he's forced to play passive dito sa may bypass. Pero mauuluhan pa rin siya. That was so random. Pero silent, no? Truly the silent killer dito. Sneaky Frog. At tutuloy-tuloy lang ang Acceptance towards high, mid, as to.
Yeah, that was pure map knowledge, pare. Dito sa second mid, nakarating na nga. Pero MVA, looking at the right place at the right time. Alam niya ba na dalaway ng tao na naan dito? Justin getting it. However, MVA is gonna go down. Alam din na bukas na dito yung spawn. And gusto nila lang paunahin yung mga players na naan dito sa LA. Justin, nakaltukan na nga dito si Ajax, but look at Folex's position. He gets one, but can he get Heck in return? Heck kanina pa pinapatay dito si Paul, but he wants revenge. C4 nasa vents. Dre getting Yotib with the confirmation, pero yung C4 realistically is still in the hands ng Execration. Justin trying to expand space. Dre tap walking. Dre no longer tap walking, pare! Pero Justin nagkamali ng tingin! Nagkamali ng sound! And Folex having to play some very risky angles, men, para lang makakuha ng chance ang kanyang team. Pero Acceptance, yung kanilang kalat, gumana na naman dito, men. And Execration having to pull out the timeout. They are getting caught left, right, and center sa kanilang mga openings. And ayun nga, Acceptance kinda relying on that initial 5v4, no? At pag nakuha na nila yun, pare, pwede na nilang laruin yung mapa, pwede na nilang laruin yung Execration kasi alam mo naman yung Exe, they're a bit thirsty for these trades, pare.
And I feel like yung blueprint dito na kinuha na Acceptance was galing sa Team Stallions, no? Nakita mo naman kung paano pinapunish ni Loy si CBN on both sides of the map dito sa Ankara. And Acceptance took that to heart, installed it in all 5 players. At si CBN, wala siyang magawa. Lagi siyang nililima, o kung hindi man siya nililima, may smoke yung doors B, i-spamin siya sa tamang angle, mamamatay siya sa spam. And after that, everything just crumbles dito para sa Execration. Nababypass yung mid nila, nawawala yung mid player nila because of the random stacks na ginagawa ng Execration. And even if they take control of the C4, end of it, ma-disadvantage sila, no? So, ano yung kailangan gawin dito ng Execration? Well, they have to rethink how they want to control tong hotel. Or they have to redo the setup. Somehow, lagay mo si CBN in a position na hindi siya yung natatarget, no? As much as tinatarget siya ng Acceptance, sige, hayaan nyo, ibigay natin yung lugar na gusto nilang kunin. Hindi yung tao yung hinahanap nila yung lugar, no? So, put CBN in a more passive position or in a more active position. Tapos tingnan natin kung gagana yan laban dito sa ginagawa ng Acceptance. May mga setup din dito na gusto makita si Yotib, yung humahawak mismo ng doors B. Pero, siguro it might just suffer, no? The same fate as CBN na baka ma-random spam lang siya. Pero iba pa rin kasi yung datingan kung sniper yung pinapahold mo ng angle, no? So, Execration, adjustments need to be seen. In Acceptance, siguro, a third map is really possible. And they're 2 rounds away from doing it.
Yun nga, Acceptance going the distance, and it would be nice if makita nga natin tong map number 3 natin, especially we kinda know what is in store dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0. Of course, Team Acceptance has been very good on Eagle Eye for the past few times na nakita sila pare. And ayun nga, Execration, obviously, nakita naman natin yung kanilang panalo dun sa mapa na yun. And especially with the performance dito ni Youtube at ni CBN nung time na yun pare. It was really an amazing map to see para dito sa Execration. It was there strategically, it was there, you know, firepower-wise. Pero titignan natin men if we are gonna make it there just yet. Acceptance, of course, still with a massive lead dito sa ating mapa ng Carano. And just like what I said, I feel like the baits have been working para sa kanila pare. They are gonna take aggressive map control sa isang side ng mapa, maybe get a pick off, which is their original objective talaga pare. At pag nakuha na nila yung 5 versus 4, doon na sila uma-action din. Doon na sila naghahanap kumbaga dito sa map natin.
Nawawala din yung yung trading dito ng Execration No, usually pag nag-goal sila, talaga isa-isang angle lang yung hinahawakan nila and very far from each other, no. Tapos kapag napipitasan naman sila, ang nangyayari, tinatry lang habulin kahit wala silang +1, no. So maybe kailangan nilang pagtabi-tabihin pa yung mga players nila, make it more compact this defense para lang mabilis yung sagutan at hindi magkaroon ng napakalaking map control itong side na Acceptance, no. Kasi ilang rounds na ba natin nakikita yung ating Acceptance team na to na ang ganda ng kalat. Nakuha yung RS, nakuha yung floor A, nakuha yung areas na, alam mo yun, parang nasasakal tong Execration, no. Kailangan magdikit-dikit pa tong mga players natin para sa Execration. Kumbaga, lagyan nyo na isang player pa, si CBN, para kung mamatay man siya, may instant trade, maybe a 4v3 for their side. Pero, siguro, ready din dun yung Acceptance sa galaw lang kasi tinatatlo, inaapat, yung angles. Mahirap solusyonan tong ginagawa ng Acceptance. Kailangan mo lang talaga minsan i-out-aim, no.
Yep. Tama yung assumption natin dito, El, na si CBN talaga tina-target dito ng Acceptance. And I feel like that's the right player to kind of target dito sa mapa natin. Him, despite getting multiple quote-unquote highlight plays dito sa mapa natin, you know, his effectivity is still up in the air dito sa Ankara. You know, he is getting the spots that he wants, he's getting the frags, pero yung problema nga lang, Acceptance going into the next round, meron na silang punish ready para sa kanya pare. And ayun nga, and I like na yung Acceptance, so when it comes to these punishes, together silang gumagawa dito, man. It's a 3-man peak, pero si Silent nag-wallbang din dito sa likod just in case. And yun nga, it kind of creates this huge wall that is just moving towards you na hindi mo talaga mapipigilan kung kayo yung Exe. So, ayun nga, if you're on the side of Execration, yun nga, now it's time to get a bit creative. Now it's time to get a bit aggressive kasi ang dami yung inaalaw sa mapa na to, na nakaka-setup lang dito yung Acceptance.
Hindi talaga, hindi talaga papigilan yung initial set. Parang reminiscent siguro ng PL side ng Exe support. No? You can kind of say the same, minus siguro yung kalat sa mapa na nakukuha nila ultimo yung RS, no. So for Execration keys to victory, I would say just get Yotib the first pick. Get him the first pick, predict where this Acceptance pack is gonna go, and then siguro just cancel it out, no. Pilitin na sila yung mag-adjust, maging passive, at kung passive yung Acceptance, then you're doing something right. That's it. Kung ma-apply nila, tinatlo nga nila yung doors B dito, no, Sneaky. So, a bit of notes being taken. Pero, Acceptance. C4 is leading dito sa may second mid natin. I'm not sure kung senyales ba to na pabalik sila or parang ito yung end ball nila. End point rather. We'll figure it out. Pero habang nandyan yung C4, kumakalat sila sa floor A, using some of those utils to bait out rotations back. At yun nga, ending, mag-isa na naman dito si CBN. And it's right back to where we started.
Yun nga, CBN on an island once again dito sa mapa natin. And yung only objective lang talaga dito ng Acceptance is to really play as passive as they can until they spot a player kind of overextending on the side of Exe. Pero kung wala sila makuha na ganun, that means there's a lot of space in the map to play with. And I feel like one of the main problems kung bakit nahihirapan sila dito sa B-site, no, the positions na kinukuha dito ni CBN and ni Yotib doesn't feel too connected. Kaya napatulong dito si MVA dito sa may second mid area natin pare to try and see if he can just gain cover para sa kanyang teammate. Still 55 seconds left on the clock pare. It's not much time.
So far, what's the rare instances na sa mid manggagaling yung peak dito na Acceptance, pero it doesn't need to happen from mid pare. Makakuha si Heck dito sa may floor A natin, tanggal sa laruan si Justin at 4v5 na naman tayo. Pero then again, Last sa inyo na yung stairs ng high mid. Pat bumalik pa kayo ng hotel, kakatokin nila ulit si CBN. At siya na naman yung unang entrada or pangalawa. Rather, no, para sa acceptance, pagbaba nila ng exit.
Oh, pero nakatingin dito si Yotib is actually gonna get itong si Dre. Akalain ba nila na nandito si CBN? Katabi lang nila dito. Ajax dying as well. Pero si
Uy.
Ting, yun lang akala niya. Mag-isa lang dito si Yotib. Pero si CBN finally popping out of his corner dito sa hotel. And NBA spotting Heck in 8-6 para sa Execration. And it seems like, you know, CBN just having a little less happier trigger finger, no? Kinda helped them dito, pare.
Okay, so at first, nakita natin yung solution was to triple stack itong doors B. Pag wala, iwan natin si CBN. The second adjustment na ito, okay, CBN, huwag ka nang humawak ng hotel. Doon ka sa may boxes, sa may bandang kanan dito sa exit. Hayaan mo si Yotib, no? So, tama yung prediction natin ng adjustment dito, Sneaky. And it worked out in the end dito para sa Execration. Acceptance, though, ibang flavor din yung ginawa nila, no? So, they're gonna rely back dito sa floor A push nila towards Vents at dalawa na naman yung kalaban nila, namely Justin and Folex. May diferensya naman ba sa approach dito para sa Execration on their hold?
Yun nga, Justin, Folex. On
Ayun
top A,
lang.
hindi dumaan ang roommate si Ajax. And that's actually a smart move to take out itong si Justin. Pero si Folex pa rin natitira dito sa top A. Left, right, and center. Kailangan niya patayin. Pero si Dre, nakita na si Paul. Pero NBA, di na pwede madaliin dito yung exit para CA presence already. From one of the players, Yotib trying to go in, and NBA going in hard! On that side, he's gotten to! Trey, nakita na si Yotib na nasa CA, NBA down to low HP, not much room, not much chance. Para sa kanya dito, Heck, EA, USP, left, right, and center. Medyo lugi na siya dito para nagpalit ng EBR, 23 bullets on him. Heck will be going down, Trey spotted as well. Tamang sayaw, NBA on 1 HP. Nakatukan, and oh my goodness me! Mapapangiti ka na lang talaga kung ikaw si Dre doon. You knew how close that was.
That was the round. Okay na sana yung hold. MVA pulling out heroics dito para sa Execration, but it just wasn't enough. The HP just wasn't enough. And ngayon, didiretso sila sa hotel. Pero dito sila sa second minsan may angatan sa uluhan. Pero si CBN pa rin ang unang punteriya.
Yun nga, CBN! Double kill para sa kanya, pare. They tried to surround him sa hotel, pero I think Bar is definitely the position to be in para sa kanya. Men and Silent will be going down. Heck. And Dre, the last two left alive. At mapapasabi ka na lang kay CBN, men, bakit di ko pa to hinold yung Bar kanina, no? I can see both yung entrance and itong second mid. And, ayun nga, maybe these late game realizations will be helping him with his chances para CBN wanting to re-peak. Papasok dito ng hotel. Dre, tempted. Pero CBN, will he be using the smoke? Mapapalayo na lang siya dito. Narinig ba ang kanyang paglakad? Mukhang oo. Dre now fully well aware. NBA not looking at all. CBN might have killed his captain due to that rotation, pare. Pero 4 versus 2 pa rin ang ating galawan. Yotib playing it extra safe. Maybe wanting to drop down dito kay Heck, pare. Pero yun nga, yan ang sinasabi ko. Quick scope drop down. Galing kay Yotib, and CBN will be getting that headshot, pare.
Yan na. He's had enough, pare. CBN has had enough. And he's gonna get a 3K from that previous round. Pero, a 3K is not enough to take this game to overtime. No? Yun yung kailangan makuha dito na Execration. 2 more rounds in their belt. Look at the replay, no? Tama ka naman talaga na yan yung best position at least para kay CBN. No? You can just flick to the left, flick to the right kung may tao dito sa bypass, may tao sa hotel entrance. Favorite position ko din yan sa Ankara when I hold itong hotel. No? Especially with the QBZ or the M14. Pero none of that here sa ating LA side. 3 na dito para sa Execration yung nakatambay sa top A. And if we are going to see another acceptance bread and butter execute sa A, well, they better be prepared dahil they have one extra problem on the side na Execration.
This is just pure. Galing dito sa acceptance. And I wouldn't be surprised, no, if this is gonna be a contact play galing sa kanila, pare. Folex, none the wiser sa nangyayari dito sa mapa natin. Smoke from the roommate side. Hindi yan nakakontact, pare. Pero masyadong mahirap ang contact. Folex with a 3K. At naubos na nga acceptance dito sa Vents. Heck and Dre, the last 2 left alive. Justin now covering yung room A para sa kanyang kakampi. At napulot na nga ang C4 Justin. Suspicious, Dre still wanting a fight and he gets a one-tap dito kay Justin pero si Heck namatay na. Hell of a job para dito kay Dre na kumuha ng clutch. But MVA catches him retreating papunta nga dito ng yellow. 9-8 Execration on the brink of overtime pare. And nag-timeout na yung Acceptance.
Ayan na. Back-to-back triple kills para dito sa Execration is what brings them to one more round being required for that OT. Acceptance not wanting that to happen, no? Feeling that they've been getting red and just getting outgunned in their situations. We'll call the timeout dito, Sneaky. So, kung hindi na gumagana yung ating bread and butter sa floor Asia, yung pagtatrap natin dito kay CBN, what seems to be the approach? Well, may isa silang pwedeng tingnan. Yan yung ating mid, no? Nakita natin kanina, nag-1-3-1 sila, Sneaky. Tatlo yung nandito sa high mid, pero bumalik pa sila pa B. That costed them the round. And I feel like if masolusyonan lang dito na Acceptance yung ating mid play nila, that could be the ender dito, no? And force a map 3 laban sa Execration. Pero talking about the other side, no? For the GR side naman na Execration, I feel like the best word to describe this Sneaky is just keep doing what you're doing, no? Mechanically, getting those triple kills, Yotib popping off, maybe MVA getting a solid flank, Justin just run and gunning dito, niraratol niya lang yung mga kalaban. Siguro yun lang yung kailangan. Pero, again, mechanical skill, yung hinihingi natin sa Execration, pero sa Acceptance, kailangan natin ng extra macro, no? So, there's a difference in the level na kailangan para sa wins ng teams natin. Ang tanong ko lang sa'yo, Sneaky, ano mas papaboran mo dito? Yung sa Acceptance na macro o yung sa Execration na mechanical skill?
That's the thing, no? Kasi so far, yung naka-counter na maayos naman dito na Acceptance, yung pinanggagawa nga dito ng Execration, especially knowing na medyo far back na sila maglaro dito sa mapa natin, especially on the GR side. And yun nga, no, so far, I've been more of a fan nga dito ng Acceptance at ang kanilang macro pare, especially going into this one. Pero mapapaisip ko na lang talaga dito, no, L, who has the more experience when it comes to this type of situation. It is a breakpoint round. And obviously, itong si Silent and si Heck having to step up to the plate pare para nga mabuhat ang kanilang pangku dito. So, ayun nga, obvious naman no na nag-CR si Folex. So, we're gonna have a bit of a dead round happening para dito sa ating mapa. And I feel like it's a well-needed one, no? Sobrang haba na ng laro na to pare.
Not to mention, no, siguro ilang sip-sip na yun sa inumin ni Folex. Tagang kailangan niya magpa-CR. The pressure is tense. Sama, you gotta let loose, especially if you got yourself at 3K with the EBR on Vents in that previous round. Granted, no, kung iisipin ko yung sa tanong ko, it's easier to execute yung sa Execration kasi kailangan mo lang positioning eh. Those rounds na napanalo nila, last 2 rounds, it was just a matter of positioning. Walang nag-expect kay CBN na nandun siya sa may sulok ng bar. Walang nag-expect dito kay Folex na nandun siya sa harapan ng roommate. Hindi siya nandun sa ilalim ng hagdan ng roommate. No? So, get that unexpected angle, Execration, and you might just secure the overtime. Pero, then again, no, just to counter my own opinion, Acceptance needs utility. Last few rounds, they have been going in dry without any util. Ginagamit nila pang setup. Maybe tama na yung setup. Kailangan nyo na gamitin sa execute, no? Just go in raw, I feel like, sa ating early angles and then use that belt para hagisan na kung ano naman dito yung mga sites natin. Doon kayo na nanalo and I feel like that might be the key to taking this Ankara map.
Oh, for sure, pare. Especially knowing the amount of space na nabibigay dito ng Execration no, at the start of yung depensa natin. And ayun nga, there's not much in the way of early peaks other than kay CBN dito sa second mid. He's kind of like the only man kind of confirming no, kung A or B push pa talaga to para sa side ng Exe. And ayun nga, no, Exe, honestly, it's not really a bad call para sa Acceptance no, na mag-contact sila ng A side doon. I feel like nakarating na sila, na-close din nila yung distance events 100% and I don't think they expected itong si Folex to be good for 3 dito sa may room A natin. I think they were expecting na okay, 1 for 1 dito kay Folex, makakakit tayo ng top A, get some heads in this one and yun nga, no, we just played the retake defense but obviously hindi yun yung nangyari. And honestly, a really good read as well para dito sa Exe, no? Kasi I feel like one of the main reasons why kung bakit ang layo ni CBN galing dito kay Yotib is once again trying to confirm kung B-push ba to o hindi. But he's also helping kung isa-spot nila na dahil ka may B player dito, 100% may player din sa mid. So, it kinda helps the equation a bit para dito sa XCTN, especially para kay MVA who has to play rotational between yung mga sites natin, pare.
We're gonna have to get back into our game, mga kaibigan. Ito na. Isa na lang o isa pa para sa Acceptance o sa Execration. Makita natin ngayon, no? 9-8 ang scoreline. This for map number 3, no? For Acceptance and OT and a possible 2-0 for Execration. And all be all tayo ngayon para sa Boys in Blue. So far, as is always, kapag importante yung ating round, passive ang ating mga Team Sneaky. Pero wait lang, Ting, on a solo mission, they're gonna do the same exact play na ginagawa nila from the first 3 rounds. Pero samahan nila siya, no? Nakakutob dito si Justin, the spam, try to catch a few bullets to the body. Pero wala, nakatanim na sa CA at delikado na to kung hindi preparado si MVA sa may bypass.
It's a B fake yata. Is it not? Okay. Setup para dito sa B site, maybe second mid smoke. Dito kasi yung lineup sa may CA so would be interesting to see. Yotib, tas pata na kayo mga isa sa mga players dito on the side of Acceptance, and I think they're very wary na sa mid dadaan ng mga players ng Acceptance. Look at how fast the rotate is para kay MVA who's already in second mid. Nakatago lang sa smoke. Silent getting spotted. Double kill para sa kanya. Took a bit to finish Silent, but still he's gotten to Heck getting MVA in return. Pero CBN na-drop yung C4 sa second mid. Heck spotted sa tower. Yotib, easiest shot of his life. And si Dre na lang natitira. It's all gone wrong para dito sa Acceptance, and it only took 1 mid-peak galing kay Yotib, and they confirm it immediately. This is gonna be the last kill dito kay Dre, pare, and I feel like yun nga, no, false sense of security galing dito sa Acceptance. They were expecting na si CBN nakatoka lang dito sa may hotel natin, and itong si Yotib to not be looking his direction, no? Pero Yotib, obviously, TB peak, alam na nila na mid, very fast rotate galing kay MBA, pare.
Pero kasalanan ko to, Sneaky, naka-caster curse ko. Sabi ko yung hindi pa nila natatry na isang execute, yung sa high mid push, no? They actually tried it. And sakto yung position dito ng rotational player na si MVA. Getting 2, and the rest was just history nung naka-one-tap na si CBN. Wala na to. Kasado na, lalo na nung namatay din si Hex sa ating tower. So, I feel like, well, they tried every trick in the book, itong Acceptance. And babalik na naman tayo sa overtime. 3 rounds lang. Medyo, I don't know kung ano yung magiging situation para sa Acceptance, kasi slowly but surely, no, itong Execration, yun nilamang nila as a team is mas mabilis silang makaisip ng solusyon in terms of the problems na nakakalaban nila sa harap-harapan nila. Nakita nila na yung problema dito sa kanilang depensa yung pagkawala ng tao dito kay CBN sa hotel. Dinagdagan nila ng setup. Kapag napupush naman yung kanilang site nag-iba lang silang posisyon. What if naisip din nila yung mga solution nila kapag sila naman yung nag-BL, no? Problema lang sa Acceptance yan, and for them, no, to para sa Cebu squad natin, I want to see the quick thinking and actually the solutions working, kasi hindi ka lang pwede magbigay ng solution. Kailangan tama din yan.
Yun nga, no, kailangan tama rin yung solusyon ng mga tropa natin on the side of Acceptance, no? As much as I would like to say na yun nga, no, their default has been working for the past few times, but I feel like, you know, low-key in-expect na siguro yan dito na Execration. Especially mapapaisip ka rin, no, as the IGL dito sa timeout, ano kayang strat yung kukunin dito ng Team Acceptance? And I feel like the one that made the most sense is the one that won them yung mga early rounds kanila dito, no? So that's a very good read. But I feel like one of the main reasons why ganda na rotation dun ni MVA, pare. I feel like MVA's positioning has been very key on why Execration is winning some of these rounds. And depende talaga sa kanya kung anong ilalakas at anong ihina dito ng mga players natin. 4 on A. And Yotib. Si Yotib pa yung namatay, pare.
Okay lang yan. Hindi nila kailangan ng sniper sa pang-rush, pare. Rifles all around. Going to win sa baka si Justin, no? Baka ma-deja vu tayo, pero may flash setups dito sila Evie at CBN. Justin Folex, entry na.
Silent. Bulag na bulag, pero babalik pa rin dito ng floor 8 with the spray. Dre with the bait on his teammate. Justin lang nakakuha ng kill sa buong Execration, and it will be MVA just getting sent dito sa EA. 10-9. Acceptance. First blood dito sa mapa natin. Execration got caught off guard. Malala, pare. Ajax using the ye old tricks, pare.
Ye old tricks talaga, no? Talagang mahirap kalabanan sa Ajax, especially pag kasama niya yung buong angkan dito na Acceptance sa ating top A. So at least, no, the 4 stack finally worked for Acceptance. And this time, Execration rethinking their moves towards floor A. Yung stack naman ng Acceptance dito parang nakakutob sila na walang kumakagat dito sa may hotel. Let's just throw some util, prevent them from pushing inwards habang pabak tayo, and give some support dito kay Silence sa A, who is actually solo holding yung site natin. Dadating dito si Ajax, hawak-hawak niya ang TRG, pero at the same time, na Execration, they managed to pull the rotation away, pero tatlo pa rin kakalabanin nila if ide-diretso nila itong B-side push. Lose-lose situation.
Uy, pero naiwasan nila yung nasa tower. Pero wala naman tao na nasa loob ng tower, no? But you can't really be so sure, especially at this point. Kung kayo yung Execration kind of moving like Acceptance earlier, no? 4-man clearing itong hotel natin. Pero contact ba? Lack of presence, actually. From the TV side, and Dre will be the only one stopping yung push na to, pare. Side player will have to do some heavy work nga dito. NBA, first to peek out, jump peek, and Dre still getting 4! Dito sa TV! And partida, tumalon pa dito si Folex, but he still hit it somehow, some way. And ayun lang. Not a flash, not a nade, not a smoke na pangharang. And it will be a 4K para nga dito kay Dre. Yotib is gonna try to get this one back, pero mahirap na to, pare. Yung C4 nasa gitna ng kawalan. 35 seconds left. He's gonna have to get 4 kills in 31 seconds. He's gonna move like Tracy McGrady, pare. Pero pakiramdam ko, babalik na lang siya, min.
Wala. It only took one man to cancel out dito. Yung push na Execration. Parang na-deja vu sila, pero opposite side. Yung ginagawa ni CBN. Yung ginagawa ni Polex na wala, and that's Dre with the ace for the 11th round dito na Acceptance. Grabe yun. Isa lang kailangan para magpatumba ng 4. Ang lala, sticky. So, Execration, back to the drawing board, I guess. Look at them now. Looking like Acceptance on BL side, pero tatandaan nyo guys, Execration ang nasa BL. They're trying to set up. They don't want the same mistake to happen, at ayaw na ayaw mong maging 0-3 ngayon dito sa ating overtime starting. Need to get at least 1 round. Utib, a pick would be nice. Folex and CBN, kills would be nice as well. Pero while they set up dito sa may mid part ng ating mapa, waiting on CBN to activate. Medyo natakot na yata siya kasi kanina pa siya minamarkahan dyan all the way from the first half. So his team has to continue with him being very, very late. And they have to go to try.
Waiting to receive this entire push ng Execration. First wing's already there. Miss is in, pero hindi siya pwede mag-pick dito, pare. Meron pang Justin na paparating ng mid, and he will take out Heck. Ting na nasa loob ng spawn. Good spray down on the boxes, pero hindi alam na hindi pa nakakross dito Execration. And he is gonna get off of that angle.
Ting?
Kailangan
Ting?
kunin ni Ting ang bato. And nakuha na nga dito yung bato, pare. NBA a bit late on the reaction. Folex finally with the trade. Pero Folex, di ka pwede tumayo dito, pare. That is a very wall-bangable spot. Problema nga lang dito ng Acceptance. Walang kumukuha ng
Same
second mid.
angle.
Walang kumukuha dito ng TB. So lahat ng atake nila manggagaling dito ng spawn. Folex with an angle. Folex with a second. And Ajax na lang, or Silent rather. And he is gonna keep it quiet on batteries. Good flash galing sa Execration, but also a mistake from Acceptance, no? I mean,
Oo.
ang dami nilang oras dun. L to take hotel and itong TB, pero hindi na nila tinake yung option na yun, pare.
Parang nung gumagalaw Sting, dapat at the same time gumagalaw sila pa TB, pa hotel, pa bypass. Hindi, parang steady sila nagkaroon ng ng freeze frame. Dito yung Acceptance. And that is a problem right now that they're trying to solve. Tingnan mo yung mga camera nila. Kung saan nakatingin si Ajax is trying to talk to Silent, Ting. Well, they're kind of listening to each other. The 3 core members dito ng Acceptance talking about the game plan. So far, they can solidify their stake at being a contender by taking a map and forcing Eagle Eye dito against Execration and possibly beat Execration in their current best map, which is Eagle Eye nga. Or will Execration pull off the comeback after getting aced by Dre after that crumble of a first round against the 4-stack dito sa site A ng Acceptance. They got 1 in return, but can they get 3 straight? That is my question ngayong swap sides tayo. Let's see that replay, no? Ito yung sinasabi ko, gumalaw na si Ting. Pero nasaan yung ibang members ng Acceptance na dapat tumuloy? May tao sa mid, hindi niya tinuloy sa TV. So questions and questions again dito para sa Acceptance. What should you do? Once Heck goes down, Silent picking up the mantle of the IGL, pero he's not being given any windows of possibility dito, Sneaky. Now they have to work in a 4v5.
And of course, alam naman natin na Heck exactly has to peek like this, no? But speaking of peeking with the sniper, pare, Ajax na spatan na nga dito si Yotib. Repick pa kaya to? Uy, Ajax spotted. Crouch peek. Oh! Oh! There we go.
And we're back.
And we're back.
Medyo nag-freeze frame lang tayo ng mga kaibigan. Sa
Nag-correct lang yung
side
timeline,
namin.
pare. Nag-correct lang yung
Nag-snap
timeline.
nag-snap ng finger.
May nag-snap ng
Pero,
finger, nawala si Ajax at si Heck. Wait, hold on.
Pero babalik lang din tayo dito, no? 3v5 pa rin. Walang na-disrupt sa space-time continuum na laro natin. CBN, tatry niya.
Yun lang. That's 1, that's 2 para kay CBN. And napakadali ng angulo, no? Pag nasa harap niya na lang dito yung kalaban, it's not left or behind. Or to
It's
his
right in front of
pare.
him.
Just right in front of him. You know, it's impossible to pick CBN from that spot. I'll know. Ting, last one left alive. And ayun nga, no, trying to wallbang battle with an EBR isn't a good idea, pare. Pero Ting still 4 players up against him. Pero spotted na nga siya dito sa market. And it will be an 11-11. I assume next will be a dead round.
There we go. Alright. So, hindi lang pala yung DR duo yung suki dito ng dead round. Pati tayo. I feel like we experienced this on the first day of summer. And if someone is keeping count, can you please tell us how many dead rounds have it been?
4.
Oh, yeah. 4. Okay. One more, bibihin ko na tayo. Pero, I feel like, so far, Execration with that round, it was purely Yotib, man. Napag-usapan natin kahapon na Yotib, his performance when he was on Spring in Cuerdas, and then compare it to Execration, he fell off. Technically in the stats. But he did not fall off, pare. He is not required to pull off those stats kasi solid naman yung team niya, no? And in these clutch moments, dun lang talaga siya makita. And nakita mo naman yung effect. He got the first pick dun sa Vents, if tama ako, rotated all the way sa 2F. And got the second sniper pa nga dito kay Ajax. So, without those kills, no? Siguro addendum na lang dito yung ginawa ni CBN. Without those first 2 kills though, it might have been disaster for the side of Execration, but lo and behold, they tied up 11-11. I feel like he's the genie that makes their wish come true.
Yun nga, man. And it feels like, it kind of feels like yung sniping game ni Yotib, no, from yesterday's games, especially dun sa Eagle Eye where he took out both, you know, the secondary and the main sniper na si Wuzat, ito si Tetsu, and, you know, we are almost kind of saying the same thing dito sa mapa natin. It feels like itong si Yotib, no, he really does operate the best pag sobrang intense na ng sitwasyon kasi napaka-cool ng ulo niya, pare, despite everything that is happening, despite all the context dito ng ating overtime and it being a back and forth, no, you can kind of rely upon itong si Yotib being ice cold pagdating sa mga clutches natin, and hindi nga siya matatakot sa ganun na sitwasyon, pare, as long as he has a good angle, no, kasi multiple times nakita na natin na na-punish dito si Yotib dito sa B-side for, you know, kind of rechalling in this one, pero pagdating kasi sa ganitong sitwasyon, man, confidence can really win you some angles in this one, and confidence hindi naman naglalak dito si Yotib, pare. So, Execration kinda back in the game, but at the same time, it's still Acceptance on 11 as well, so paunahan na lang silang uminit dito sa ating next 2 rounds, pare, kasi yun nga, a 12-point lead, or at least going into 12 would mean everything para sa kanila, pare, and I have a gut feeling baka mag-golden pa tayo dito, man.
I was about to ask you the same question. What's the probability of hitting the golden round? I would say right now, 60-40 leaning towards Execration because of the setup na nakuha nila dito sa ating GR side, no? And especially knowing na the longer the GR side went nung regulation natin, the more they found the solutions, no? 3 rounds back-to-back they got, And I feel like if you give them the second half dito na overtime sa GR, which they currently are in, talagang the boys in Etivac will surely deliver. No? I feel like so far, Youtube has been a crucial component of the team. And not just him, no? CBN, much as he has been being targeted dito sa ating first half and early dito sa second half, the bounce back when the timeout came out dito sa Execration has been great as well. And not just any bounce back, the consistency of the headshots still there with the HK, no? Not to mention Folex as well. A bit silent, sure, pero still, alam natin na yung pinaka noisemaker dito na Execration is going to be him. I feel like the adjustments, makikredit natin sa kanya if ever man na makuha natin siya in the interview again. If, and only if, Execration wins this one. Pero Acceptance, all hope is not lost. Kayang-kaya nyo pa rin yan. If Dre can pull off another ace, if Hex somehow wins the sniper battle laban dito kay Youtube, there's still ways to go, no? Maybe do your patented play sa site A, much like that STS play, then you're good, no, for 12. Pero we'll see how it goes, Nikki, because the 4-1, isa nasa bypass, ito yung nagmamarka dito ng possible push ni CBN, and the 4 members dito sa floor A, well, they have to be careful. They're sending Ajax. Surprisingly, naka-ABR na siya, hindi na siya naka-sniper. Pero they're gonna call him back instantly just to check dun sa boxes natin kung may tao nga. And now, classic Acceptance. Going for the passive play into the sudden push. We'll see the setup and then we'll see them go at it. Pero again, look at the rotation ni MVA. Parating na siya sa site, and when the hit comes out from Acceptance, it just might be too late kasi ready stuck na.
And yun nga, Silent and the boys have made it into vents and has scared off itong si Folex from holding it. Smoke, papunta dito sa EA. But this is the dangerous thing about Acceptance. No? Hindi ka pa talaga sure kung ito na ba talaga yung full commit. Galing sa kanila pare, they also have the option to just get one kill and kind of U-turn back. Papunta dito na CA, pero Folex not gonna be blinded whatsoever. Headshot agad dito kay Ajax. Pero Acceptance taking their sweet time, avoiding yung mga counter flashes dito ng ating X squad. Ito yung sinasabi ko. They don't have to commit to this one just yet. One of their members died. Ajax is out of commission at pwede pa silang umikot papunta ng B. However, merong may iwan dito sa ating LA side and would be possibly preventing any of these players from rotating a bit too early via itong CA natin. Pero wala na siyang choice, man. Wala nang choice itong si Heki. Has to rotate. Instead, will be guarding it from the CA side. Kasi yung HE, men, dahil dun, naspatan siya. Actually, pero teka lang, Acceptance. Now crawling dito sa B-side, pure contact. Yotib ready and waiting. Natamaan pa rin dito si Silent. Quick scope, not enough para dito kay Ting. Pero MBA with the cover is there. CBN, headshot for him. And spotting itong si Ting. Here's an AT, buddy. Pero di siya natamaan dito, men. But still, he's on life support. 10 seconds left. Choices to make. And it's the wrong one. 12-11. Execration have survived. Overtime and regulation potentially. Pero kailangan pa nila makuha itong last round natin.
Yeah, some call it lucky, some call it unlucky, but 13 is what you need to get dito para manalo. Straight 2-0. Looking at the replay, Folex ang ganda ng angle. Tumagos sa kanya yung mga flash na hinagis na Acceptance. And that is what actually led him to get that kill, no? Na stop dito yung push ng Acceptance. They made them rethink their decision and dun tayo matatalo. Lagi ko sinasabi, Acceptance medyo nag-halt yung decision making nila when they are on the man disadvantage. Sa mga 4v5, sa mga 3v4, medyo nagkakaroon sila ng hesitation. So, contrary to what you said, Sneaky, I feel like they should have continued, no? Kasi they could have chanced it out. Pero, then again, you are on the losing side. You need to make a heroic play. They just didn't snap at it. And ngayon, they just got constricted with the options going into site B. Tutuloy-tuloy lang tayo dito sa ating passive play. Heck no, it's gonna be challenging!
Oh my
Ayun
God! Ngayon ka pa
Mapapalakpak
tumama
ka
ng
talaga.
ganyan, Paul. Heck, kanina pang binubuli itong si Paul, man. Not gonna lie. And he finally got the revenge that he wanted. No pun intended. Oy. Tas nahulog pa si Dre dahil kay Yotib, pare. No way. This is an Acceptance. Falls apart dito sa mapa natin. Now it is up to the mid-round. Literal na nasa mid na dito yung Acceptance. Silent has to go beast mode dito sa B-side. MBA spotting both Ajax on the angle, pero inaantay pa rin kung
Dry?
sino una magpipick. Silent a bit dry on the money. MBA nakaalis pa nga dito sa bato. Ajax would be trying to push pero stuck sila sa base, pre. Stuck sila sa base ng kalaban
no.
at hindi sila makakaalis. Oh my goodness me, 35 seconds. Yotib with the hit. Ting clawing dito sa ating mapa pero wala na siyang makukuha. 13-11. Execration na stress sa Ankara. But what is pressure kung mananalo naman kayo at the end? Acceptance, a very nice try pero Execration seems like the journey to number 1 is still on, pare.
Woo! Talagang alam magagawa ng Acceptance na corner. Well, it's over. Victory 2-0 para sa Execration. I feel like it's a well-deserved win. They had to think for that one, Sneaky. They had to think for that one. They had to shoot for that one. And I feel like pag na-realize nila na yung mga mistakes na nangyayari sa Acceptance match na to, or rather versus Acceptance, keeps continuing, well, their playoffs spot is going to be dangerous, no? Or rather, yung maging laro nila sa playoffs is going to be dangerous. Buti nga no, na-exploit dito na Acceptance yung mga mistakes nila. Kasi kung hindi Acceptance yung magpapakita ng mistakes, no? If you're in the mindset na I'm Execration at yung Acceptance gumagawa nito sa akin, parang you have to rethink your decisions, no? And you have to be cleaner if you are on the side of the boys in blue. Pero, man, Acceptance, they have been showing us that they can go toe-to-toe. Household name, no? From long ago, coming back dito sa 2026. And may ibubuga, pero hanggang dun lang, no? If Fervid got beaten up, well, they sure as hell tried talaga dito sa Execration. Pero, kinapos lang, no? Talagang onting piga lang siguro yung kinakailangan pa bago sila makuha ng map win dito sa Ankara. Pero wala. Execration just got themselves in the right direction, and the fixes and the timeouts, yun yung siguro sa akin yung naging determining factor sa kanilang 2-0.
Ayun nga, pare. I feel like Acceptance, especially in that last round, parang they're really banking on everything. They put all the chips on Heck getting that opening, no, dito sa may event side natin. But you know, Folex, one of the few times na he is not just sticking out the nade, tas nakatingin lang siya dito sa gilid, dito sa bench side natin. You know, he was actually jiggle peeking actively, no? And the fact na nakuha niya pa dun si Heck really just started off, really just made sure that the start of the round really wasn't going in the way dito ng Acceptance, and kind of just cascaded from there, no? Hindi na nakuha 5v4 nila. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, no? And that's pretty much it from us, and Sneaky Frog nga pala. Mochi, Salvatore, kamusta kayo dyan? What can you say about this match between Execration and Acceptance?
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, and before ko ilatag ang aming mga thoughts, I want to give a quick shout out to Dado, who's been quite of a Team Acceptance glazer, kasi parang meron siyang na-jinx dito, no? Salvatore, tinatanong niya sa atin kanina, how come the Team Acceptance is beating every single one dito sa ating mga contenders sa mapa ng Ankara, and it appears that it seems like he just cursed them. Kasi si Execration pa rin ang nakakuha ng mapa natin ng Ankara na patagal lang, no? It took them quite a lot of brain power before they even secured this map, which just shows din naman, no, na maganda ang stature ni Team Acceptance, which explains the 75% win rate na meron sila dito.
Kung totoo lang no, kung magkakatotoo naman yung sinabi ni Dadom, no, kung first to 11 yung match, kaso nga lang, pre, what a comeback of Execration in the overtime. Considering na medyo dihado nga sila heading into the second half, ang laki nga na nakuwang lamang ng na Acceptance dito, no, as far as going as 8-5 kung di ako nagkakamali, no. And it's that bit of pressure, no? Parang longevity means everything para sa laban nga na to. At naipamalas naman ng Execration na habang tumatagal yung mga rounds, they can crawl back into relevancy. Meaning, pre, habang tumatagal na naiisip nga nila yung mga magagandang plays na appropriate para makancel. Una, si Dre, pangalawa, si Heck. Those are the two primary targets na palagi pinapangunahan ng Execration, no? At alam mo talaga na napaka-valuable ng ginagawa nila Dre. Especially sa play nga na to, no? What an amazing 4K headshot para kay Dre, and to secure the ace, alam mo talaga na dapat yan ang pinipili na patumpahin ng Execration, no? Multiple heroics from Silent and Ting, pero kulang lang talaga sa decision making in the end of overtime. Ito ang Acceptance. Yeah, Execration, you got to give them some praise, no? Kasi they maintain their stability, hindi sila nagpatinag, they utilize the timeout perfectly, Mochi. And you can see the results of the fruits of labor, no, dito ni MVA, maintaining, you know, itong mental ng team, and as well as yung composure para tumutok talaga sila lahat.
Yeah, and at the same time, no, that very stability na they had dito, no, for Execration, they fought for it talaga, no, which has been obvious just by given dito, no, sa ating rating. It's pretty high, but it is not perfect, no. Ang daming pinagdaanan ng Execration para ma-sementa at makuha itong mapa ng Ankara. Props to Paul for getting that 18, 13, 11 out of 18, no, na headshots natin with quite the highest rating dito in Execration. Pero, dude, si Dre, no? Grabe yung performance ni Dre. And, grabe, massive valiant effort para sa kanya. And unfortunately nga lang, no, kinapos ng bahagya ang Team Acceptance because when it came down to Execration, trying to adjust every single round, no, parang nagkaroon ng kakulangan na sa mid-round calling and micro decision making dito ang Team Acceptance para mapunan yon ng pansin. Pero ito nga ang ating MVP, no, si Paul pa rin talaga. Wherein parang kahapon lang sinasabi natin, sana mas makita pa namin, no. At sabi niya, sige, I got you guys, no. So, si Paul pa rin ang ating MVP dito ngayon, no? Ano ba nga mababanggit natin dyan? Salvi, parang wala nang bago dito.
Wala na no? Kahit feeling ko, kahit maging match MVP si CBN, si Folex pa rin yung ipapadala nga nila. So might as well, si Folex na lang yung overall MVP. Which I do believe, no, is very well deserved naman para kay Folex, no? From both Port and Ankara, nararamdaman mo ka talaga yung impact frags niya and the decision making for the betterment of mid-round nitong Execration. Alam mo talaga na si Fall X yung nag-create nun because it's effective, it's optimal, and it's well executed, no? It's the mere idea, no, na napapalago pa ng Execration yung sitwasyon ng mga 3v4s, 3v5s kasi nga they just have better positioning against Acceptance, no? And props talaga to Acceptance, no? NT para nga sa kanila, but at the end of the day, the team with the better longevity and the better lengthiness talaga ng curate ng mga magagandang plays will be the victor of this series. Kaya congratulations kay Folex kasi na-secure niya yung MVP na yun para makuha ng Execration ng buong series.
Exactly. And with that being said, no, i-reveal na natin kung sino nga ba ang ating match MVP, no, na talagang nag-arkela ng lahat, no other than CBN. Tama naman, no? Kaya lang kasi parang alam na natin, no, someone else will be brought here dito, no, sa ating interview. Pero pag-usapan muna natin CBN simula ng ating unang linggo until now, first place for players to look out for at kung paano pa naman din ko consistent na pumatay, kumuha. Dude, CBN talaga ang maaasahan at maipapakita dito sa ating mga screen.
CBN, no? Sana talaga ikaw na may interview nga namin. Marami kaming gustong katanungan, honestly, no? And definitely, isa sa mga pinaka high-ranking players na meron nga tayo ngayon, no? And CBN has been leading the headshot per kill, finishing the series with not just a .70 or .60, no? He finished the series with a .87, no, Mochi. Lahat na nakakasalabuhan ni CBN, mapa HM man ng Ankara o mapa LA man ng Port, guarantee sabog talaga ang utak ng mga yun, no, from a headshot perspective. And not just that, his ability to maintain every single quality ng mga laban, no, is just amazing. Na parang it's always a guaranteed headshot. Look at the highlights pa lang, nagsisiliparan yung mga bungo ng Acceptance dito, no, and it really shows the Execration's practice, Execration's regiment, and Execration's overall presence sa mga matches ay hindi nakakapanghina ng loob para may mag-stand out talaga, no? And CBN, I feel like, is the mediator, no? Pag may mga sumasala, si CBN ang sasalo. Pag kinakailangan, si CBN nag-i-entry. Usually, naglalurk siya. But in this specific case, no, na binibigyan natin ng paratang si CBN in his BL sides from both maps, parang ang ganda lang ng presensya dito ni CBN on an aspect na kinakailangan mo na headshot, pero kailangan mo patayin lahat, ha? Kaya ikaw na bahala dyan. Man, parang hindi nawawalan ng headshots tong reels na to.
Exactly. And every single time, no, he never fails to perform, no. I feel like CBN is the constant na talagang maaasahan and an advantage that you can revolve on, no, na para dito for Execration. Pero nakita ko na yung reaction ng kasama ko. Sabi ko, naku po, ito na naman tayo, no? Welcome na natin dito ngayon ang ating i-interviewin, our representative and as well as our set 2 na ating MVP. Wala nang iba kundi si Paul X.
Na may kasama.
Surprise
Na may
pala!
kasamang CBN.
Si CBN po
Yun.
yung match MVP. Ako po yung
Si Paul X,
translator niya ngayon.
Interpreter.
Yes.
Yun.
Siya yung translator.
Sa translator.
May pagano na tayo ngayon, no? gusto ko to, no? So, kitang-kita naman, no, down below, CBN as our match MVP. Well, it appears na talagang consistent ang ating performance, CBN. Ano ba nga, mura na lang to, no? Getting to know. Ano ba nga inaalmusal natin? Kung bakit ganyan ka mag-perform? At bakit laging ganyan kagaling?
Parang ano daw yung parang sekreto mo kung bakit ganyan ka consistent. At ba't daw ganun ka maglaro? Ano bang ginagawa mo? Ano bang
Ano lang. FPP lang, 4 hours sa isang araw. Yan.
Sa isang araw. Anong ginagawa natin dito? Maraming salamat sa sagot na yan, no? Sige, go, Salvatore.
Bago matulog sa pagising, 4 hours. Bali, 8 hours.
8 hours FFA daw siya. 8 hours FFA siya.
8 hours na FFA.
Pagkagising,
12 minutes
bago
pa.
matulog, ganun.
12
So,
minutes
yun
pa nga
yung
lang na
9 to 5
FFA.
ni
Pagod na ako eh.
Ano ba?
Yan yung 9 to 5 ni CBN, yung pag-FFP.
Baka trabaho mo na talaga, mag-headshot
Trabaho
mo
mo na.
CBN. Yung sinasabi dito
Yun
ni
na talaga
Bochi.
yun.
Kumbaga karoon mo na.
So yun CBN, no? Naramdaman naman siguro na Execration yung impact mo as a player. Pero ito nga pala yung season na parang na-emphasize na yung pagiging lurker mo talaga eh, no? Na parang nababasa mo yung galaw ng kalaban. Sino bang tumutulong sa'yo para malaman mo yung place mo sa team? O kagagawan lang to ni CBN kaya nakakatulong to para sa success ng team?
Ano lang, pag may info sa kabila, syempre alam mo na yung gagawin ko pag ganun. Pag may info na ganun. Ayun lang po.
Napakasimple lang na, Mochi. Basta info, ako na bahala. Sure na headshot niya. Follow-up question lang din, CBN. Ito ang kara na to, kita mo nga naman na medyo nahirapan dito si Execration. No? Ano yung ginawa ni CBN? Ano yung tinulong mismo ni CBN para ma-secure na Execration yung buong series? Kasi men, isipin nyo 8 to 5 na habol nyo pa yun. Pero out of all the players, si CBN talaga yung nag-step up. No? So anong ginawa ni CBN? Ano ba yung naging epekto ng playstyle mo para maiangat mo yung bandera na Execration nang makuha niyo yung series?
Ano lang, may konting adjustment na po, tapos yung mga biglang adjustment, ayun lang.
Kung ano daw, parang sinasabi niya na yung mga adjustment na kailangan niyang gawin kasi ayun nga, pagka hindi niya kaya yung isang ganito, ayun, ina-adjust niya agad.
Alright.
Kaya-
Okay, pretty
Tama,
straightforward,
Mochi,
no? Same, no? Pretty straightforward naman, no? Minsan nga, kahit na kung gaano ka-komplikado yung outcome natin, minsan sinisimplihan lang because that's the best way to go about it. Pero, ang tanong ko dito, no? Since bihira lang si CBN sa ating desk, na ini-interview natin ng ganito, no? What a rare opportunity. Pero, ayun, no? CBN, ang tanong ko sa'yo ay, what made you commit to the lurker role entirely? At kung ano yung pinakamahirap na match mo ngayon dito sa group stage so far?
Ano daw tol, kumbaga parang ano ba yung nagpursige sa'yo? Kung ano yung nag-push sa'yo bilang yan sa role mo ngayon na lurker ka, ganon. Ano yung
Tama.
Ano yung parang naging reason kung bakit? Ano sa tingin mo? Ano bang rason?
Ano pre?
Ano pre? Di ba? Tinanong nila, parang ano yung parang naging commit mo din sa role mo na ano ka, na lurker ka, backstab ka, ganon. Siguro sabihin mo na lang kung sino yung nag-place sa'yo sa ganong sa ganong point kung bakit ka naging lurker.
Yeah.
Di siya una pa lang talaga yan ako eh.
Ay, role mo.
Position ka, role ka eh.
Kumbaga in the ano pa lang talaga, early days pa lang dito sa EXA. Yun na talaga yung pinaka-role niya. So, parang pinanindigan niya lang.
Ganun.
set na talaga. So, ano yung pinakamahirap lurkan ba, CBN? Sa mga napagdaanan yung mga laban?
Ano to pinanahirapan ka? Saan ka nahirapan mag-lurk? Ganun, kumbaga, parang sino ba yung
sa lahat ng
parang
mga
napansin mo na hindi ka napapatay ka ganun.
Wala naman po. Komportable naman ako sa sa role ko, ganun po.
Alright.
Ano po?
Alright. Sige.
Panis ka mo, Chibela.
Hindi niya inaalintana, no? Panistayan lahat.
Sa madaling salita, tatranslate ko ha. Ito, rekta talaga, 1-to-1 translation.
Sige,
Ang
go,
dali
go,
ng
go.
mga kalaban.
Ano.
Masyado kayo madali.
Ay! Yun pala yun!
Sinabi niya yun.
So yun pala yung
Sinabi niya.
sinabi niya yun.
Sinabi ko yun.
Sinabi mo yun. Feeling ko sinabi mo nga yun.
Sinabi niya.
Pero do you have any additional questions, Salvatore? Last natin.
Wala na. Baka may gusto pagsabihin dito si CBN bilang pambati, no? Baka
Oo.
mas malapit pa yun.
Shoutout ka daw.
Shoutout ka na. Sige, go.
Shout po sa boss namin si Boss P. Sa Execration Fab. Sa
Family.
tropa namin dyan sa labas. Shout
Ulam.
na rin po sa Jowa. Sa hindi. Ano po.
Yun!
Ano pa pangalan? Ano pa pangalan?
Ang pangalan!
Candy Ann?
Ano?
Kinilig ka, boss! Huli ka!
Shoutout mo na si Aljas.
CBN.
Shoutout to ZYK. I am CBN.
Shout sa Lolo ZYK.
Yun. That's our lolo right there. Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat, CBN, and as well as Paul X, our honorable translator, Tagalog to Tagalog. Ngayon po,
Salamat po.
tayo no? Parang sobrang
Partida Tagalog lang, tinatranslate ko pa talaga sa kanya. Hinihimay ko pa.
Tagalog to Tagalog.
ang galing niyo
Tagalog to
talaga.
Tagalog. Kasi explain ko sa kanya into details para mas maintindihan niya.
Very helpful, Paul, no? Maraming salamat. Maraming
Thank you
salamat at congrats, no? It's very nice na nakita namin kayo muli, no?
Thank
Sa
you po.
ating desk, and see you sa mga susunod niyong mga laban.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Paul
You're
X.
welcome. And thank you.
Grabe, no, Mochi?
Grabe.
Si CBN no? Si CBN feeling ko kailangan niya pa rin ng kuya para makapag-enroll no? At si Polex yung nagmimistulang kuya niya. No, shoutout dito kay Polex no, na technically kailangan din natin no? Kasi may gets mo talaga paano sumagot si CBN ever since the early days na nahihirapan talaga siya medyo express yung sarili niya. Pero maraming salamat Polex sa Tagalog to Tagalog
thank
translator
you,
nga
guys.
natin no? Na kahit si CBN ang MVP natin, ayan, nandiyan pa rin si Polex.
May bonus.
Paano pa kaya pag si Yotib yung naging MVP?
Ay, ewan ko na lang talaga, no? Pero, alam mo, kung mangyari ba yun, excited ako doon. Pero sabi nga nila, no, Salvatore, pagka may isang introvert, matik may kasamang extrovert yan. May kasama. May +1 automatically. At yun yung nakita natin dito, no, sa ating interview desk. Pero guys, natapos na ang ating unang kabanata of Execration versus Team Acceptance. And right now, matakaroon tayo ng tapatan for ComebackFriends and as well as Team Stallions maya-maya. Do you have any expectations and input para dito, Salvatore, bago tayo mag-break?
CBF no? Sana nakapagsulat-sulat nga kayo, nakapaghanda-handa nga kayo kasi ibang stallions na yung mga kasalamuhan nyo. Meron nang maghihigante dito, no? Kung kahapon meron tayong Makta Civil War Abamochi, meron tayong part 2 dito, no? Aldrin versus Revenge coming up dito sa ating laban na to. And I cannot wait kasi papatunay ng CBF na yung nangyari nung Swiss na dumikit tayo sa kanila, gagawin lang din namin ngayon. Pero ang kapalit naman nito ay panalo na kami. Yun ang sinasabi ng CBF.
Yes, at ang nakaraan and the Phantoms of Pacific Makta still lingers dito sa susunod nating laban. Kaya maya-maya, abangan ninyo muli ComebackFriends versus Team Stallions after ng ating break.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB!
Andito na tayo ngayon para sa ating ikalawang kabanata for today. It is going to be ComebackFriends versus Team Stallions. Kung kahapon nakita natin how ComebackFriends has been able to fight against sa ilan sa kanilang mga dating kasama. Well, right now, still pretty much the same. Pero now, this is gonna be quite of another trial para dito for ComebackFriends, no, Salvatore. It is still against our Stallions or itong mga kabayo natin after all.
Not only no a trial for CBF but as well as to Revenge no kasi so far the first 3 BO3s na nakita nga natin from Revenge was very much impressive no na nakipagsabayan nga siya to A7J and Lance, and right now ang makakatapat niya nga naman is Tetsu and as well si Wus no. So role assignment nga tayo dito no Moji. I feel like Revenge is prepared kasi nagawa niya naman on a past match na kinakailangan talaga ng double sniper ng kalaban, and I just feel like talaga no the period na nawala talaga si Revenge, nire-refine at nire-rediscover niya talaga yung sarili niya no, and in return talagang gumanda yung presensya dito ng Team Stallions no, going as far as taking it 10-3 laban dito sa Fervid no in Eagle Eye. So if that is going to be the case no, the least thing, the number one thing na dapat gawin ngayon ng CBF is iwasan talaga yung Eagle Eye niya. But overall no, presence wise I love itong Team Stallions' form right now. CBF same goes for them no, medyo shaky man but you know it gets the job done talaga. For CBF they have this consistency na makikita lang natin in a particular aspect of the game, pero kung usapan pa na nila tapusin yung laban, medyo mahirap nga talaga sabihin no. Kita mo nga naman kahapon with that struggle from Execration. ComebackFriends needs to live up to their name again to come back into the standings no. This is going to mark their third consecutive loss pag hindi sila nag-lock in, Mochi.
Yeah, and baka magkatalo pa sila ni Team Acceptance kung sakali pagdating sa ating standings, no? So it's really important for them to actually make the most out of this series. And wait
Mochi,
lang.
No? Parang may may tinatagong lihim, no? Parang may sikreto ata yung background nila. No?
Bakit may ganyan tayong background, guys?
Tsaka,
no? CBF, diba? Papalitan na ba natin yan?
Ay, sana nga po, no? Sana nga. Tsaka si Yaba, eto, nakalipad na, pa Maynila. Shoutout dito kay Yaba, no? Na
Shoutout.
sitting pretty na nga ngayon. At feeling ko talaga, yung sikreto man yan, kung ano man yung sikretong yan, napaganda yung sitwasyon dito ni Yaba, no? Ganda ng laro niya kahapon.
Oo nga, parang napakaganda nitong sikreto na to, no, kung sakali, Salvatore. Pero ito na nga ang recent na mga kaganapan para dito for ComebackFriends, which as you have mentioned, no, again, we have 4 wins for them. Actually, at one point, sila pa ang naging first sa ating standings, but right now, it might be at a high risk na mawala ito sa kanila, lalong-lalo na ang kanila magiging katapat ngayon is going to be Team Stallions. Kung sila ay nahirapan against Execration, and what more na ito ang kanilang magiging katapat ngayon. Well, I hope that with the very short time na meron tayo from yesterday, naging sapat para makapag-sulat ng kung ano ang maaari nilang panggawing armas against STS later on.
Alam mo nga naman, no, Mochi, sa Swiss nangyari. No? Sa Swiss nangyari, nakatapat nila yung Team Stallions, and the day after that, makakatapat nga nila ang Virtus.pro. And nakalain mo nga naman, ang schedule pa rin nila sa group stage. Ang pinagkaiba nito, linggo ang agwat nga naman no? After their match with Team Stallions, Virtus.pro na nila makakatapat, which potentially could lead CBF into the playoff conversation, pero di pa talaga natin alam kasi medyo dikit yung number 5 and number 6 spot no? So ngayon pa lang, CBF, markahan nyo na kaagad no? Get this huge W up against Team Stallions to really cement yourself as a contender. Pero sa ngayon kasi, Mochi, parang itong CBF no? The C stands for coin flip
Exactly. It's a quite unstable and scary to say the least, no, na ginagamble nila itong mga ito. Lalong-lalo na ang katapat nila ngayon is going to be Team Stallions. Kaya let us dive in deeper, no? Ano nga bang meron dito kay Team Stallions right now, especially with the recent integration ni Revenge na talaga na naman when it comes to the game sense, kahit individual lang, no? Iba pa yung like i-separate pa natin yung naibibigay ni Revenge for the team. Dude, ang lala ng game sense dito ni Revenge, and after time and time again na feature natin siya sa ating mga player for highlights, no, just shows kung ano rin yung nakukuha niya at naibibigay here for Team Stallions. But just by looking at the boys here, no, talagang sila ay nakalock in at seryosong-seryoso at ang kanilang pagmumuka, or baka bagong gising lang din sila, no? It's either one of the two.
Pero yung manalat, wag lang ang bagong gising, no? Syempre, mahirap pa iangat-angat yung braso, kaya siguro hindi makapag-hello dito ating mga players for Team Stans. Pero nonetheless, no, yun nga pala ang itsura ng isang kampiyon at merong puso na gustong manalo, no? So, cannot blame Team Stallions for absolutely lacking in dito sa series na to, no? So, shoutout to Revenge so far, no? The 3 matches that he had, hindi mo na pwedeng masabi na flated masyado yung numbers, no? Those are very, very much very good numbers, no? Para kay Revenge. At ayan, parang nasenya sa naata na pwede na ngang mag-hello ng mag-hello ang Team Stallions. Pwede nga naman pala, kaya mag-hello din kami pabalik sa inyo. Take a look at the standings right now. That is, I believe, onting error, no, on the end of the graphic. No? They won up against Vervid. So far, ang standing nila dito is going to be 3-1. And
3-1.
Grabe, no, Mochi. We expected, no, na if it's not Virtus.pro, it has to be Virtus.pro. Kaso naging Execration, no? Execration ang nagbigay ng unang talo ng Team Stallions for the year, no? For the year. Ang ine-expect ng Team Stallions, lahat ginto talaga, no? And Virtus.pro just could not believe na hindi nga sila yung makakapanapos ng series nga na yun. But hey, tinan mo, nakakailang matches pa lang dito ang Team Stallions at inaantay na nga sila ng Virtus.pro sa week number 4 na yun. I mean, nakaka-excite tong form ng Team Stallions ngayon considering na they're out for revenge. No pun intended, pero kasi alam mong may magandang epekto. Despite it being negative, alam mo naging magandang epekto para sa Team Stallions na may natutunan nga sila from that series of exit.
Yeah, no, parang malaki ang epekto nga, no, hindi lang si Jason Tatum, but itong si Revenge as well with his presence dito sa Team Stallions. Pero again, ang ating magiging usapan dito, no, Salvatore, ano ang mai-o-offer ni ComebackFriends onto the table now that they are fighting against STS? Well, simulan natin dito sa ating head-to-head because we have Aldrin and Kano. As for this one, wow, indeed. Pati ako, nagulat ako.
This, siguro, if we rewind back 5 years ago, hindi natin magagawa tong head-to-head kasi hindi pa naglalaro ng CrossFIRE si Kano, no? Pero if we take these two players at their prime, napaka-lupit siguro na mga nakukuha nating numbers, no? And this has been a graphic na nakita natin from Master Summer 2025, Bochi, no? To quote a specific MC, no, of Battle Rap, tara na mga Diyos, ahon na, sumakay sa torrent. Kaya ba ng old gods sumabay sa current? At grabe, palasigaw na sinagot yun ni Kano last year. At ngayon, humihiyaw na nga siya. At si Aldrin ngayon, umaabot na doon sa ere kasi nandoon si Kano, no? And I love this head-to-head. Really goes to show, no, na meron pa rin tayong usapan na old god versus new god, no? And right now, we put them in a head-to-head matchup. Grabe nga naman talaga, Mochi.
Yeah, and I actually thought that we already moved on from that narrative. Pero yun nga, no, minsan yung multo na nakaraan na hindi mo talaga matatalikuran. Pero let's see, no, kung ano nga ba ang meron sa ating map Vito. Dahil malamang sa malamang na merong mga mapa na ipagbabawal dito. Naku po, open ang eagle eye natin. Salvatore, kakabanggit mo lang kanina that we should be having this eagle eye map. Pero sila pa ang pumili nito at ang decider natin kung tayo aabot doon, we will be having New Mexico. Pero for our first one, saan kara muna tayo dadalhin?
Mochi, I'm surprised kasi lumampas ng first phase yung subbase. Ang inisip ng Stallions, Angkara. Wow! Okay. As a team, daily prioritize sa subbase, parang minulto ata sila. Ayaw na nga nilang paabutin siguro na sila yung pipili ng subbase kasi the last time na pinili nila yung subbase, alam naman natin yung naging karanasan nga nila doon, no? And they want to replicate. But this is ComebackFriends. it's a different level against Fervit, no? So, for Stallions to have sub-base in the least priority of the maps, really goes to show no na meron talagang pagbabago sa season na to. At kita mo nga naman talaga Team Stallions is not budging no from the opportunity na kunin talaga nila ang mapa na kasunod talaga ng sub-base, so which is definitely Ankara. At ito pa talaga malupit, no? Team Stallions picking Ankara pero sila pa magsisimula ng GR side no. Pero dito naman tayo sa Eagle Eye, CBF picking Eagle Eye pero GR side din sila. So both teams got their priority sides on the first half, and I like that detail, no? Kasi makikita mo talaga na Team Stallions and CBF values momentum. May dahilan ko ba't nila pinili yan despite, medyo dihado ang CBF sa loob ng mapang yan. But it's better for them to see Eagle Eye rather than play a different map na magugulat din sila na paano nagawa ng Stallions yun. So Eagle Eye is definitely the best bet para sa CBF.
True. Pero ano nga ba ang bet natin dito, mga co-talents, no? Especially that this is quite of a really interesting match. It appears that we have 2 zeros all across the board para kay Bipolar. Sabi ni Bipolar, feeling ko si ComebackFriends makakakuha ng isang mapa yan. Kung anong mapa yon, I feel like that might be the map of Ankara, especially just by the tone that you've been able to relay that earlier on. Pero Salvatore, parang ang hirap kasi, that CBF might actually, the possibility of CBF actually getting this series against STS is quite grim.
Grabe no, Mochi, it's the same 2 maps na nakuha ng, not actually, it's like 1 out of the 2 maps na nakuha talaga ng Team Stallions during Swiss with the difference of Ankara to sub-base, no? So, makikita mo ka talaga there is a definitive answer pa rin na kahit hindi nila mapili yung sub-base, there is still a chance ng Team Stallions na makuha nga nila tong 2-0 na to, no? And for good reason siguro para kay Bipolar na isipin na aabot nga tayo ng set 3 because CBF's Ankara, despite the shakiness kahapon sa Execration, there is still that element na pwede pa rin naman ipamalas dito, no? Up against Team Stallions na either makalamang nga sila or ma-even out nila yung pressure dito, no? At baka Stallions na yung ma-pressure sa mapang yun, and in turn CBF will be getting the back. At nakaka-excite yun, honestly.
Nakaka-excite indeed. Pero tingnan din natin ano kaya yung sabi ng ating community about this one. Well, that is astounding, 96%. 4% lang yung inalat nila dito, no, for ComebackFriends. So, ComebackFriends, kung kayo ay magpapakitang gilas
si
ito
Bright
ngayon,
yan, yung
no,
4%.
amp it up even further than before.
Si Bright
parang
yan.
battery lang ng cellphone ko, no? 4% na lang ngayon. Pero, dude, I hope that ComebackFriends can recharge, no? Dito sa kanilang tapatan ng Team Stallions, pero still, community is definitely valid for data percentage na inalat nila dito, no, in assist and support na din dito for Team Stallions. Pero we can dive into this even further, kaya tawagan na natin ang ating mga casters. Let us welcome si Ramon and as well as si Bipolar. Hello? Mic test. Feeling ko hindi mahilahin. Hilahin mo, one more.
1, 2, 3, Wait
Wala
lang.
pa.
Sabay,
Wait lang.
wait
Parang
lang,
kailangan
Mochi,
pa ata
Mochi.
ayusin.
WD-40 muna,
muna.
Mochi. Nangangalawang siguro. WD-40 muna.
Kailangan na yan. Kailangan na langisan, kumbaga, no. Pero let us anchor further, no, Salvatore, dito muna sa ating mga pinagsasabi tungkol dito sa dalawang teams natin, no. As you have mentioned, I feel like, again, malaki ang kakulangan ngayon ng ComebackFriends just by basing on the experience itself as a team.
Parang feeling ko talaga Mochi, no, the matchup really began sa something like a conversation, no, na medyo sensitive, pero feeling ko people are not ready to hear na CBF can still pair up against Team Stallions, at nagawa naman talaga ng Execration, so I definitely agree, no, Mochi, na this match, no, despite it being, Team Stallions coded, marami talagang pwedeng gawin dito ang CBF para magpang-abot talaga sa idea na either manalo ang CBF, force that set number 3, or just create this kind of environment na meron talagang pagbabago.
Yeah, that is true. And I feel like we can discuss more further about this one, no? Pero for now, no, chillax mo lang muna tayo dito, no? At tayo magbabalik muli sa usapang ComebackFriends versus Team Stallions maya-maya.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Maraming salamat sa paghintay sa amin, guys. Sorry na, okay? Sorry na, guys. Pero nagbabalik na tayo muli dito sa ating desk ngayon. And again, we can further discuss kung ano ang meron dito for ComebackFriends against Team Stallions. Kaya naman, welcome na natin sila dito. Sabi pa naman, hilahin mo na si Bipolar and as well as si Ramon. Yun, nalangisan na. Yes.
Yun, di ba?
Let's
Sabi
go,
si
guys.
WD-40 muna natin sila no? Kaya medyo mahirap kanina no? Medyo di ko alam bakit pero ganun talaga, Mochi.
Okay lang yan, okay lang yan. It happens, no? And also, this matchup will happen in a bit. Kaya I think it's just right for us to discuss further, no? Kung ano nga ba ang meron dito. Pero expectations talk muna tayo dito, no? Simulan natin kay Ramon.
Expectations, feeling ko magiging as close siya. Katulad nung nasa Swiss stage natin, no? Pero bago ang lahat, Mochi, hindi ko kasi masasabi mamaya eh. Kasi ngayon kasi sabihin, kung may comeback friends na team ngayon, may comeback friends na casters. I missed Bipolar. We're gonna have fun. I'm pretty sure that this is gonna be a fun game.
Yun.
That
Kiss
is
mo nga.
for sure. Kiss mo nga, kiss mo nga.
Lumalayo! Lumalayo!
Lumayo, pre! Lumayo!
Wait lang. PDA on the desk. Chill guys. Let's keep it professional. Alright, chill guys. Pero how about you, Bipolar? Do you have any expectations dito from ComebackFriends primarily?
Actually, yes. I'm not really for Stallions, no, but entirely for ComebackFriends. Pero specifically on one player, I expect na Woos will step up dito sa labanan natin because he's not up against Revenge, he's also up against KLB. So, especially sa dalawang mapa natin in the first two, no, if he doesn't pop off well, it's a done deal and talo nga ang prediction na masasabi ko. But yeah, hopefully Woos does step up dito sa match na.
Exactly. I feel like iba din yung level na nilalagay ngayon in terms of pressure para sa ating mga snipers regardless of whichever team sila nanggagaling so far, no? Because ganun lang din katindi yung competition natin even in the particular roles in its own. Kaya naman, for now, talakayan na natin, no, ang iba namang roles natin. Let's talk about Yaba first, is out for blood, and do you think that STS will be the victim for this one, Salvatore? Do you think na walang sinasanto si Yaba dito?
I feel like yes, no? Kasi parang all too familiar matchup na nga to para kay Yaba, no? Considering na Yaba and as well as the Ubek boys really had the same environment growing up, no? Nakita mo nga naman na Yaba is a prospect right now na must see at nakita mo nga talaga na his training paid off, no? Na parang in the same level dito ng tutukan nila Loy and as well as nila KLB, no? So environment-wise, yes, Yaba is out for blood. STS being the victim, not really sure. Siguro one specific player lang talaga because Team Stallions is a team that systematically defeats the whole team, no? Na parang hindi sila tumatarget isang tao lang. Pwera na nga lang kung pangalan mo ang Virtus.pro at meron kang sniper na pangalang Cetra, no? But nonetheless, no? Ang iniisip ngayon ng Team Stallions, they want to systematically defeat CBF as a team nang hindi si Yaba lang ang tinatarget nga nila because any pop-off player mula sa CBF, nakita naman natin na they did not convert it into a win. So I feel like Yaba is definitely a strong player right now na pwedeng makatulong siguro sa CBF na pumalag ng pumalag against Team Stallions.
Exactly. And with that being said, no, it's not entirely for them to cement around but to aid in cementing the round, no, if that makes sense para dito sa ComebackFriends. And we can also talk about Aldrin, no, on the other side, no. Do you think that Aldrin can defeat etong STS in a new roster, no? Lalong-lalo na kasama pa nila si Revenge ngayon, Ramon.
Exactly, no? To add insult to, or to add salt into whatever we're cooking right now. The last time that Aldrin has beaten Stallions was noong June 21 na 2025. So it has been a whole year since nangyari ang lahat ng yon. Tapos nung nagdaan, kahit nung nasa MJ siya, hindi na nangyari yun ulit eh, no? So with revenge now on the other side of being somebody who was once a brother na ngayon ay is mga magiging rason kung bakit hindi mangyayari ito ulit para sa mga players natin on CBF. Aldrin has a lot of fire in him para lang makuha niya finally yung panalo dito sa STS. And I feel like, for me, a hot take to, today is his best chance to do it, Mochi.
Actually, I agree with you on that hot take, no? If that is indeed a hot take. Pero it's more of a requirement ata ito, no, Ramon? Na kailangan na mas magkaroon pa tayo ng, speaking of flavor, spice sa galawan ni Aldrin dito sa ating match. And that is going to be very, very important. But on the end of Team Stallions, no, the revenge tour, Bipolar. Will Revenge third test of effectivity to the roster be good enough against Wooz? Kasi parang kanina tinalakay natin that Wooz should step up. But do you think that Revenge should as well? Or do you think that he's already good as he is?
No, I feel like Revenge will step up every time that he'll play here. Kasi nga, tulad na sinabi ni Tanks, no, he's excited na ipasok palagi si Revenge. Or at least when he is gonna be playing since he's a new addition. Plus, up against Wooz, I feel like he's not gonna be having a tough time. That's why I was expecting a lot dito kay Wooz. Especially sa recent performance niya yesterday, which really didn't do a lot. Or it wasn't really impactful. So yeah, Revenge Tour is definitely a worldwide tour kung saan he might just be there, not really claiming the Filipino spots dito sa ating podium, but for the international level as well. I feel like it's not just here, it's around the world. I feel like that domination will keep on increasing as the time goes by.
Yeah, there might be a possibility for this one actually pushing through, no, despite of all of the still ongoing discussions, no, na yung absence ni KLP dito sa ating roster, no. Until now, there is still some debates moving forward onto that one, pero I couldn't help but agree just by basing on the results in its own, no, na ginagawa din dito ni Revenge para sa ating team. And I guess it is already ready, no, ang ating entablado ngayon na pagtatapatan ng ating both teams, ComebackFriends versus Team Stallions na naman muli. The ghosts of the past is now brought into the present. Kaya naman Ramon and as well as Bipolar, rakrakan na.
Another battle of superstars, and of course maraming salamat muna dito kay Mochi and as well kay Salvatore dito sa panel desk. But for now, it's the OG duo of Ramon and Bipolar. Ramon, it's been so long. It's been almost a decade, and it also feels like it's almost been a decade na nagkita tong si Aldrin as well as si Revenge in a server, no? But now, in terms of enemies, so it's almost like, again nga sa sinabi ni Salvatore kanina, it's almost like Civil War, pero in this time, hindi lang yan multiple players, it's now for the Iron Man that we call Revenge. And as well as itong si Captain America or Captain Philippines kumbaga na nagmumula kay Aldrin, no? He has been very much confident, especially nandito siya sa ComebackFriends. Ikaw ba? Ano sa tingin mo pwede natin ma-expect dito sa ating labanan?
See, kung mapapansin mo lang, Bipolar, sa naging yung tema natin sa buong group stage, medyo hindi safe yung Stallions eh, no? Yung mga top teams na nakita natin, nagkaroon sila ng mga losses na hindi mo naasahan mo. Tanda mo, no Swiss stage, VP natalo sa Attras. Nakuha din ng Acceptance yung 2-0 sa Fervid. Never natin na-expect yun at all. Out of this world. At syempre, yung Team Stallions, they're having their shakiest season yet. Ever since they reached the top of the mountain. At kung tanda mo, after ng CFS Grand Finals, after loss against AG, mismong si Coach Tanks na mismo nagsabi that they're declaring domination sa kanilang magiging season ngayon eh, no? But what happened pare? Natalo sila sa Execration ng week 1. Nagkaroon sila ng clincher of a victory, albeit nanalo nga dito yung Team Stallions, no? Pero nevertheless, hindi mo talaga yung mapagkakaila that Stallions are in their most unstable kind of state ngayon, despite the changes in the roster right now, eh, no? So hopefully yung small sample size na nakita natin kay Revenge ngayon can actually resuscitate kung ano yung nakikita natin na from Stallions. We still have an online Kano. We still have Aloy na medyo, while we saw his peak nung spring, eh, medyo nagiging countered na sa lahat ng mga setups na nakikita natin from the recent game. So hopefully, makabawi nga dito ang Stallions pag nagtagal, pre.
I mean, you're absolutely right, no, Ramon. I mean, in terms of ranking lang naman, in terms of kill per round, kill death ratio, headshot percentage, most of these players, especially 3-star players mula dito sa STS, have been so powerful sa simula ng ating group stage. It's not really, parang yes, they're unstable, pero still the raw talent is there, no, Ramon? So we can't really deny the fact na malakas ang STS. But for ComebackFriends, if nakausap natin last time mga STS, si Coach Tanks, nakausap rin naman natin ng ComebackFriends, especially dito si Tetsu, even from the off-season, na kung saan na kung tinanong mo dito si Tetsu last time na sino nga bang pinaghahandaan nila, well, it's number 1 VP, just because, you know, we will dive into that kapag nakalaban na yung VP. But number 2, or at least on that same spot, is gonna be STS. So, if you think about it, the preparation is at an all-time high for ComebackFriends on this kind of lineup ng Team Stallions. So, I feel like, no, it's not just stepping up at this point yung abangan natin dito, it's the surprises na ibibigay nila, because that's almost the strategy na pinapakita dito ng ComebackFriends. You have Aldrin, you have Aiden na basically pinoprotektan dito ni Tetsu, ni Yaba, ni Woos. Pero habang tumatagal din kasi, no, Ramon, nararamdaman natin dito na there was a time na Woos was popping off, Yaba is now dominating, hindi na natin kailangan pag-usapan si Aldrin pati si Aiden because we know na kung ano na agad yung capable nila. And with also Tetsu being this kind of, you know, proactive, versatile, slow and fast-paced kind of leader, it might be a little bit of different taste para dito sa STS. But of course, we'll be starting on our set number 1 for our best of 3 series. Let's look at the comps.
Smoke na igikan yellow.
Iwan ko na to. Wala tumawid Ingat ya.
Okay. Bomba Ben.
Sige, sir ako.
Ako na si Pariaba, ako na.
Saan tayo?
TB tayo apat.
TB
Pre.
Pretty calm coming through para sa parehong kampo natin. CBF gonna be on the BL side now, which is their more effective part of the map. Nagsisimula sa dito sa Ankara, but maintaining a 50% map record. It doesn't really tell a lot considering the small sample size. Meron silang hold doon pa lamang sa may LA, naiwan nila doon si Wuzion. But CBF with an active push doon sa mid will put a bit of pressure on both the HM player as well as the only anchor. So medyo kailangan makakuha ng first blood dito sa Revenge to stop the push of CBF.
Revenge is looking though. Look at this. First shot, nowhere there. That's already with the entry. Pero si Lloyd nandito sa may hotel on the exit side. They do not clear him off yet. But KLB will be starting off the fight here on B side. Damage onto 2s. C4 is down pero mamamatay lang din si Aldrin. What a hold KLB is doing. Tino mo naman, 100 HP siya ngayon, Ramon. And now with Aiden down, susunod dun si Yaba. It's Kano with the kill. And it's all up to the sniper we call Woos.
And Woos is a little late to the party as well. Sakto ang naging entrada ni Lloyd dito sa round natin. A beautiful sort of defense and reaction coming through from STS. Nagmadali masyado ang CBF sa paglabas nila ng TB. That was the only entry point that they kind of got for themselves. Dahil sa labas na yun, medyo nakuha nga nila yung first info. There's a lack of hotel pressure coming through as well sa BL side ng CBF at that given time. So medyo unstable yung naging entrada nila sa pagpasok sa B. And despite them getting the first blood, the key players still handling CBF very well pagdating dito sa first round nila. Pero for STS, balik into the default. Good shot on to Revenge. Aiden with 2 kills as well. Ito yung Aiden na hinahanap natin. He's been a key player para sa paglaban nila on STS. Good shot from KLB as well. 4v3 sa labanan on the early round.
Oh, look at that high mid push, Ramon. They're already there. Nakaharapan na agad nila B-side. Pero JJ just too good right now with that M14. Maharap niya yung ulo dito ni Tetsu. Pero still, it's a 3v3. Low HP si JJ. But can Woos find the killer dito sa may RS? JJ still unaware. C4 planted. Yaba now tries to hold the side.
Good thing for JJ, he still hold up on RS and even gets himself a shot dito kay Woos na on the way pa lamang sa pagpasok dun sa B-side. So, standing in a 2 versus 3. And Yaba has to activate, kaso na-clear ni KLB yung pagpasok ni Yaba sa site. At sa double shot ni Aldrin, posible pa to para sa CBF, kaso Kano shuts him down the head-to-head, goes to the way of Stallions.
The modern artillery, Ramon, kills off the old guns mula dito kay Aldrin. What a fight that was. Pero Aldrin almost took that fight no para dito sa CBF to claim their very first round. Right now though, STS in a comfortable 2-0. Pero you notice that, no, Ramon? Revenge already not hitting the shots, which is kind of concerning to a point na baka he's on his cold hands right now, but this push on TB, STS finds the IGL of CBF. Tingnan mo naman, sumusugot na sila sa mid. KLB with one more, and they're just dominating. Pero Aiden, backstabbing, one down, two, headshot city for Aiden. At napaback off ang STS. Natakot yung kabayo kay Aiden.
Ayan ang sinasabi natin kay Aiden. He's been leading the leaderboard when it comes to the kills per round. At sa 3 kills na nakuha niya from the backstab, he's been a highlight dito sa CBF to force JJ in the 1v2 scenario. Every member of Stallions na catch off guard sa nakuhang flank kami through from Aiden. And the only man na hindi sumama dun sa mid-push kanina will have to step up. Gets the shot kay Wooz. At laban kay Yaba, it's a 1v1 up against him.
Oh, it's JJ. But with Yaba, we all know that he can snipe as well, and that's why he will wield the TRG shots. Will fly, second shot will hit the wall. Pero JJ, he knows too well na magtatago na lang siya dito sa mismong respawn nila. Check kung saan magpaplanta dito ng C4 si Yaba. Pero delikado pa rin, no? JJ is known for these clutch rounds. He's known for these 1v1s. Pero Yaba has been so dominating sa scene, no? Climbing the leaderboards, climbing the rankings. But now, he anticipates the bypass push.
Game sense nga para kay Yaba ngayon. And the perfect weapon for the jump. Kasa hindi tumama yung sniper para kay Yaba. He only needed to hit one. Pero JJ knew where he needed to go to get that 3-0 para sa STS. Grabe men, imagine from the 4-man stack na ginawa ng STS, kahit nakuha ni Aiden yung game-winning play sana dun. It was JJ that was the hero, and he very well has put them on the line para sa STS 3-0.
Yeah, what a fight to dito sa mid, no? Akala natin mapapaback off ditong CBF sa mismong respawn nila ng todong-todo. Pero with that Aiden play, that investment papunta dito sa second mid and to high mid, they were able to equalize. Pero kinulang lang talaga ng HP doon itong si Yaba in that 1v1 fight. But now, we go into a stalemate in the first 1 minute and 48 seconds in the clock. It's a 2-1-2 setup. KLB on the respawn side sa may high mid. Pero Tetsu will be checking out hotel.
The madman pushes out of the smoke. Smoke criminal nga bang. Yun nga lang, Loy will be safe after the contact na nakita ni Tetsu kanina. He will get himself yung hotel. Pwede na lang gamitin, no? Para ma-insert ang kahit sila dito para sa CBF. Pero with the isolation from each member from CBF, you know that every lane is a game plan. Yung CA hold ni Aldrin para lang ma-counter yung kahit sino nakahawak lamang dun sa high mid. Yung LA na pwede nang i-push ngayon ni Yaba with that C4 down. You know that the game plan is going towards that A site. Kaya all the pressure is on JJ and Kano. Lalo na't lapit ni Kano dito.
Oh, for an angle, elbow lang kay Kano. He taps on two. At naipit pa doon. Dito si Yaba, JJ with the cover, and all of a sudden, it's all up to Wooz. Kung saan nahanap niya nga si JJ, but KLB is there. Team Stallions with a hold coming in from Kano, and that's another round.
No timeout? Guess not. Looks like CBF are looking to go at it ang dire-diretso. But they need a reset right now. They're not getting the first bloods na inaasahan nila from the way that they've been defaulting to try to catch STS on the early rotation. As we take a look at the replay, sinabi ko yung pressure na kay Kano. Kasi baka ma-flash siya, baka ma-double peek siya. Kaso, they slowly slide in from that Vents peak, which kind of played to the advantage of Kano there. Na-expect na nila yung pag-push nila on that Vents position. So, no priority given to other members on STS dun sa top A. It is all Kano. It is all a 4-0 para sa STS.
That was great spacing din, no, mula kay JJ and Kano. Kano was basically there as a sentry turret, tapos pag namatay dun si Kano, sakalang babagsak dito si JJ. And at that point, naubos naman din ni Kano lahat ng majority ng players dun. So napadali lang talaga yung trabaho dun ni JJ. But this time, CBF, can they find their first point in Ankara on their great side of the blacklist side? 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Mid pressure taken by CBF. And I like this, no? KLB actually moving left and right dito sa respawn natin, checking A, fortifying B as well. Tapos si Loy, kapag wala dun si KLB, he will try to hold up high mid. Trusts on revenge dito sa may B site natin. But it's so hard to penetrate mo naman. We're up into the last minute of the round, pero wala pa rin makuha ditong pick-off yung CBF.
Sure. Papaisip din ako kung bakit sub-base yung Benan mismo ng STS. Maybe it's because of the recent performances. Or maybe it was the same map that CBF actually dinikatan nila. Pero Loy, perfect timing! Nakatalikod ang dalawa! And Chetsu and Woos! Shut down by just one singular Loy! Again, the lurk coming down for STS is huge para makapitalize nila ang CBF na nag-set up pa. It's a 1 versus 4 para kay Yaba, pero quickly shut down by JJ on the 2K. CBF nakapag-timeout na finally after 5 rounds for STS.
Sa wakas, nagising na dito yung Comeback Friends na wala silang magawa dito sa mapa ng Ankara. Yes! Looking at the statistics, Ramon, 100% win rate. Yes, hindi ka nagkakamali. 100% win rate sa Ankara ang STS. And this hold mula sa GR side nila, hindi ma-penetrate ng Comeback Friends. They're trying to go fast-paced, they're trying to go slow-paced. Pero with the rotations na ginagawa dito ni Loy, ni JJ, ni KLB, that's 3 players always so active at dahil dun, walang magawa yung Comeback Friends.
Which is going back to the point that I was about to make before Loy made the flank dun sa TB, no? If you were thinking kung bakit nga ba binan mismo ng Team Stallions yung sub-base, it's because CBF under default sa BL, nakakapag-set na sila ng protocol para makatch off guard yung STS on the rotation. True. Malaking prime factor nila dito si Woods. Sa pag-place niya dito sa Woods para lang makatch to si Kano, makatch nila yung nagro-rotate lagi sa STS, nakaset up na yung game plan, yung trap para lang malason yung Team Stallions habang nagbo-move sila around the map, which is primarily a good half of the playstyle for STS sa sub-base, diba? Yung kung gaano kabilis mag-respond yung ilang mga key miyembro para makapag-respond sa push ng LR, makapag-respond sa push sa passage. Talagang kinailangan nilang hanapan ng way para makounter lahat ng yon. So, with that out of the way, it's almost like yung preparation ng CBF just goes out the window. It's almost like they never expected that the Ankara map would actually come to light na si STS pa mismo yung nag-pick na yun laban sa kanila.
Yeah, parang ano no, it also seems like a gamble para dito ngayon sa Comeback Friends that this will still open up para sa Stallions. And somehow, despite we see revenge in 5 rounds, Ramon, na hindi naging active, na hindi nag-overpush, na very, very passive, na tinitik niya pa nga yung spot dito nila na tumitingin ng TB eh. And even itong hotel eh. And somehow, despite this, na sometime na in 5 rounds, absent pa rin naman si Revenge, only getting 1 kill dun sa previous round natin, they're still not having a good time. And that's given towards this kind of, play mula kay Laloy. Look at the replay. That is just insane to see. We have to move on. It's the 6th round now. Can the timeout work out para sa CBF?
Man, parang nasa position si Revenge na hindi niya kailangan gumawa. Kasi yung trabaho lang naman niya is to get the early picks, back off para lang ma-fortify yung depensa. Pero he doesn't really need to do more than just that kasi JJ and Lloyd basically doing the work for him at this point sa 5-0 nila. And for Comeback Friends, since hindi gumagana yung default, execute na lang sa pagpasok ng A-site, 2 lang nakahold dito for STS.
Yeah, it's just gonna... But he will fall with Aldrin just using the USP, guarantees the kill. Pero they slow down. Pero even STS doesn't even want to over-rotate. Tignan mo naman to. Discipline. Or is it really a bad sign na 2 lang naman nakahold sa may A-site? It's a mind games now, Ramon. Here on round number 6, ngayon palang papasok ang CBF with this clash.
Ooh, and that headshot to Aldrin and Aiden doing the best that they can para mapagutan ng ulo ng parehong mga bata dito sa STS. Loy with the shot, pero Iyaba with that headshot as well. Balikan ng ulo ang parehong CBF at STS. Si Revenge na lang. And he has to activate against 4 players on CBF kaso nakaplat na yung C4 at aalis na lang si Revenge. Hindi niya papalagan yung lahat na nasa site.
Yeah, hindi niya muna pag-iigante yung 4 na namatay dito sa may A-site. No, it was a good fight. But what an entry mula kay Aldrin dito. If hindi niya nahanap doon agad si Kano, it was a done deal yung push dito ng players natin mula sa CBF.
Hindi lang yon, yung headshot din ni Aiden that made all the difference. Before he even got himself sa loob lamang from EA as well, pare. If they had more than just one top A player, who knows what could have happened sa pag-execute dito ng CBF. Pero, kumbaga parang pinadali na lang yung sarili, trabaho nila, sa pag-peak dito ni Aldrin. He got the easiest execute of his life. 1-5 na ngayon para sa CBF. We're going back to the ball game. Revenge. Mukhang early pick dito sa mid at kalaban niya si Woos.
Oh, is Woos ready? Big shot! Almost a collat kill Softboy first. Almost. But it's a good sign for CBF as they find him. Pero Revenge! Binatuhan ng bola. Sabi niya kaya ba ito? Saluhin mo pero hindi kinaya. Now it's a 1-for-1. At parang napaganda pa yun sa STS, Ramon.
Kaya nga, the difference between hype versus experience para sa parehong snipers, oo, makakuha ni Woods yung early kill. Pero dahil nga sa naging leg shot na nagawa dito ni Yaba, it took one nade from long distance habang safe si Revenge para lang maging 1-for-1 ang lahat ng yon. Normally, any other sniper would just given up that angle para lang maging safe yung sarili niya. Pero mabibigay yung 4 versus 5 yun, so very much props dito para kay Revenge to keep it even for STS. And they now have that buddy system ngayon. Dalawa sa A, dalawa na nakahawak dun sa RS. Mas okay sa kanilang mag-retake dun sa B site since yung early info nga naman was on that A yellow. But it is a big gamble para sa STS. And I like that CBF are taking this very slow to clear every single corner dito sa Hotel Pet.
They're becoming careful, pero woos, that's not careful enough. Pero big commitment nun. Tingnan mo naman STS, they're playing as 4. On the exit side, Revenge again missing. Not a good sign. Pero dediretso ng B-side dito ngayon, makakaharapan sila sa may respawn. Revenge now will die from Woos! And Woos claims a double from the pistol. At ngayon, JJ ngayon gustong magalit pero denied by Tetsu. Kano, in a 1v2. Tetsu with full HP and he holds TB, pero Aiden will push on forward. The headshot connects. 26 seconds. Kano playing with fire, pero Tetsu wins the fight. It's a 2-5 scoreline dito sa ating round number 7.
I love the mid-round from CBF. After the mid-call na nakita natin from the snipers, they opted for the reset. At since the last scene information na nakuha ng STS was around that yellow spot, doon nila stinak. And it was a very huge gamble. Pero CBF took that window para lang maklear yung mismong around the B site as well. Hotel cleared. Nagkaroon ng push pa all the way towards that second mid. And Woos getting that 2K as well. Cut off the rotation para dito sa STS. This is one of the first times na nakita natin na na-pressure sila on that GR side. And we need CBF to do more than that. At kita mo si Eden, nagmamadali masyado dito kay Loy. Headshot found. Hotel secured up by STS. 4 versus 5. Kailangan na malupit ng mid-round to.
Ayan, napatukan agad doon si Aiden, man. Pero alam niya ng STS, if Aiden overpushes, most likely wala pa rin susunod dyan na CBF. And that's why they don't even do anything sa buong mapa natin. Loy is just sitting pretty dito sa may second mid natin. It's all up to Aldrin though. If he overpushes here and finds Loy, never mind! Nag-hello siya sa langit, Ramon! He was looking for a lineup dito para ma-fake yung B, pero ngayon, they're down by 2.
Narinig niya yung pagkalas ng nade. And the quick response from Loy. Buti na lang nandito din si Yaba. Reclaim control dito sa CA pero damage has still been done, pare. Yung naging delay dito for CBF has become a window of opportunity para sa STS na maging proactive 4-man stack dito sa A site.
Oh, they're pushing.
Hawak lang dito si Tetsu, magpupush sila. Double pick pa ata to.
Oh, Tetsu gets out and he goes back in! Oh no, you always pull out, but Kano with the kill. Now JJ with also one. Wait a minute, pause. It's all to Woos and he only gets one. Oh, what a play coming from Stallions. Sinasabi natin to, Ramon, kapag nawala yung 60% ng CBF, magdi-dwindle down ito 10% na lang. Yung mismong round win percentage dito ng CBF.
The biggest mistake dito para kay Tetsu, if you wanted to hold that CA control, you either go out to cut your losses with that C4 or you bring protection, pare. Dalawa kayong magkasama na nag-hold namang dun sa CA. Pero hold lamang yun para sa kanya. Revenge! Good shot dito kay Tetsu. CBF just gonna run in towards that B site. Yaba clearing every part of the smoke. Pero Loy touching down onto Eden. KLB na ako. Parang isa. Yaba finally showing himself dun sa hotel to make a 2 versus 4. STS still on the battle.
Oh, in-expect nila na marami ng tao dito ngayon. Onti lang, pero Woos is still alive, now denied, pero Yaba left alone. Nakuha yung dito si Revenge, pero JJ will find the kill. Great spacing and great trading mula dito sa STS. But that's our first half, Ramon. It's a 5-point lead para sa Stallions. And I feel like it's almost done deal. Kumbaga, parang kailangan na dito ng superheroes ng ComebackFriends.
It's almost like dun sa default na nakita natin sa GR side ng STS is not to play around Revenge in a way na star player siya. Pero in fact, for him to be able to get that first info and then react off of that has been one hell of a game plan para sa STS kasi ultimo no nakita ni Revenge yung nasa TB, ang bilis ng hotel hold, ang bilis ng rotate from RS, and all the numbers just overwhelming para sa ComebackFriends despite them having a decent timing dun sa TB push as well as dun sa hotel alert ni Yaba. They all had the set pieces pero they weren't able to win the crucial duels na mismong si Kano from batteries as well as dito papunta kay Yaba doon sa hotel has really cut off any sort of chance dito sa ComebackFriends, pre. It's almost like they were winning step 1, step 2. Pero pagkaabot sa step number 3, si STS mismong nanggulat na lang sa ComebackFriends na nag-setup pa rin, pare.
Yun na nga parang hanggang dun lang yung kaya ng buong ComebackFriends. So meanwhile, the ender really does always come into the favor dito ng mga kabayan natin for Stallions. And again, now they're on the BL side. They're known for their setup plays, for these perfect executions. And if Aldrin doesn't hit, if Aiden doesn't hit dito sa mga E-site natin, and if Tetsu doesn't have a clear mind, we might as well just see a 3 round straight just to end off Ankara. What do you think, Ramon? Can ComebackFriends be able to tie this game in a 7-7, or we just go to map number 2?
Well, according to the stats, pare, their BL side is the more comfortable side dito sa Ankara. So, malay mo, to play around the IGLing of Tetsu, for him to be able to cook up something na nakakagulat nga naman laban sa Stallions is gonna play a really crucial factor sa kung paano nila ibabalik yung scoreline ngayon no? Pero 7-2, where Stallions are not only playing around JJ and Loy, picking up really good flanks, really good set plays dito sa may mid-side natin, medyo nakakatakot isipin na since magsa-start na sa BL side ang CBF, yung magiging game plan nila is to try to find yung weaker side dito, no? At kahit mainit yung JJ, mainit yung Loy, saan kayo tatakbo, di ba? Sa isang kanon na pwedeng mag-activate at any given moment, or sa isang KLB na talagang when it comes to fragging IGL, talagang gugulatin ka, pre, kung gaano kabilis kang patayin with any given weapon at any moment, pre.
We can easily say he might just be number 1 in terms of fragging IGLs right now kasi he's always just on top. I would like to commend din, kanina we saw multiple times dito sa B-side, KLB holding down etong B-site natin, just playing around the batteries, playing around the site, and getting multiple kills before he fell down. And that's scary to see, na kahit saan ka pumunta ngayon kanina, dun sa GR side ng ating STS, you were down to fall kung ikaw yung CBF. And it always took Aiden, and as well as itong si Woos, na to get multiple kills, and that's a pretty tough situation kung ikaw yung CBF because it requires only 2 players to actually find these opening kills, and somehow it will be very much difficult na ngayon. STS na ang lalapit sa inyo dito sa GR side. Think about it, Ramon. A site multiple times mula dito sa STS might just be stopping full-on push na hindi masastop dito ng ComebackFriends. And if somehow makuha man dito yung hotel push natin for STS, they can easily just roam around the map after that kasi they're known for doing like mid-rounding calls out of the blue. So, ang dami mong kailangan isipin dito, Ramon. I have to be honest kung ikaw si Tetsu or kung ikaw tong si Aiden pati si Aldrin, because STS is a tough horse to beat and these horses can always just run on free dito sa ating Ankara.
Kaya hindi lang enough na makakuha first blood dahil doon kasi kahit sabihin natin mga 3v5, mga 2v5, you fully know that STS will
Paina, dalawa. Mukhang mayabang. Paina. Nakatingin agad si...
Smoke nyo lang yan, Tol.
Okay, smoking. Flash ko, no? Talikod siya.
And everyone's noisy right now. They're active after that first half. But with Revenge with the kill, make it 2 now together with Kano. Ngayon, STS, sabi ko sa'yo, Ramon, it's gonna be the A-side push all the time as 3 players already out of the game. 30 seconds pa lang lumilipas pero nakaplanta na yung bomba. Stuck si Aiden at pati si Woos dito sa may exit side. And they have 30 seconds to play.
Nothing scares you more than a galloping Stallions. Pagpasok ng site nga naman, si Aiden, si Woos, sila yung mga key players nung pinakauna lang outing noong Swiss stage pa lang. But this is a different Stallions. This is a different beast that we're seeing dito sa BL side. Lalabas sa exit at papatayin si Woos, but not called. Si Kano, sasagasaan lang si Aiden sa loob lamang ng exit. Team Stallions, an 8-2 and finally on their way to ending Ankara.
Oh, that's scary, Ramon. Yung exit mismo na tinatawag natin ginawang entrance ng STS para matalo ang CBF dito doon sa round number 10. And you can see, look at CBF trying to recover. But what a shot mula dito kay Moose. Shutting down KLB immediately. Pero dediretso yan. STS to eh. They have 6 rounds to play with and they killed the Fools immediately.
Sabi sa'yo pre, it's not enough that you get the first bloods. You still need to kill Aldrin. And Aldrin with that 2K headshot pa. Yan ang lakas ng HK pare. And on the hands of Aldrin, he is taking over this map. JJ with a double kill. Dropping onto Aiden. Dropping onto CBF. Papasok sila dun sa B-site. And CBF are on the run.
Hindi gumana yung sandwich play, Ramon. They're running. But they're known to run, but to dominate as well. Nades on by. Will not connect. JJ playing with fire, but oversteps Revenge now in a 1v2 clutch. Up against Aldrin. He kills him off. Versus Yaba. He gets him as well. Revenge! With a pop-off play from A to B. Lahat yan may kita nyo for STS. Holy ops.
Sabihin mo ngayon kung inflated yung stats ni Revenge. Sabihin mo ngayon sa kahit sinong top 4 team pre, hindi na. Ngayon pinapakita ni Revenge kung bakit. Nasa loob siya ng Stallions. It's KLB galloping onto Tetsu, patay ang IGL. 5 versus 4, CBF on the way na para mag-respond pagkatapos patayin yung leader nila.
Oh, look at this. KLB Kano already close by, clearing every corner, pero the entirety of CBF is here! Hindi kayo makakalampas sa may B-side, pero Kano is still alive. Gets off to only body shots, Aldrin making his way to claim a double as well. And it's all up to Revenge again kung saan andyan naman si Woos to end the sniper battle. ComebackFriends, hindi pa papatapusin ang buong Ankara.
Si Aldrin ang galit. Ilang beses na natalo laban sa Stallions. Ever since PH Masters 2025, he wants to take one more. He wants to find an opportunity to finally close in up against Stallions as he is the key player para lang makat off yung execute. Pero ngayon si Aldrin staring in the face of STS on the nade. Good shot to KLB. JJ on the 1-for-1. Vents hold para sa kanya. Kaso Yaba still here on the headshot. Another flank coming through para kay Tetsu. He's a madman. Tinuloy niya yung pagpasok sa STS. And it's all up to Kano. Pero mapapatay lang siya. Do or die for ComebackFriends. They like those odds, bipolar.
Yeah, they like that every time. Alam mo naman yan. They wanna force overtime in these kinds of situations, Ramon. Parang dun sa round na yon, A site was closed and STS talagang late for the entry. Grabe si Aldrin. Grabe si Aiden. Talagang tinatapangan kapag gantong kinds of situations. Somehow, no? Sa mga gantong kind of times, in any kind of map, saka lumalabas yung energy ng buong CBF. Aiden, half HP, but as well as JJ. So this mid push will be denied momentarily para dito sa STS. They're thinking about possible ways, pero yung hotel natin very much open.
Open pero it's in a way na mas ginagamble nila yung triple stack on A as well as the mid push instead of prioritizing B kasi gets nila na kaya nila labanan yun because of the RS hold na nakita natin from Moose. But we were looking for this sort of play dito sa STS where they slow down, they make the mid-jump call. Pero Aldrin, what an unexpected shot sa sniper. Lloyd to take that 1-for-1 trade as well as looks like STS don't even want to get near towards that A site ngayon.
Man, CBF is out for blood and look at this. Lloyd will also be get caught dito mula kay Aiden. Pero somehow nakalampas si KLB papunta nga dito sa may B. Hotel NB was so open kung saan STS now dominating and now getting the better advantage. With one player up, they plant the C4 at kailangan pa dito mag-retake ng dalawang players ng CBF.
Kailangan mong batbatin ng isang magandang mid-round to, Tetsu. Dahil sa napaka-open na B-site, yun ang bigyan pa nga ng STS na isang free plant. As they now rotate from RS at hindi na sila maghiwalay. Magsasama-sama si Tetsu at si Yaba para lang labanan ng tatlo. Si JJ mapapatay lang, wallbang pa. Pero si Kano na naman. Si Kano na laging problema ng kahit sinong team sa SCA Masters. Tetsu finally with the spray down. 10 seconds, kailangan i-defuse yung C4. Itutuloy. Pero KLB pinatulog si Tetsu. And CBF wakes up from the nightmare they're in. It's Ankara para sa Team Stallions.
What a way to end Ankara, Ramon, with the IGL killing off The other IGL from Comeback Friends, Team Stallions looking better than ever right now, Ramon. Kahit na it's still just a 4-man play. Meanwhile, Revenge not really getting much of the highlights here. Wala, Ramon. 100% is 100%. And I feel like marami yung protection na para hindi masira yun. From the GR side, from the BL side, you can definitely feel na ang buong Stallions are not here to play but here to win the series.
Man, I feel like it's just a battle between who gets the better mid-round at the end of it, no? Kasi nga, no, sabi mo nga, not much highlights in terms of like individual player prowess. It's kind of like a chess match na nakita natin from between KLB as well as Tetsu. While we see good plays coming through para kay Tetsu, yung mga magandang pushes nila on the way towards that A set, katulad na nasa BL sila kanina, it's off the back of good individual prowess from Aiden that honestly gave them the entrances dito sa site nga naman. Pero overall, it was Team Stallions na nagkaroon ng buong control dito sa Ankara from the mid-round, from the setups, as well as playing around both JG as well as Loy. Nakahanap sila ng mga butas dito sa CBF. No matter how random it was, no matter how chaotic it is, pagdating sa mid-round calling, STS is still king at the end of the day, pre.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ramon. And parang nakita mo, I mean, just coming in from your thoughts, no, parang nagmukhang totoong team or nagmukhang full team talaga ang buong STS dito sa Ankara kahit anong side pa man yan. Pero looking at CBF, there were individual players playing their own game. You saw Aiden trying to go for flank ups. You saw Aldrin trying to make the impossible kung saan palagi niyo nakikita si Revenge. He was making crazy plays. Pero look at Woos, he was stepping up in that fight na sniper v sniper natin. Pero still, those are 3 players that has individual talents na hindi nagkakatugma dito sa laban na to. And it's tough to see, no, Ramon, na parang they were just wild dogs going for any kind of prey. But nonetheless, it looks like we have to take a little bit of ARS dito sa ating casting desk because we have possibly 2 more maps. Pumunta naman tayo dito sa ating panel desk. It's time for Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters and boy, oh boy, no? Despite the last heave dito ng Comeback Friends dito sa mapa ng Ankara, just a bit too difficult para maharapan itong si Team Stallions na still walang kupas as ever.
And very clean, no, from Team Stallions, no, and their reactions really do not reactions emotionally, no, yung reaction sa mga binabata dito ng CBF, I feel like it's just appropriate na Team Stallions is definitely reading the map perfectly. No, this is way different from the Ankara na nakita natin on CBF during Swiss. Entering into groups, mas umangat nga talaga yung Ankara ng Team Stallions and their aura matches it talaga, no, Mochi. Revenge, despite the absence ng first half talaga, no, it was Loy and as well as kay no, like talagang yan dalawang players na yan, hindi natin nabibigyan ng pahinga sa pagbanggit ng pangalan, and they're always inside of the server, and CBF cannot blame themselves kasi the moment na makakuha nga sila ng high ground dito, no, which is an elevated position bilang mga BL, no, nauukulangan pa rin talaga dito ang CBF in terms of firepower. And we had this matchup coming talaga for Aldrin and Kano, at kita mo nga naman in this huge year of 2026, no, Mochi, grabe naman yung pagkalabang ni Kano when it comes to numbers. Performance-wise, CBF was right there, no, nandoon lang talaga sila. Meanwhile, Stallions, ang layo na binyahin nila, Mochi, no, na to the point na pabalik na nga yung Team Stallions kasi pagod na nga sila, And this is Team Stallions that was releasing so much of the percentage of their strength na tipong si Woos, who is a sniper who's really good at his role, talagang ina-out-sniper siya not by a sniper itself, but by Loy and JJ. That is an insane. Nakakapagtaka lang talaga. Both EBR players and HK respectively, talo si Woos sa lahat ng mga fights niya, man. And
yeah,
that is all the elements that you need to know, no, Mochi. Yun lang yung kailangan mo talaga malaman na CBF was just having a hard time sa Ankara.
And earlier on, na pinapoint out natin, no, tingin mo ba pag pinagtapat itong si Bench tsaka si Woos, hindi, no, hindi sila yung nagtapat dito, but someone else, no, dito for Team Stallions, and not just one but 2, no, which is just insane and just shows, no, kung gaano nga ba kalaki yung agwat natin, no, between these 2 teams. And although I really like yung mga heroic plays natin dito, no, from Aldrin and at certain times itong si Tetsu, but again, no, hindi enough ang mga heroic plays dito, no, sa ating laban against sa mga kabayo. Lalong-lalo na when it came down, even just by basing on the overall space control, map control, and kung paano lang talaga push forward itong ating mga tao on the defense, how they're grouping up each other, no, it just shows how much ahead they are against CBF.
I mean, and look at these plays though, Kochi. Like, these are plays na you would think na CBF is doing the right thing, pero it just looks wrong kasi Stallions yung kalaban nga nila. This is Stallions that knows, no? Ito yung Stallions na kaya nga nilang basahin yung round mismo, no? Just based off of emotion and movement off of the map, no? Of course, Tetsu, no? He's highly emotional. Gusto niya masira kagad ang tempo ng kalaban. Anong ginagawa niya? Look at these defensive plays mula dito sa Team Stallions, no? They want as much tempo as possible at sinasabayan yun ni Tetsu. Now, Team Stallions, looking at their perspective, gusto nga din nila gawin yun with their own twist. And in turn, parang nadihado pa talaga ang CBF doon. Look at these amazing post plans. That is amazing definitely for Team Stallions. And better yet, kung paano nga nila dinepensahan mismo yung both HM, pati nga yung second mid. 2 point of contacts na napaka-vital na makuha ng Team Stallions. Walang nakalampas sa CBF. No? And like I mentioned a while ago, no, both JJ and Loy, no, talagang ginagamit nila yung EBR at HK para ma-outsniper si Woos. It's just a detail. It's just one detail kung paano na hinaan dito ang ComebackFriends. Marami pa yun, Mochi, pero feeling ko abutin tayo ng umaga eh.
Totoo, no? So, dami ng pinaggagawa dito ng Team Stallions that just amplifies further, no, yung kanilang scoreline against ComebackFriends. And those 4 rounds na nandito, no, for ComebackFriends, hard-earned yan. And even just by asserting dominance of Team Stallions, minsan on the defense, 3 silang tumatao dito sa entrada ng hotel. And ComebackFriends hasn't been able to move a step forward para lamang makapunta dito sa kanilang site in order to hopefully get more space, pero wala no, pinagbabawal talaga sila dito. At kitang-kita naman yan sa mga rating dito ni Kanonan ng side ni JJ, no, getting that 100% rating. KLB is also quite of a problem here, ensuring that there will be some additional safety nets present kung sakali man, no, na mayroong kalamangan na nakukuha itong si ComebackFriends due to their pandadaga or attempts sa pandadaga. Pero ito nga ang ating MVP para sa ating set right now with a 2.00 KD and as well as again 100% rating. JJ is definitely pain in the head para dito, no, lalong-lalo na sa sniper natin na si Woos from CBF.
Grabe, no, men. Like, the 100% rating, sobrang valid para nga kay JJ, no? The fights na kinukuha niya sa LA, para siya mismo ang tumingin ng CA papuntang yellow, yung mga pag-a-anchor niya ka talaga, and his util game, actually, no, is very, very much underrated, no? So, ito nga pala ang Team Stallions na lahat gumagana, and this is very much scary, no? Revenge, recovering in the second half, Loy nagpapakita ng mga impact kills. It's definitely a Team Stallion that already has a chokehold dito sa series na to, Mochi.
Exactly. And now that the Ankara map is already done, we are gonna see kung ano kaya ang mangyayari sa ating susunod, no? Pinili pa man din ng CBF ang mapa ng Eagle Eye. If it's already at this state in the map of Ankara, what more for the next one? But for now, we will see if CBF can still come back from this one after our quick short break.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the double. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
At ito na nga ang kontinuasyon ng laban ng ComebackFriends against Team Stallions. Let's take it as it is. Kung kanina nakita natin sila sa mapa ng Ankara at wala silang napala dito, no, for CBF. Unfortunately, how will things end here? Kaya in the map of Eagle Eye, Salvatore.
Ay, nakakatawa ka, no, Mochi? Kasi Eagle Eye is just Ankara, painted gray, no? And I feel like ayaw pa rin talaga lumayo ng CBF sa loob nga ng Ankara, no? At baka ulitin pa nga nila yung naging karanasan nga nila heading into the Swiss stage. I feel like CBF, feeling ko it's a move na ito na yung pinakamalapit no? Kung Black Widow, baka mas lalo pang maging alanganin. Kung New Compound, anong ilalabas natin sa New Compound? Tinento tayo doon ng per vid. So, Eagle Eye is definitely a map that will resemble Ankara, but the playstyle will absolutely be different para ka sa Team Stallions sila. Because, Mochi, honestly, this is just Team Stallions reacting nicely sa mga plays ng CBF na parang they're letting CBF play. Bahala na nga lang kung anong magawa namin. And they're doing it perfectly. Loy getting counter rotators. JJ multiple kills. Kano, headshot. Nothing new. KLB with the right calls. Revenge. Tama lang naman yung pag-a-anchor niya alongside Loy. So this is just Team Stallions playing baseline crossfire, no? And CBF is just trying to do their best para tumagal and survive. And right now, Eagle Eye will not be any different sa nakita natin sa Ankara, honestly speaking, Mochi.
Yeah, exactly. They're just focusing on their own departments and that see if ComebackFriends can do that very thing, no, in our next map. Kaya naman, tignan na natin at ipasa na natin ito ngayon for Bipolar and as well as Ramon.
Let's continue the action dito ngayon sa ating labanan ng CBF and as well as Stallions. Thank you very much, Salvatore, as well as Mochi. Big shouts din kay Madam Keisea dyan sa comment section natin. And para din sa inyo, you know what, Ramon, we're gonna be heading in towards Eagle Eye, no? And mag-start dito sa GR side ng ating CBF. And yeah, I think na-paint na agad dito ni Salvatore yung picture na kailangan natin makita. No? It's almost the same, just like dito sa ating Ankara, but we can definitely say na mas maliit. Yun lang pwede natin makita ang comparison dito. But if CBF doesn't wake up, no, they won't have the light of day dito sa series na to.
Look, we can't deny na malalakas ang individuals sa team na to. Pero while individuals can shine solo, dapat as a team kaya nilang tapatan nga naman ang STS dito. Remember the last time na nakita natin ang CBF dito sa mapang to, nadikitan nga nila ang Execration, but that is off of a very fiery hot Yaba as well as a very fiery hot Aiden picking up the mantle when it comes to getting most of the frags. Kaso at the same time as well, kita mo nagsastruggle sila when it comes to the mid-round for Tetsu as well as for Woos. Medyo hindi niya makuha nga naman yung mga early engagements na hinahanap natin para sa kanya. So a lot of pressure coming through for the players I just mentioned and a lot of pressure as well para sa CBF ngayon. Despite them getting yung map pick na tong Eagle Eye, kumpara mo naman sa Team Stallions, remember that time nung binaban ng kahit sinong tao ang sub-base laban sa Stallions and then they pick this map as the map that they go to. Since nga naman, di nila malaro yung sub-base dito, It's like a comfort home for them. Parang binibisita na yung mga lola nila kapag hindi okay yung bahay, So feeling ko, Team Stallions will do the default that they usually do. Put a lot of pressure on Woos as well as for Revenge as well. Let's listen to the comms.
Ay, nahinga na. Ako. Okay.
Naparingotin.
Mapatay ka sa baba. Hilili pa rin. Patay. Piso ko.
Napaitin siya.
Mantap ako ni Gano.
Ano yung 90s? Sa ano? Yung Loy? Sa bypass? Tatlo yan mid.
What? I don't like the comms already CBF na one tap daw siya ni Kano. Buti na lang, wala talaga namatay. But we do see the action now fighting as Aiden over pushes on LA. As Lloyd from the other side of the map, even Tetsu, yun na nga, na one tap pa siya ni Kano. And that's just crazy, Ramon, kasi STS now on fire, still with 5 players.
Ang tawag doon, pre, subtle foreshadowing na narinig natin kay Tetsu. Not expecting Kano to be that wide open as Revenge picks up the shot dito kay Aldrin as well. At si Kano naka-isang one tap pa. sa mga players dito ng CBF. It's all business for Team Stallions. A quick push papunta dun sa doghouse. And another shutdown from Avenge as well as they pick up the first round.
Yeah. We would like to see actually, no, itong double TRG setup ng CBF quite early on. Doon pa lang sana sa first round natin. But Tetsu does wield it right now dito sa ating second. Even for STS, now they go back to their 4 HKs and this TRG. But we will see. Smokes up towards LA, pero it's a 3-1-1 setup for CBF.
Para lang makakuha ng pick-off nga lang, no? As STS are possibly on their way para lang makita kung may mag-forward sa kahit sino dito CBF. And at the moment, it's Aiden na nanote na ni JJ habang nakahold lamang sa angulo na yon. Every other member from STS is also doing the same thing, waiting for another over-aggress from CBF. Aiden, dinaduel pa nga lang na ni JJ and quickly shut down on that push. Headshot found para sa kanya. And STS still waiting at the perfect line no? It's very worrying that CBF are not the ones to try to play proactively kasi bawat angulo na pwede lang gawin yon, hawak na hawak ng STS pare.
Yeah. I mean, the crazy... Aldrin finds 2 headshots. It is gonna be a crazy scene dito sa ating high mid or in the mid doors. For STS, alam mo yan, Aim City para dito ngayon sa Eagle Eye 2.0 and they're gonna be pushing on to be As3. Pero checking muna na second mid. Like this, no? Checklist crossfire. Check muna dito. Clear this off bago tayo mag-over-execute. Looking at the time, 50 seconds. Pero might be in a tough spot pag naspatan siya dito in Revenge.
The first head-to-head up against these two snipers as well, no? Remember, KLP yung nakalaban niya ng last time, pero Kano, good shot onto Aldrin, and finally, they open up that mid space. It's also interesting, no? Yaba decided to actually get off the angle from top A para lang matingnan yung door mid ba kasi dun din manggaling ang STS on the entry as well. 20 seconds, ngayon lang pampapasok ang Stallions.
High mid. JJ found out by Yaba. Woo's now with a cold kills off Revenge. It's all to Kano, pero it's Kano at the end of the day in Eagle Eye of all places.
10 seconds.
C4 will be taken, pero kailangan niya magbid dito kung gusto niya makaplanta. There's not gonna be enough time there, Kano. So, STS will give a freebie here towards CBF. And ito, looking at that. Oh, never mind, there's time. Never mind. Miscalculations. It's Kano now in a 1v2. As Tetsu does fall down. It's up to the sniper with Woos. Pero Kano knows where he's at. Nagstay na lang sa gitna. Kinain ang buhay ni Kano. Just like what you said, he is the problem pagdating dito sa CBF.
That will be the last time na na-doubt natin si Kano. While we saw the clock running, calculated lang dun para sa kanya. He got it at the last possible second as well sa pagplant ng C4. And the game sense as well for him to be aware of the LA push as well as the mid push kahit naka-smoke off lamang yun. It's just key timing para kay Kano. Definitely the questions of him faltering habang tumatagal yung summer season have now been answered. Nagpa-falter nga ba si Kano? Hindi pare. He was just warming up habang tumatagal yung season natin. Revenge. Nakipag-hello sa dati niyang kaibigan na si Aldrin na ngayon ay kalaban na niya ngayon. Maybe another part of that. Pero konting adjustment muna para sa parehong STS at CBF. Medyo nagkakitaan lamang on the early rounds ngayon.
May napansin nga ako, Ramon, parang, di ba, ang plano nga dito dati ng buong CBF is protect Aldrin and Aiden. Pero on Eagle Eye, pinapadala lang nila itong dalawang players na to individually to get pick-offs. Parang, ang plano ngayon ng CBF is to mitigate the players or negate the players, but LA push, ito na ang signature push habang tumatakbo, big flashes.
Big flash and good entry in Loy. Good spray down as well onto Aiden Kano on the second. At the spot na si Tetsu. But the mad scientist goes down after beautiful shots from Kano yet again. 3K para sa kanya. 1 versus 2 para kay Booz. Let's see what this sniper can do. After he takes down Kano right now. Revenge versus Booz. At si Booz pa ang tatayo kay Revenge. Natalo niya si KLP. Natalo niya si Revenge ngayon.
Oh, what a play coming in from Moose. Hindi lang siya nag-step up. He climbed the ladder para dito maangatan ang STS. What a play from the sniper. We gave him a challenge and he's giving us a show. But Tetsu na, ito na yung signature long A push. With 3 players possibly. Pero KLP and Kano! Everyone dies on LA! Diyan ang buong libingan ng CBF. Even JJ finds Aldrin. Can Yaba find one? Yes, he can. Pero 4 pang kailangan puntiryahin, Ramon. Pati yung nades, hinahabol na siya.
Nakapag 4K si Yaba yesterday. At 1v4 pa yon, pero duguan si Yaba at naspot pa nga siya ni KLB. So, hindi magkakaroon ng sequel ang 1v4 clutch ni Yaba. Spoiler, ang STS 3-1. Grabe si Kano pare, hanggang ngayon, umiinit pa rin sa nagiging peaks nila on the way towards LB.
I know, Tramon, I feel like hindi niya na kailangan mag-init eh. I feel like it's always red hot. Pero revenge! Finally getting a revenge kill onto Woos. That's the sniper down in CBF in shambles.
First pick off, individual moments na naman para sa CBF as STS are the ones to kind of get to that pedal. Revenge spotted. That's a good read for Aldrin. Good spray as well dito kay JJ as STS Loy picks up the 2 kills kay Aldrin at Aiden. There's no protection anymore. It's a 2 versus 3 at rotate sila papunta dito kay Loy pare.
It's full map domination given by Loy. And you can't toy with Loy because Tetsu will also fall in that round. Team Stallions just on top. Every angle. You have to clear every stance. Parang yung kalaban dito ng CBF, hindi 5, 10 eh.
Exactly, pre. With how well the Team Stallions are playing the buddy system. Kahit may magandang idea para lang makounter tong si Revengeance, paulit-ulit na nga yung pag-hold niya dito on BLRS pare. Good job on Aldrin to secure that. Pero CBF had to get conversion. Good shot coming through from KLB. Yaba and Tetsu stopping them at the first entrance pare. Di makalabas si Kano. At pinalabas lang siya ni Tetsu to get that spray down. Revenge in a 1v2. USP lang. Sasabat ba? Hindi. Sasapakin ni Tetsu gamit ang sarili niyang baril to make it 1 round more para sa ComebackFriends.
I mean, it's a better game right now, no? It's a 2-point lead always for Stallions. Pero CBF, always in dire straits. Palaging 2v1, 2v2s, 1v1s.
Yeah.
So it's still a gamble. It's still a 50-50 chance. But Stallions, they're just playing with time. After these like fast executions, pwede sila mag-slow pace. And that's what we're seeing right now. Clearing operation ulit mula dito sa may hotel. Raiden, overstepping, flashes there. JJ sends it out to hotel. Pero Aldrin found out. Easy shots for JJ.
Good clear din para kay Loy. They already cut off 2 of the hot red attackers coming through para sa CBF. At yung mid-clear na ginagawa ni Kano ngayon, it's gonna be one more flavor into the mix para sa STS. He clears up the sniper at patay pa si Wuz dun. Yaba and Tetsu all alone. Pagplant na C4 ang STS. Good shot coming through from Yaba. Kaso hinahabol na siya sa likod ng STS ngayon.
Oh my goodness. It's all up to Tetsu and Yaba and they're low in HP. Yaba finds a person dito sa exit. Pero look at this coverage, Ramon. Kahit saan ka pumunta, kahit post-plant can, kahit retake yan, STS has everything covered as Loy. Quick 180 to kill of Tetsu. Ramon, it's like ang kalaban dito ng CBF isang tsunami kasi lahat ng mapa, lahat ng players natin on the BL side, dire-diretso, sabay-sabay isang linya papunta sa isang side.
And that's the difference between world number 2 against CBF that just got a boot camp and just got their players in pare. The mid rounds as well as the setups as well as the pushes coming through individually from STS has been pristine. Besides the fact na nakukuha nga ng first blood itong si Aiden. Step 1 pa lang yun ng game plan pero STS willing pa rin na labanan yung mid-side na yan. JJ on the lurk as well. Patay si Yaba. Papasok ulit sa side. Kukuha pa rin ng pangalawa. Who's down? CBF back on the back foot. Papatay ulit si KLB. And it's down to just Aldrin and Tetsu. Mukhang mapapatay mga ang IGL dito as Aldrin will take himself the frag dito kay Revenge.
Oh, magtatapang na si Tetsu. Kano and KLB low in HP pero they're disconnected. Pero Tetsu ngayon with 13 HP together with Aiden. They kill off everyone. ComebackFriends is still alive. 2-point lead ulit para sa STS.
And if it wasn't for the flank coming through from Aldrin, that would have been another round where STS have been forcing themselves sa pagpasok ng LA because of the door mid push from JJ pare. They needed a way to counter that. And finally, they do with Aldrin pare in his presence. But they need to do it consistently kasi every time na makapasok ng STS, guaranteed lagi yung forward push nila pare.
Oh no. Every round now, Ramon, feels like a thorn sa isang bulaklak because it hurts so much kahit sa ating dalawang teams. But big hold on Hotel. Aldrin in the long side of B. Papunta dito sa may B side. Pero Loy has split the defense. Diretso lang siya and the first shot connects! What a shot! And even Tetsu nakuha yung atensyon. At si Aiden ngayon makakuha ng isa. So it's a 3v4 kung saan mamawala pa si Yaba. Aiden left alone for a double. Pero they plant the bomb. Aiden to fall. Mag-isa na lang si Moose. At hinanap pa ni JJ. Isang target lock through the smoke. At tapos na ang first half natin. It's a 6-3.
Ang pagdaga ni Loy to come through from that LB position was the perfect distraction para lang masecure yung patay kay Tetsu. Hotel secured for STS and a quick conversion to get themselves a 6-3.
Arctic, wala tang buhay yan.
Dun sa metal, wala bumak. Ano lang.
Okay. Switch of the sides already. 3 HP na lang dito si Aiden. Pero you do have a chance no to control the battlefield. Pero mismong STS ang haharap. Pero Aiden with a beautiful shower at TRG. Rare occurrence na hawak na to. Pero ngayon, makakaharap naman ng trade si Loy. Now, play safe muna ang STS. Small angles muna. Pero CBF answers back with the death.
A good cover coming through para kay Kano as well. No rotation dito para kay Tetsu. Already denied because of the kill from Yaba. Good clear as well para kay KLB to come out of Hotel. At mukhang nahanap pa nga nila yung C4 sa push niya pare. This is just do or die para kay Yaba. Aiden, remember, nasa kanya yung TRG. Spotted to si KLB at nakuha na yung 2 versus 2.
Kano, he finds Aiden. It's all up to Yaba na sobrang luwa ng HP. And guess what, Ramon? Nakay Kano na yung C4 ngayon. And they have a little bit of information to work with. Alam nila na sa may LA si Yaba. Alam nila na sa doghouse lang yan. At mukhang hahambalusin dito ni Kano. Si Yaba takes out his head. It's STS once again just dominating this mid-rounds kahit na nakakapitas dito ang buong CBF.
I cannot but feel na parang nakatali lang ang buong CBF sa forward pushes nila dito sa LB, sa mga early picks nila papunta dito sa LA. Dahil sa nagiging push ni Lloyd, dahil sa nagiging hold nila sa Hotel, parang hindi sila makagalaw sa mapa pare. Nakakongest lang sila dito sa mid, dun sa may pushes nila on the way towards that LB position. It's almost like reliant sila na yung mismong STS ang mag-push mismo para makakuha sila ng mga early advantages. Pero paano pag hindi sila yung makakapanalo dun pare, di ba?
Yeah. Parang at the end of the day, no, it's all up to the aim ng ating mga players. They anticipate each other's strats, pero look at this hold. CBF close by sa Hotel. Awaiting the entry, Tetsu finds the kill immediately dito kay KLB. Pero Kano, can he find the shots? That's one down already. He spots the C4. He spots the end ni Aldrin. At isa-isang nawawala ang CBF, pero Aiden equalizes the fight. 3v3. Pero tignan mo naman si JJ, he repeats that! He repeats that 10 out of 10 times! At ngayon, dehado na naman ang CBF.
They're getting confident, pre. And that's not what you want to fight up against a JJ na gusto pa rin mag-repick! Pero para kay Loy, para kay Revenge Chicken lang yan. Sa pag-clear nila, papunta doon pa lang mas may LB. Sa pag-pick nila dito kay JJ, kahit makuha ng CBF yung individual kills, it is still STS still on top on the position. KLB,
oh my God!
Dito, napisuan na yung dalawa. That's enough damage para maklear ni Kano at ni JJ. At nahanap pa nga ni Kano yung double kill. STS dominating sa mga early kills nila papunta dito sa CBF.
Dude, parang si Kano gusto niya na lang din pitasin si Siloy para rumami yung kills niya eh. He's currently in multiple kills and he finds the last kill as well. Ramon, we expect this from STS every time na kapag gusto nila makuha ng match point, they push immediately dito sa may high mid in towards the tower. But now, CBF in the worst situation once again, isang puntos na lang panalo ng STS.
It is heartbreaking para sa CBF, fully knowing that they're still willing to fight these angles. Natatakot sila dahil sa early conditioning ng STS. Yung double setup ni Revenge at saka ni Lori sa LA, pati yung peaks dito sa Hotel. Walang gumagana, pre. It's coming down to just another individual moment para dito kay Aiden. Kapag nahanap niya dito si Revenge, that is a huge pick para sa pagpasok nila.
Oh, JJ though, look at this reaction already for STS. Pero Tetsu, makakalabas! Tinawag si Aldrin, tinawag si Kuya, ngayon si Kano, lalampas sa may exit. Loy now on top of A. And he just holds. Mag-isa na lang siya versus 3. Can he find them? No, they cannot. Kasi Tetsu now claims a double to end that round, Ramon. Ito na naman tayo. Nasa pinakadulutuluhan ng Eagle Eye kung saan pumupuso pa rin ang CBF.
Exactly what we wanted coming through para sa CBF. Kung lalaro kayo basing on the individuals, you need to step up. Pero pinapa-step down sila ni JJ na nag-peak lang sa mid. Swipe left lang para kay JJ. KLB. Shutdown dito kay Finale ang CBF. At itutuloy ang pagmulto sa ComebackFriends. Ang Stallions na paulit-ulit na lang na makakapanalo laban sa ComebackFriends.
Oh, walang comeback dito at still, despite the smiles on the faces of Comeback, alam nila na nakakaiyak yung performance niyon because Team Stallions has really dominated in a fashion that we could have just gone for another match. Ramon, parang mas matagal pa yung mga break times natin kesa dito sa Eagle Eye natin, Ramon. It's intense, it's fast-paced, and CBF could not breathe. Grabe, Ramon. From trades, from spacings, from just reactionary plays yung ginagawa dito ng CBF, ng Stallions sa CBF. Pero it took nothing out of the playbook dito ng ComebackFriends para matalo ang Stallions.
Ano magagawa nga naman ng isang team na sama-sama yung naging experience nila sa Masters against a team that has gone through the internationals, has already gotten themselves at the top of the mountain, na nakakuha nga naman ng isang Eagle Eye na komportable dito kahit sabihin natin map pick ito ng CBF. What happens is something like this, pare, na kapag gusto na pumasok ni JJ dun sa may mid, kahit walang util, walang kasama, ay dediretsuin na lang niya ang lahat na nagsasetup pa lang on CBF as well. So really, the difference has been clear. At it looks like yung mga doubts natin around the shakiness of STS have been questioned. Oo, shaky nung simula. Pero habang tumatagal, pare, parang clear wine lang yan. Gumaganda at gumaganda yung state ng STS. Not just from the individual prowess, but also how well they kind of react to pressure being dealt onto them. I think a lot of credit comes from the boys themselves, pare.
You know what, Ramon? I feel like the best way to describe STS right now is bagong piga na wine, but they are aging like fine wine. It's gonna be crazy scene habang tumatagal ang ating group stage. Kita natin dito, it's not just the other teams, but STS is also improving at a state that they can work with up until the EWC. No? So if everyone makuha nila yun, I feel like they're gonna be unstoppable. But nonetheless, CBF, in all of the maps that you could have played on, talagang pumabor pa lahat papunta dito sa STS. But nonetheless, they do have still a lot more fights. Marami pa tayong pag-uusapan, Ramon. We'll be back at the Caster Decks later on. Pero it's time for the panel. It's time for Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters at mabilis ang mga pangyayari dito, no, sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye, na kung kanina lang we already anticipated there is gonna be a win, pero being at this level, no, na hindi lang one step ahead, 2 or even 3 steps ahead itong si Team Stallions, no, kontra sa ComebackFriends. And it's quite sad seeing ComebackFriends at this stature. Pero ano pa nga bang magagawa mo kung gantong kalibre ang katapat mo?
Alam mo, Chino, to say that Team Stallions ay nadalian sa loob ng Eagle Eye is an absolute understatement, because there is a lot that happened inside of Team Stallions, no, that kind of felt like na parang nakita na namin ito, so ano bang gagawin namin dito, no? So it definitely is a different scenery from what we saw of CBF during Swiss and in group stage. Tas ito pa talaga yung malapit, no, Mochi? What an ender for Team Stallions. The one play na ginawa ni Kano para matapos ang ComebackFriends doon sa Swiss fight nila is ginawa naman ni JJ Mene. That is a 1-to-1 play ng pag-push papuntang HM, no, pre. And that is an amazing play para dito kay Team Stallions. So they were like, okay, wala namang mawawala, pre. Umalis na lang kaya tayo. Wag na lang natin puntahan yung LA at LB. Pagkalabas natin dito sa spawn, hanapin natin kagad ang mga kalaban, no? And like that mind of Team Stallions definitely worked. It kind of looked wrong in an optimal way, pero what is even wrong with Team Stallions? Exactly, pre, wala.
Wala as in, no? At wala ring nagawa ang ComebackFriends, unfortunately, no? Despite their attempts na kahit papano magsama-sama, no? Magdikit-dikit in order to address them. Unfortunately, there are already some struggles happening mid-fight na pagkahihiwa-hiwalay sila, nasasegregate pa rin sila, or there is something else happening in the sidelines dito that is some certain players coming from Team Stallions na bigla-bigla na lang sumusulpot, no? And hence, yun nga din yung kagandahan dito for the map of Eagle Eye being played upon by Team Stallions, no, na kung amplified na itong mga nangyari dito sa Ankara, mas lalo lang pinabilis at mas lalo lang nahilo dito ang ComebackFriends, which is quite, again, no, ComebackFriends, there seems to be some issues pagdating dito, no, sa kanilang playbook, no, na kumbaga meron tayong 60 pages na kakapalan dito, no, sa playbook ng CBF. Sa Team Stallions, meron tayong volume 1, 2, and 3. Kumbaga, no, ganun lang din naman yung kalakihan in terms of the differences, especially in how they are actually anchoring down, spacing forward, extending, kalkulado talaga, no, for Team Stallions.
Grabe, no? Parang sinasabi mo lang din, Mochi, na ang playbook dito ng CBF pantisis lang talaga. Pero kumpara mo naman dito sa Team Stallions, meron silang trilogy, kumbaga, na mga pelikula para maipamalas nga nilang kalakasan. And that is so nice. It is definitely a nice detail, no? What a round. What a game, actually, no? The vibe of Team Stallions right now, na napupulot ko nga talaga sa kanila, is kinda nice and is kinda endearing to look at, no? Kasi nga, parang pinapalalim palalo ng Team Stallions yung coverage ng mga teams in order for them to think deeply. Parang pinaforce nila ang kalaban na mag-isip the same as them, no? To note, no? 48 kills total ang kinuha ng Team Stallions, Tapos 21 of those were from Kano. 13 of them were from Loy or JJ, if I'm not mistaken, no? Fact of the matter is, no, naging high kill game siya kahit ilang rounds yung nilaro natin, because this was a game that Team Stallions effectively used every fight para mahina talaga ang dating ng kalaban, no? Take a look at the numbers, Mochi. These are very strong numbers na pinapamalas nga ni Kano. And it's a high kill game kasi nga, Team Stallions is a team that reacts nicely, no? Kaya naman nilang sumabay, kaya naman nilang makipag-front. But this is Team Stallions that uses skills as a form of space creation and as well as to throw off any rotation para sa ComebackFriends. So, natatimingan nila ng maayos. Look at the set summary, no? 4 rounds. Ibig sabihin, total of 14 rounds yung nalaro nga natin dito, Mochi, and not a single play na pinakita ng ComebackFriends na okay, i-outfrag natin yung sila JJ at sila Kano in this specific round. Ano pa rin nangyari, no? Team Stallions able to recover 2 rounds nung isa pa lang ang nakukuha ng ComebackFriends. So, Team Stallions just knows how to play within the mental game and as well as in the macro level talaga.
Yeah. Exactly. I think we can just definitely say, let's simplify everything. They know how to play CrossFire all around. Ang gagaling nila mag-Crossfire, no? Kumbaga, Salvatore, at ang pinakamagaling na mag-Crossfire is no other than Kano, reclaiming that MVP title muli, no? 2.44 dito sa kanyang KD. At syempre, no, sino ba namang, ano pa nga ba i-expect mo in terms of rating? 100% kung 20 plus ba naman ang iyong kills at single digit death ang nai-offer mo dito, at dagdagan mo pa ng mga assiste para dito sa iyong mga kasama. Well, Kano still definitely the dude that he is dito, no, sa mapa ng Eagle Eye natin, no? And I feel like it just highlights further yung kanyang mga galawan, no? Just gives him a lot more avenue para ipakita yung unpredictability niya din dito in the map. in itself. And tabla ang kanila nag-scoreline dito, no? Kung ano yung meron sa Ankara, ganun din sa Eagle Eye, mas pinabilis lang at mas pinalala lang. At kung kanina nakita niyo sa POVCAM ng CBF na parang gumaganto na lang si Tetsu, no? Wala eh. Wala tayong magagawa. But still, nice try dito, no? Comeback friends again. Pero sino nga ba ang ating match MVP here sa ating buong kabuuan na laban? It is going to be JJ. 1.86 KD and almost 70% ang kanyang headshot per kill here, Salvatore. And nahiya pa siyang gawing 100 ang kanyang rating.
Sabi nun, finally, outside of Kano, meron na nga tayong MVP, na hindi nagngangalang Christopher Robinson. No? And I feel like JJ now as a player really cementing himself as one of the best actually, no? Na talagang maaasahan mo si JJ on an aspect na he can anchor, he can entry, and he can kill you instantly. No? So, JJ, the usage of the EBR tumataas nga ngayon at di naman nahihinaan ng loob na gamitin nga din ni JJ. No? We very much known him as one of the headshot machines as well during the early years of Ubek Pinyak, no? Nung nakikita pa natin ang AK-47, talagang nakikita mo nakikipagsapalaran nga siya with that rifle alone, eh, no? Tapos nung lumabas yung HK, he was still the player that wants to use itong primary headshot na baril. But now, EBR, napakasolid nga naman. And JJ did not back off on the idea na I should be able to contribute din. Tama na si Kano, tama na si Loy. It's time for JJ talaga. And the post plants dun sa loob ng Eagle Eye. Si JJ ang may pakananga naman talaga, and you gotta admire this player's growth, no, na ine-embrace niya pa rin talaga yung role niya fully as a top player and as well as a huge clutcher para sa team na to. Look at this ender para kay JJ. Gantong-ganto rin yung panapos ni Kano during their bout against CBF. Pero yun, si JJ naman ang gumakaya. Congratulations to our MVP.
Congratulations indeed, no? And ang maganda ring i-recall dito is that whenever there are some moments wherein nahihirapan si Team Stallions kahit in the international stage, no? Even from last year, December, dude, ang lala ng nagiging anchor and as well as parang stability in terms of the mental din dito ni JJ, no? And it's nice na we're seeing him din dito locally being able to achieve just that dito against ComebackFriends. And this might have been quite of a lesson for ComebackFriends, no? They could have learned a lot din dito from the recent match that is against Team Stallions. Pero I hope that we can see more of them, no, sa mga susunod nating mga laban with them. Pero for now, mukhang magpo-focus na muna tayo dito, no, sa ating match MVP. Kaya naman, welcome na natin dito si JJ sa ating desk. Hi JJ! Congratulations!
Thank you po.
Taking that match MVP title. Taas ng KD natin,
Salamat po.
Ay, wala, medyo mahina ata. Yung audio ni JJ, wait lang, sabi niya ata, chamba lang daw. Pero medyo, lakasan natin yung mic natin, JJ, if kaya. Pero sige, go, ask away, Salvatore, if meron ka mga questions kay JJ.
Okay, Boss JJ, no, hindi ka mapigilan sa loob ng Ankara. Ilang plays yung binabanat mo kay Wus na partida. Arctic pa yung gamit niya dun, no? Tapos kinakalaban mo sila Aiden at sila Aldrin na parang hindi mo sila nakikita as parang kahirapan talaga, no? Ano bang meron kay JJ sa loob ng Ankara? Ano yung ginawa ni JJ para mas maging maganda yung laro ng Team Stallion sa loob ng Ankara?
Wala, ginagawa ko lang yung dapat kong gawin. Chambador lang po ako.
Huwag mo naman gayahin si KLP. Pero feeling ko naman, hindi ka naman ata chambador na ganyan, no, JJ. Pero feel mo talaga na nagawa mo naman yung role mo sa loob ng Ankara, no. Pero ito, follow-up question na lang. Feeling mo ba may isang player doon sa CBF na nagpahirap sa Team Stallions from both mula sa Eagle Eye pati sa Ankara? Feeling mo ba may isang player na nagpahirap sa'yo?
Silang lahat naman po. Di naman sila basta-basta.
Parang carbon copy ata ng mga sagutan ni Coach Tanks to Pero actually, no, I am curious. Meron akong katanungan, JJ, no. What is the reasoning behind choosing Ankara or yung pag-priority ng Ankara kontra sa sub-base? Over na ba tayo sa sub-base era natin? Ano na ba tayo? Sa ibang mapa na tayo nagfo-focus ngayon?
No, basado na kasi kami sa sub-base.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Parang trying something different naman tayo ngayon, no? Kumbaga.
So, actually, Bochi, may tanong pa ako dito para dito kay
Go.
JJ. No? Gusto ko talaga malaman mula sa perspective ng isang player tulad ni JJ. No? Ngayon, nakakailang matches na nga kayo. No? Credits pala kay Bipolar. No? Nakakailang matches na kayo, JJ, and safe to say na para maganda naman yung mga naging resulta ng iba. Pwera na lang dun sa una. No? Pero kung gagamitin mo lahat ng ginamit yung laban, no, JJ, tingin mo ba ang Team Stallions ay ready na para sa international appearance sila ngayong taon?
Ready na kami po.
Yun.
Yun ang
Yung gusto nating marinig din dun, no? Which is very nice to know, no? Dahil na meron tayong reassurance galing kay STS. And I think we can elaborate further, no? Paano nyo nasabing handang-handa na kayo, JJ, para sa ating international na mga tournament? Kaya mo yan. Kaya mo yan.
Itawa mo muna, JJ. Tapos sabihin mo na sa amin. Itawa mo muna. Oo nga. Itawa mo muna. Amen. JJ, di bali? Okay lang. JJ, gets namin, pre. Kasi
Baka
ang sabi ni
bawal
JJ,
sabihin.
hanapin nyo na lang sa laro namin yung
Oo.
sagot mismo. Sinabi ni
Bahala na
JJ
daw,
yun,
research.
di ba? Marunong akong mag-translate, Mochi, no? Kaya, yun na yun. Yung parang hayaan na lang natin makita ang laro mismo ng Team Stallions, Mochi.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Pero, JJ, wag ka na magtago. Okay lang.
JJ, pakita ka naman. JJ, asa ka?
Okay lang.
Okay lang yan, JJ. Okay lang,
Napaisip
okay lang.
siguro siya maigi, no? Paano nga ba kami naghihanda, no? Pero bawal
Ako
ata
nasasagot
namin
para
sabihin.
sa'yo, JJ.
Baka naka non-disclosure kami, no? Pero JJ, goods lang yan. Congratulations ulit for taking this match MVP. And now
Salamat
it's time
po.
for you na i-shoutout lahat ng mga gusto mong i-shoutout. The floor is yours.
Shoutout sa Team Stallions, sa kampi ko. Tas shoutout kay Kuya Chris, kay Ate kay Seiya. Tas
Yon.
shoutout kay Mark, happy birthday Mark. Last na. Yan lang po.
Yun. Maraming salamat, JJ. Congrats and hopefully makita pa namin kayo in the future at ikaw uli ang maging match MVP din, no, sa mga susunod yung mga laban.
Thank you po.
That's Jay.
Thank you. Grabe, no? Grabe,
Pagkapahiyain
Salvatore.
din pala eh, no?
Oo.
Ay, Mochi,
Gusto ko yung
silent
nagtago
but
na
deadly.
lang siya.
Parang-
Gawa na lang
Okay.
siya. Ano,
Ako
okay
yun,
lang
ako yun eh,
no?
pag iniiwasan ko mag-recitation eh. Ganun na ganun ako pag iniiwasan ko mag-recitation kaya hindi ko masisisi.
Iwas eye
Tamang-tama
contact
lang
sa
yung damog
teacher,
dito ni
no?
JJ. Oo, ayun.
Completely
Kasi,
valid,
medyo ano eh.
completely valid. Pero,
Medyo matinik yung mga tanong kasi natin eh.
totoo naman, no? Valid naman talaga, valid na valid. Pero okay lang yan. Pero ang mas
Ayan.
okay, yung susunod na laban. Ito ang walang inuurungan to sa Salvatore. Yan yung pwede na dito, no? At minsan, sila pa talaga yung nag-instigate. Sila pa talaga yung promotor. Virtus.pro versus Attras Esports ang magiging tapatan natin maya-maya dito. Any last insights bago tayo magtawag ng break?
No, good luck sa dalawang teams nga na to. Pero kung tatanungin, mas kakailanganin talaga ng Attras from their huge loss against matches. Kakailanganin nila lahat ng galit sa mundo, Mochi, para mabawi nila ang pagkatalo nga na yun. Kaya Virtus.pro and Attras, abangan nyo guys kasi hindi kayo manlulubo sa mga makikita nyong aksyon.
Exactly. Kaya naman, for now, pahinga muna tayo. Ang daing nangyari. Ang bilis ng mga laban. Kailangan namin maka-adjust at makahabol, no? Mag-absorb muna kami dito ng mga pangyayari so far. And after that, talaga na muli tayo for Virtus.pro and as well as Attras.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Natapos na tayo sa una at sa ikalawa, and now we're down to the last match of the day. This will be Virtus.pro versus Attras. Will this be the redemption na hinahanap-hanap ng Virtus.pro nung sila ay tinalo ng Attras during our qualifiers? Well, do you think that this is it na nga talaga, Salvatore?
Ako, Mochi, no? Nakita naman natin kanina na it yielded the same results from the matches at Swiss na tinatatansin natin papuntang groups. Ganun pa rin naman ang naging karanasan ng CBF, but this time around, no, I feel like it is going to be very different, no? Kung tutuusin, no? This is Virtus.pro who emerged into the scene with different style of play na kahit papano, kahit na 2-0 sila ng Execration, it still kinda looked strong. Whereas Attras, nakikita mo ba ang Attras recently sa mga matches nga nila, Mochi? They looked absolutely lost. But hopefully nga talaga, no, that match just lost shedded some light para sa kalakasan ng Attras, because they desperately need every single ounce ng strength and confidence na meron sila up against the top dogs of the CFSC.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's just too much going on para dito kay Attras, no? Pero kay Virtus.pro, I don't think so. Kaya naman, let's see, no? For our players here, dude, ang lala ng nagiging stability na ino-offer dito ngayon ni KSA and alongside the OBIB. And kung dito si Cetra, lagi natin nakikita as being the primary snipers na talagang unang papasok sa isip mo in the scene, well, dalagdagan niya din yun, no? Popcorn plays, no? Hindi pa siya kontento dun sa galawan niya with the Arctic, no? He's prioritizing something else as well, which is the util usage, absolute lineups, and as well as timing being offered whenever that the time needs. Pero at the same time, we still have Elvin and Kel are in the mix na still doing what they do best dito sa ating team.
Ano na yan? Sino yan? Si Keller pa nagsulat
Ano
yan?
yan?
Parang
Ba't
DP
may
ata ni
pa-heart-heart?
Keller yan, eh. Okay, kasi ilapit mo nang makita namin, nang mabasa na.
Sayang.
Ano ba nakalagay? Okay,
Di kita?
Ayaw ipakita.
Ayaw.
Mamaya tignan na lang natin. Pero feeling ko, DP ni Keller yun, eh, no? Pero yun, Virtus.pro nga pala, guys, eh, no? Na grabe, Mochi, through the roofs ang kanilang mga KD kanina, no? Which sets a very good example, no? Na Virtus.pro is not an easy team to beat. And Virtus.pro is ready and hungry for redeeming what was once theirs, eh, no? Sinabi na nga ni Cetra, he said it best. Gusto nga nilang mawibalik yung dating nasa kanila, which is a regional title and an international appearance plus that championship title. I mean, so yeah, Virtus.pro. Ito na nga yun, eh, no? Attras, ilang siglo na lang, Mochi, pagtatapatin na lang natin sila up against Team Stallions.
Siglo.
But right now, that is the least of their concerns, eh, no?
Yeah.
Ito muna haharapin nga nila ang team na tumalo nga sa kanila during Swiss. Na parang feeling ko medyo may alat pa siya ng onti o baka wala na nga. But Virtus.pro, syempre, maaalala talaga nila yan.
I would lean more sa may kaunting alat, no? Kasi mapait yung dinanas nila sa kamay ng Attras. But let's see. Meron tayong katanungan dito. Week 3 will be a season-determining week for all teams. What will be expecting from your team? Tapos sabi dito ni Coach 02, I'm expecting Attras to be easier now. And for Forbid, they will give us more problem. But I know we have what it takes to take care of it. Okay.
Coach. Kaya marami nag-PM sa page natin na nakakatakot, eh, no? Mga ganyang linyahan talaga. Magkakaroon ng isang malupit na pag-spark ng mga utak ng mga tao pag binasa nga nila to. But, you know, coming from his perspective, stats-wise and presence in the tournament, he might not be wrong, no, Mochi? Hindi ito ako na nanggagatong ng isang tao. He might not be wrong, proving the stats kasi if Attras struggled and choked a 6-3 lead against ㍍Matches, is there anything na pwedeng ipamalas ni Attras heading into the match against Virtus.pro, which is a degree higher definitely than matches? Pero men, we are open to a conversation of a possible upset no? At kung ano nga yung ginawa nga nilang pagsisweep during Swiss, possible in another world or in this current setting, baka malay mo nga naman maulit yon for Attras.
And that kaya naman talakayan na nga natin ano nga ba ang meron dito for Attras. Kasi ang miningin ko naman din dun sa alat kanina, no, is yung alat na feeling against them, which keeps it more brimming at mas lalo pang magiging dedicated ito si Virtus.pro na panggigilan yung mga membro natin dito. Kasi di naman nga din biro ang performance ni RTA na every single week, halos meron siyang nagiging highlight na napifeature sa ating top player highlights, no? And we also have JKim with a very great integration, although there are some moments that yung responsibility natin dito quite unbalanced, no? Masyadong maraming ginagawa si JKim and this team, and I feel like that was quite of their bottleneck, no, Salvatore?
Well, definitely, no? And I feel like the numbers na meron talaga si JKim, despite it being that really high, may kita mo talaga na Attras is not really leaning towards the success of JKim kasi, again, CrossSFIRE, 5v5, team play, yada, any cliche na masasabi nating system, inaasahan pa rin talaga natin, no, from Attras. Kasi we put teams in a higher ceiling pagdating talaga sa team play. Kasi we can definitely crown the MVPs. We can definitely crown, you know, the set winners, no? Pero at the end of the day, no, maaalala natin sa isang team kung paano nga nila na-execute ng maayos yung isang play. And I feel like Attras is already there. Pero nasa step 2 pa lang sila no? Parang meron nga talaga sinasabi dito si Sneaky na they can manage to go to step 1 pero hindi nga sila maka-advance to step 2. Nagkakaroon tayo ng onting advancement from the series against Attras, pero tila ayun, nagkaroon na naman sila ng onting slap, and hopefully Attras now begins this journey of fulfilling a team-based play para sa Attras, kasi kinakailangan talaga nun no? And what better way to prove everyone na meron na silang team play with a win against Virtus.pro, one of the best teams na merong malakas na sistema.
Exactly. And I feel like the structure here, no, is gonna be quite of an empire na kailangan nga nilang patumbahin dito, and that will be very much difficult. Pero we have a question here, no, kay CRG. Week 3 will be a season determining week for all teams. What will we be expecting from your team? Same question kanina, no? Well, sabi nga ni CRG dito, I'm just gonna say, expect the unexpected. Ay, kung kanina, no, Salvatore, na they just managed to win one series so far. Well, I guess, yun nga, no, baka nga meron silang plano para makabawi dito against Virtus.pro.
Shoutout to CRG, no? Tropa yan. Pero I would rate it a 6 out of 10 kasi hindi ako nagkakamali, Mochi. Nasabi na yan, di ba? Expect the unexpected kung di ako nagkakamali. So, parang pangalawang ikot na ata ng linya. Oo, ibang team lang yung nagsabi, no? Yeah. So, baka ibang Pinterest ata yung kailangan nilang tignan dito, no? Para makalakap ng panibagong quote. Pero, napaka-appropriate niyan actually, no? Kasi expect the unexpected. Baka unexpected na maging 2-1 to in favor of Virtus.pro, or expect the unexpected na 2-0 mapunta to sa Attras tulad nga na nangyari, no, nung nakaraan. And I just think na meron talagang ipapamalas dito ang Attras because currently, Mochi, there is an epidemic dito sa liga nga na to, no, na lahat nagpe-prepare, naghahanda basically para sa BPN Team Stallions. Pero sa para sa mga teams na outside of those two mentioned teams, wala na nga talaga. So baka ito na nga yung preparasyon na yun, no, Mochi, para sa Attras.
True. Parang nagkakaroon ng tendency na mag-tunnel vision sila doon sa mga nasa taas, pero hindi muna sila nagpo-focus sa mga nasa ka-level nila. Pero ito ang ating head-to-head right now. It's gonna be KSA and JKim, and parang bagay na bagay to, no? Kung I don't know if I'm mistaken, pero kumbaga sa pagiging playstyle nila dito, no, with the aggression, but at the same time, no, talagang focus on what is in front of them. Meron dito for both KSA and JKim.
Mochi, KS AK-47 versus JKim 417, no? Isang HK player, isang AK-47, at ang pinaka-highlight talaga natin dito is their balance between being effective and being aggressive, no? KSA, yun nga ang masasabi nga natin, pero eto pre, JKim, no? One of the pioneers of the headshot percentages talaga, no, during Impact Summer 2025, na nailipat niya nga naman talaga ng maayos to. And safe to say, Mochi, from the other matches, no, ng Attras, makikita mo talaga yung yung kalakasan / effectivity nito ni JKim on the headshot percentages. So tama lang naman na ipagtapat natin tong dalawang to because they can really dish out the impact kills. Pero ang tanong kasi, how skillfully will they be able to do that knowing na talagang high octane tong laban na to?
That is true, and that is why it's a must para malaman natin, meron tayong idea sa ating pacing na magkaroon tayo ng map veto, no? Because again, if present ang Eagle Eye dito, ayun na nga. We have Ankara and as well as Eagle Eye for our first and second map, and as well as the new compound for our decider. And dude, it is practically the same, no? Tulad ng kung ano ang meron kanina sa ating Team Stallions against CBF. Well, you have any inputs about this one?
Mochi, inputs, tinatanong pa ba yan? Parang parang nanonood tayo ng replay
gas
naman,
na, no?
daily effects ata tayo dito no? Like, wala tayong kailangan sabihin. Siguro let's talk about Virtus.pro starting on blacklist on both maps, no? So, looking at it, blacklist ang isa sa mga pinakamagandang sides ng Virtus.pro. Kahit anong side pa nga, no? Whether it be Subbase, New Mexico, or even Black Widow. Mas okay sa kanila na magsimula nga sila sa weak side na nga muna ng mga mapa, no? Except Ankara, because it's a map that's very balanced. So, but what I'm saying is, definitely mararamdaman nga natin yung pacing ng game on the Virtus.pro side. Kasi a lot of the matches na determine kung paano nga ba ine-expose ng Virtus.pro yung pagkakamali ng kalaban, whether it be from defense or rotation. At pinakita nga nila yung during Swiss and on week number 1 and as well as week number 2, which is very, very nice for Virtus.pro. Ngayon, Attras entering into GR, we're definitely aware. Alam naman natin yung effectivity nga nila dyan. I just think that they need to innovate pa eh. Parang it's no longer surface level no? Parang talagang it's right there para may masabing meron. Sana talaga meron pang maipapamalas dito ang Attras because they desperately need it, no? After that debacle kahapon with matches, itong GR side ng Ankara kailangan talaga pagbutihin ng Attras.
Couldn't agree more. And I feel like our predictions will be reflecting just that, especially that again, Virtus.pro is already quite of a given, and it is already in a different stage after all. No, there might be a lot of jitters na magagaling dito kay Attras, being overwhelmed for everything that is happening right now, and a rematch against someone who they wronged during our qualifiers is not gonna be a good sight for them. Pero ano naman kaya ang sabi ng community dito, no? Is it the same or is it different? Will we be leaning more toward drastically, no? We have 60% for Virtus.pro and as well as Attras, pero actually, parang this is closer than what I have expected.
Well, definitely, no? And considering na Virtus.pro has one of the biggest fan bases, considering na yung Tondo, no? Marami-rami nga sila dyan. Attras, nandyan ang B1G, nandyan ang mga kung ano-anong clan na meron dito, yung mga ibang players, no? Kinda sad, no, na pumapabor dito ang Virtus.pro. Kinda expected na medyo mataas nga ang Attras. Pero bosses nyo nga yan, guys. Wag kayong mahiya bumotot kung moment pa dyan. But I just know, no, this very sets an example, no, na viewership is definitely way up in the air right now. Tumataas nga talaga sila, no, between the matches. Tulad na lang din na nangyari sa Stallions kanina. But hey, no, good luck talaga sa Virtus.pro and as well as sa Attras. Palakasan to ng bosses sa comments.
And speaking of bosses, no, meron tayong mga introduce na mga bosses din dito sa ating desk para lalo pa na tayo magkaroon ng impormasyon dito, no, sa dalawang team natin. Kaya naman ipakilala na natin uli sila. It's gonna be Sneaky Frank and as well as Bipolar. Hi guys! Welcome! I think this match is gonna be a banger. Pero Sneaky Frank, tingin mo ba merong pantapat dito ang Attras and they could do what they did last qualifiers muli dito?
That's a really good question, no? Kasi, ayun nga, feeling ko hindi na parehong VP yung nakikita natin on our screen dito sa group stage kumpara sa nakita natin sa Swiss stage, no? I feel like it's gotten a lot less experimental para sa kanila dito. It's a lot more the game of guarantees para dito sa ating Virtus.pro. So, para naman sa Attras, no? I mean, I've been hearing about some stuff behind the scenes na, you know, they're struggling to kind of convert yung nagagawa ka nila dito sa scrims. And, ayun nga, no, they're kind of having a hard time putting it into actuality dito nga sa ating mapa. And I feel like that is also the benefit of yung pinanggagawa ng Virtus.pro dito last season, Mochi, kasi yung officials ginagawa nilang parang scrims dito, and I feel like that might have benefited in the long run, especially knowing na yung first at second na ngayon, EWC na on the line.
Yeah, that is true, and I feel like it all boils down to a matter of replication at kung magkakaroon ba ng karagdagang additional budbud against Virtus.pro, lalong-lalo na nag-upgrade din ang kanilang galawan dito. Pero how about you, Bipolar? Do you have the same sentiments as Sneaky Frog?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I agree with Sneaky Frog na parang this is not the same Virtus.pro that we saw from the previous Masters and dito sa ating qualifiers, especially up against Attras. But Attras is also a team that I did not expect having this kind of power, Pero kasi that's almost centric dito kay JKim, pati kay RTA. If they just perform well, everyone for Attras will also perform well. Pero up against VP though, that's a big question. Another question that we have to answer later on.
Yeah, exactly. I would like to second that though. Their heavy reliance into individual players dito sa Attras would be their primary hurdle dito internally para kay Attras Esports. Pero let's dig further The Golden Boy versus the Kid in town Well, Kid is already scoring off and as well as itong si Yobib and the battle of the M14 EBR primarily as our players na holder nun. Salvatore, paano na natin i-contrast itong dalawang to?
I love the matchup Bochi, kasi itong dalawang to, both backup players, nakakuha nga ng impact frags at maaasahan mo talaga sa mga multi-kills So it's just the battle of who is the more flexible player and the reliable one para makita mo yung consistency nila. Because Kid, clearly the series kahapon, he kind of fell off pagpasok nga ng overtime, pero maaasahan mo talaga siya from the start to create that momentum. Kaso nga lang kasi si Yobib, kailan mo ba nakita na nag-fall off si Yobib during inside of asset mismo Currently in this season of Masters, maaasahan talaga si Yobib. He was always doing everything and he's a net positive He has that kind of contribution na nagbe-benefit para makakuha ng space sila Elvin and as well as si KSA. So it's going to be a huge bout para dito kay Kid. Ang gusto ko lang makita dito from Yobib is that deliverance ng consistency na sinasabi ko kanina that would literally hurt Attras. Pero it goes for the same dito para kay Kid. If he's not consistent, baka ikasakit pa nga yun din ng Virtus.pro.
Yeah, that is true. And depending on how they will be able to start this will say a lot sa magiging performance nitong dalawang key players na ito for the team as well. But we can also incorporate KSA into the mix, lalong-lalo na after yung performance niya dito, versus Attras and even yung recent na laban nila, yung sets na nakukuha ni KSA dito being the set MVP. Hindi biro yung mga rating na kukuha niya dito, Sneaky Frog.
Ayun nga, and I think also as well, shout out to the AK users na nandito sa VP. I kinda see the vision now. Pero may nagsabi sa akin na wag ko munang sabihin kung bakit malakas sila sa AK-47 and why the AK is strong right now. Siguro, I'll probably spoil it going into playoffs. Pero ayun nga, I feel like KSA definitely is one of the more consistent players dito nga sa Virtus.pro, especially coming into last year. Ever since his initial explosion nung 2024. Kasi dati, pagdating ng usapan SGJ, we were always just talking about itong si Yobe, but KSA also kind of grabbing that kind of spotlight, and especially that's a perfect time to have this kind of performance, especially up against itong Attras na yun nga from what I've heard is also one of the teams that can also beat them pagdating nga dito sa scrims. Pero yun nga pagdating nga sa experience dito sa ating dito sa ating officials talaga, you cannot really count out itong Virtus.pro, especially itong si KSA who probably plays the same from scrim to official, kasi knowing him, he's just gonna press W and find the right mark para sa kanyang team.
Yes, and always, And I guess, parang hindi na rin ako magtataka if KSA would be performing wonders din dito sa tapatan nila and Attras yet again. Pero we can also highlight someone else dito naman sa kabila, For Attras, JKim, The Hope versus Virtus.pro. Again, we are stating that there are some imbalances in terms of the responsibilities being catered dito ng ilan natin mga player, and I feel like the primary object that is JKim Bipolar.
yun na nga, J-Kim is not just the hope, is almost like a big brother para dito sa apat na players natin. Talagang he needs to activate these players just from his sheer performance, no? Currently is in a very good spot sa ating mga rankings, in the top 20 spot in terms of KD, and if he keeps providing that kind of performance, well, tulad nga na sinabi natin kanina, it will be a domino effect. Mas mapapadali dito yung buhay ni RTA in controlling these players, and that hope will immediately come into effect. So yeah, if Jake can perform, the hope is not just gonna be hope, it's actually gonna be results pagdating dito sa ating labanan na against Virtus.pro.
Yes, and I know this is parang sinamplang, pero hopefully, yun nga ang mangyari dito, no? For our team of Attras, and I guess the battle is set. The first map is Ankara. Will the retribution and the revenge be here for this match of Virtus.pro against Attras? Sneaky Frog and Bipolar, rak-rakan na.
It's time to shoot, it's time to aim, and it's time to dominate the playing field. It's time for Virtus.pro and as well as Attras. And yun na nga, no, Sneaky Frog, we're gonna be starting on Ankara, then Eagle Eye, then New Compound at the very end. Pero to ang ganda actually ng mapa ng Ankara for both of these teams, kasi nakikita naman natin that it only played 3 maps for the entirety ngayon ng ating group stage. Meanwhile, mas angat naman dito ang Virtus.pro, but we have a lot of things to unravel, no, or at least unpack, kasi again, this is a different kind of Virtus.pro and a different kind of Attras.
Yun nga, man. And we're also seeing the statistics, no, with the new season natin, especially para dito sa Attras. Napaka-worrying ng kanilang win rate, no, pagdating dito sa GR side, especially it's at a 33%. And yun nga, no, that is from the recent games nga natin, and obviously not having a good defense pagdating sa Ankara. Yun nga, no, that's already bad news. Nakita na naman nangyari dito sa I think it was the acceptance games, or the acceptance games earlier, right? Yun nga, maganda yung depensa dito ng acceptance. They got such a huge lead in the first half, but you can also kind of counter it with a good defense by yourself. And yun yung ginawa nga ng ating initial na team, and I feel like that is what Virtus.pro is also going for, no? Ipe-play nila yung strong side ng mapa that they have 74% on, which is a crazy statistic, no? I mean, a 74% win rate pagdating sa BL side, and it just goes to show, no, na VP, they play the guarantees, pare.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know what, Sneaky Frog, oras na para dumayo tayo dito at dumaong papunta dito sa ating Ankara. Let's listen to the comments.
Wait lang, Bin. Sige, Bin. Andiyan sila.
Kita na kami.
Under na.
Side.
3 box. Wala apply pen, boy. Tas side pa. Lapit ako.
Active in the comms and also active in on high mid, and just like from the interviews mula dito kay 0-2, they did say that loss from Attras dun sa qualifying stage is a starting point in the reality check, but this time checking of the sides going towards B ang buong Virtus.pro. It's gonna be an easy fight now as J-Kim does get the initial frag. K spots on 1, Yobib down, but it's a 2. Oh, it's 1 for 3 actually, as Attras holding down B side very comfortably, yung C4 nasa kanila.
Yeah, it felt like one of those tester rounds, no, Polar, where Virtus.pro just ran into whatever part of the map that they want, pare. Pero Elvin will be getting K. 3 versus 2 will create a bit of uncertainty sa round natin, no? Hindi pa to guaranteed na nasa kamay ng Attras, pare.
Yeah, tsaka Attras has been bad in closing out these kinds of rounds, pero kailan kayo makakakuha ng mga pagpunteriya ni Kid with the M14, and Elvin high above, pero parang delikado ko Sneaky kahit na naka-AK siya dito.
Gonna need to parse these fights, pare, which is gonna be very difficult, no, especially knowing you're on an elevated position, pare. Attras with a really good 1-0, and Virtus.pro tried to contact their way into high mid and into B, pare. No, unfortunately, it was not a good idea.
Yeah, but now, no, it is still Attras having a very good lead at dahil dyan. I also want to see K, no, pop off, kasi parang tulad nga sa mo beforehand, we're spoiled with snipers, and if one sniper does fall down, ibig sabihin lang talaga nun that we're seeing down the levels of gaps ng ating mga snipers. And this matchup alone is levels of like different playstyles, of different kind of approach sa ating game, and mukhang titignan natin yan kung nasan nga ba palagi nakapals yung ating snipers.
Yeah, think it is most likely Zetra, no, playing Arco, or either itong second mid natin just playing outside their means. And Virtus.pro, no, after their first round accident dito, no, Polar, immediately went back to their default. Kunin nila LA, they're gonna clear CA, and then dito double clear nila dito yung Hukay in order to full swing itong TB. Feeling ko, feel lang nila how much map control that they do realistically have dito sa mapa natin. And if they can guess right, no, kung anong site yung medyo mahina dito or may site na may isang player na out of position, pwede nilang kunan ng 5v4 yun.
Yeah, and ito rin yung nagustuhan natin for VP, no? Especially nung nakita natin sila lumaban sa Attras, it's clearing operations every time. And once na they're up against a team just like Attras na very passive or very close towards their walls dito sa other side of the map, mas napapaganda lalo yung strat ng VP because you expect no one to fall. Kaso nga lang, look at the majority of the map, hawak na ng VP.
Yun yan. It is also Attras kind of respecting yung VP a bit too much. No? I would want to see like an odd peek galing dito kay Klein or dito kay Jakim. Pero I think they're avoiding yung 5v4 win condition dito ng VP pare.
Big flash though. Will not delay anything there, pero it's a big push dito sa hotel and sa Will sa TB. Big flash is now as well connecting, pero K does find Elvin. Good shot indeed. KSA now with the USP, pero Yobib wala makita ngayon. Rotations happening, pero KSA and Yobib continue the fight. Kung saan, dalawa na lang natitira for this post plant, pero Cetra does find CRG. Mas napitas palalo ditong Attras. Can RTA na nakalampas dito sa ating depensa get those kills, mukhang hindi ang sagot doon. Virtus.pro answering back from, the checking dito sa ating first round.
Yeah, no, as soon as they went back to normal, it kind of is the VP that we expected. No, pare, maximum map control as much as possible. Kind of poke and prod kung anong pwedeng kunin sa kabilang side ng map or sa side ng kalaban, basically. And with a 3-man clear dito sa hotel, no, you do guarantee a trade at the very least at 4 versus 4. So, ayun nga, it's a really nice default, no, and it is actually really hard to counter kung di talaga kayo mag-forward dito, pare.
Yeah, and ngayon, there is some site na may forward na ditong Attras. You have Jakim on second mid na can easily spot out Elvin, can easily spot out 2 plays kasi ngayon, nakikita rin natin sometimes Virtus.pro actually helping out Elvin, not just relying on that singular one-man push, pero name of the game, BL side for VP, this is gonna be happening for at least 3 maps, no, na it's a slow-paced game.
Yeah, it's good that Elvin's not afraid to call for help as well, no? Dito sa B-side kasi, 2 is better than 1 pagdating sa mga ibang sitwasyon na to, Polar. Oh, CA! Nakita yung ulo dun ni KSA, I think. They gotta be careful.
Ay, yun lang. Kailangan pala maging careful ni K. That's immediate contact and nakuha. From that little engagement, nakuha agad nila high mid.
Tapos titigil sila bigla, Polar. Diba? Now they're gonna take stock. Anong meron dito sa mapa? We got information kung nasan si K. And now we get to pick which side we want to take. And pakiramdam ko parang gustong dumaan ng exit. Bumabuelo na yung mga to eh.
Oo, tingnan mo naman, Yobeb wants to enter now dahil dyan papadala niya muna dito sa KSA with the possibility of a smoke. Pero K, proactiveness is there in the leg. Natamaan dito yung hintuturo dito ni KSA sa paa. Pero K holding this down and he finds the angle. Pero Yobeb with the trade at ngayon, exit might just be denied if maharap ni RTA yun. Killer, prime opportunity as he finds through the smoke itong batang we call Kid. Attras slowly falling down in these kinds of engagement, pero they do find Yobeb 20 seconds and now A-side is so free from that interaction. Elvin.
Tigil muna.
Yeah, respeto muna sa Attras to.
You gotta chill, Attras. No one has taken CA yet, by the way, so bit troubling para sa kanila, pare. 30 seconds left on the clock, though. Double flash. First flash will come from CRG. The secondary flash will come from JK. Bakit nila tinapon at the same time?
Oh no!
My God!
Dahil dyan, sprays on down Elvin with that 3K!
What are we doing?
That double flash, man, is the bane of the existence dito ng Attras. Holy Mother of God!
Meron ba tayong bottom 5 plays dito, pare? Because that was definitely a
We
bottom
should,
5 play.
kailangan na natin ng ganun. Kailangan na natin dagdagan pa.
Man, like, ito, at the point of the double flash, right? Para i-explain ko lang sa stream bakit nagalit ako. Kasi, the point of the double flash, first flash, siyempre, yun nga, no, ina-expect na yan ng mga players. But the second flash, paharap pa lang sila nun eh. You know what I mean?
You catch them after the flick.
Omsim. And, ewan kami, nakamali sila sa 1, 2, 3. Maybe someone's off on their math.
Might be. Baka may di tayo alam, Sneaky, na pag double flash, mas matagal yung blind. Think about that. Diba? Baka may update bigla ang buong
Is that in the game's code?
But we digress. Alam mo yun, mistakes happen. And sinabi rin naman ng Attras recently na they've been making mistakes and they're trying to mitigate that. some mistakes will still happen from time to time. But still a 1-point lead dito sa Virtus.pro. They still have a little bit of time para makahabol dito.
For sure. And Virtus.pro was given a bit of a freebie in that last round. And will be taking full advantage of it, no, pare. And especially, alam mo naman yung Virtus.pro, hindi yan nagbasta-basta nagpapabitaw ng advantage dito. And I feel like after that last round, Attras is kind of reeling from that one. Kaya Virtus.pro will try to take advantage, no? And on purpose yung ganito, no, Polar, yung sobrang pinapatagal nila yung mga round na, especially right after a heartbreaking round like this, para maaning talaga malala tong Attras. They're playing with their impatience.
Yeah, it's mind games, it's emotions, everything. Pati timer ginagamit dito ng Virtus.pro as a weapon para mapatigil dito yung pag-angat ng Attras. And nakita nga natin last time, no, na parang ganito rin yung gagawin ng dito.
What?
No. That shouldn't happen. Si RG had the advantage pero ngayon, nag-aapol si RTA ng anino at siya pa yung mamamatay. KSA pushing, switching guns mid-fight. And KSA styling on them, can wield everything. And you should tell him there, KSA.
Grabe naman yun. He put a bit of sauce on it. Dito yung kanyang last kill, pare. But at the same time, nakita mo, ang lakas siguro ng headset dito ni KSA, no? Kasi narinig niyang nag-pull yung pin ng flash dito ni RTA sa top at hindi niya hinarapan itong si CRG dito sa may bench side. But KSA gonna be on his own on the long side, man.
Oh, big push. And Attras finds 2 already. This is what we wanted. Forward pushes and dominate the GR side. With this kind of aggression, VP cannot set up.
Yun yung curveball na hinahanap natin, Polar, kanina pa eh. From the side of Attras, I feel like if they kinda do their usual default dito sa mapa, no, of the 2-1-2, yun nga, VP is gonna figure that one out every single time, para especially with how their default looks like. So you do have to throw in the curveball from time to time. And that was definitely a curveball, pare. Pero, granted 2 versus 4, no? Polar. But I reckon that this is still winnable para dito sa Virtus.pro considering kung sino pa yung buhay dito.
Yeah, it's Elfin na already popped off 5 kills already. Plus, look at the util game for VP. They haven't used everything. Pwede nila ismoke yung RS, ismoke yung high mid, throw flash to delay the fight. Pero, the C4 has not yet planted. Alam na to ng Attras na hindi to magiging A, but they will try to go for that big retake.
No, don't 4-man push exit, man. Please, Attras. Yun lang yung binibeg ko sa kanila dito, Polar. Someone has to go CA, right?
I think they might still, or at least tatlo di ba, sa may exit.
Let's look at this discipline though, man. Hindi agad nilabag dito yung C4. This is what I was talking about, man. Kailangan nila dumaan dito ng CA. Kung dumaan sila ng spawn, Keller could have been holding that the entire time. But Keller with a pretty good spot, in all honesty, pare. Tower with a bit of defense galing kay Elvin.
Oh, they go forward though, Sneaky. Grabe to. Attras won't realize this kasi they expect hotel in sight. And look at the crossfire up above and down below. Kid, nakita yung dulo ng barrel. Yun lang, di tinago ni Elvin. But it is planted open. So Keller can immediately find the diffuser. At naharap niya muna dito si Kid. He finds an RTA.
Uy,
That's a double na for Keller. 12 seconds, grenade, the flash, pero kinocommit na, pero it goes down! 8 seconds na po Attras! Time crunch, no more time! Keller just waits and prays, and he will give the VP one more round!
Oh my goodness me. Virtus.pro getting away with murder dito sa laruan natin, Polar. Grabe naman yun, man. And but sinabi ko pa sa simula ng clutch na yun, pare. I was like, this is still definitely winnable, no? Knowing kung sino yung buhay dito. Famous last words galing dito sa akin, pare, before Attras got absolutely mauled dito sa B-side. But look at that setup, though, no? Galing dito kay Elvin at kay Keller. I think either way, no? Mababait nila yung isang player na nasa high mid. And very smartly played galing dito kay Keller, pare. Na, you know, he's just poking and prodding. Nasa harap niya naman ng C4. And, ayun nga, hindi yata pwede, or hindi yata abot yung diffuse dun sa gitna ng dalawang batteries, pare. Out in the open talaga yun.
Yeah, ang ganda no ng play. I mean, it took 50 seconds to plant that bomb, pero those 50 seconds really did give them a lot of time to figure a strat just like that. And feeling ko mas napaganda pa talaga na namatay lang dun si Elvin in-game though. So, it was just better para dito sa VP. And now, again, readjustments lang dito sa execution ng VP. Nothing really went into the negatives at ngayon, uulitin lang nila, uulitin tong CA to mid push.
Hindi, yun nga. Default is just getting them every single point of map control na gusto nga nila dito, no, Polar. You get CA, you get TB. And if you don't get TB, you can just two-man swing it with your sniper para and guarantee that. Pero Jake, ito yung gusto ko makita, man. A bit of testing galing sa kanya. Pero Elvin expecting this.
Ito na naman the hope. He needs to create something na pwedeng maniwalaan ng Attras, kaso denied by Elvin. Grabe. The patience met by aggressiveness is not gonna work out this time. And tignan mo naman, wala silang paki. Nag-push kayo. Sige, hold lang kami. Pero Kid does find Elvin. So baka ito na execution for VP on towards TV.
Yeah, Zetra as well, no, will be making presence dito sa A side. So it's not yet a done deal kung ano man yung rotation nangyari dito sa Attras. And look at all those nades, all those flashes na pa-root it si RTA dahil dun, Min.
Uy, napakagat. Yun lang, K does find Zetra, so he holds down the high ground. Pero KSA with a shot easy with the taps. At ngayon, the doors are closed on towards B. Wala makakapasok. 37 seconds, 3 players buhay para sa Attras. And you love this. RS, Jaime, Hotel, lahat papasukan ng buong GR side, but can they find these crucial players playing with time, playing with pressure? It's all up to Kid. With this flash, he goes in. Second flash, yun na nga. Double flash works out well. It's all up to Yobin, pero he's still alive. 1 HP up against Kid, pero hinaharap na siya ngayon. Good plays, pero better sights mula dito kay Kid. Enough time para ma-defuse yung bomba.
Really good patience as well, no? Galing dito sa Attras, and Kid was just waiting for the eventual flashes ng dalawang HM player na natin dito. And Attras will time out. And I think that was the last round, I think, or at least that was a 4-1 nung tinawag din yun, pare. Pero Attras with a very nice win. It's still a 1v1, no? So hindi mo masasabi na, you know, you kinda out-backroad them dun sa round na yun. It was them getting B-side, almost actually getting itong si K. I feel like if they got K a bit earlier, dito sa tower position natin, pare, this entire, you know, defense would be a bit easier para nga dito sa Virtus.pro, no? Pero ayun nga, fortunately Attras remembering na nga pala, no, we have to take itong hotel, we have to take a secondary entrance papasok ng B-site, and we are just gonna play the utils, pare. Tama yung ginagawa nila.
Yeah, it's good. It's good nonetheless, no, kahit na napapaabot tayo sa mga pinaka masisikip na laban na 1v1s, 2v2s, pero what is good there, I think they use a double flash, no, na parang mas gumanda pa kasi it really took a while bago tumama dito yung second flash, which really did blind a lot of these plays mula sa Virtus.pro. That's why Kid got most of these frags sa ating B side. So, nonetheless, tama nga, no, na with K being alive, they're picking up Cetra first before nahanap siya ni KSA was a good sign. Pero this time out, they need to make do, no? Kasi at least yung push ka rin ni JK, mulang nangyari doon. It required na hanapin pa yun, I believe, ni Kid dito sa hotel, yung trade-off kay Elvin.
Ayun nga. And itong si Attras, pare, obviously still very capable, especially knowing what we saw in that last round. But we need to see a bit more convincing rounds galing sa kanila dito, no, Polar. I want to see, you know, yung similars na nakita natin from Kid with the spray down, you know, them fully countering yung initial setup nga dito ng Virtus.pro. Well, they did earlier, no? Kaso natalo sila dun sa 2 versus 4, so I wouldn't call that a win, pare. So, yeah, Attras needing to play a bit more intelligence sa mapa natin.
Tough times, no, kahit na early rounds pa lang naman tayo. Pero I would like to take this time, big shoutout sa CEO ng Virtus.pro, kay Nikolai Petrosian. Shoutout to you.
Happy birthday to the other Kian as well, na may one daw apparently, na shinare ni Kian. Our Kian. We don't know who he is, pero nga. Happy birthday to you, gang.
Happy birthday pa rin sa'yo, brother. We go back into the game, 7 crowd. Let's look at the replay, no? Look at this. You love to see pa rin naman, no? I mean, you did want sneaky yung mga forward pushes na ganito, pero feeling ko mas better talaga kung hindi lang information na gagather ng ating Attras.
Ayun nga. It seems like the positions that it was being taken dito ng Virtus.pro, they were really fully assuming na Attras would not be taking hotel this entire time, no? Which is a good assumption naman. Kasi yun nga yung ginawa nila dun sa last round, but Attras now a bit wiser to their tricks pagdating sa mapa natin. And will now be able to clear out itong vents temporarily. So we'll create a bit of a presence, no, para dito sa Virtus.pro on the A site, pero iiwan lang nila dito si KSA temporarily. It's kind of like KSA on the A side, Elvin sa B side, no? Pagdating sa entries natin, pare.
Yeah, yun na nga eh. Parang just use the players na talagang available all that space already tapos make way. Pero look at this. Attras with their signature B push. LP push. Elvin, walang makikita doon na tatamang bala towards Attras. Pero Kellar, ito na. Nagtawag na ng tulong si Elvin pero may mahanap ka ba si Kellar? He does and he finds K. So big trade-offs kung saan waiting game na naman ng Attras kung anong gagawin dito ng VP.
And I feel like dito nagagalaw dito si Zetra Nomen. Since wala na yung threat dito ni Kay, dito sa mapa natin, I feel like he will be the first one peeking into yung vent side natin to try and take out itong si CRG. And once that happens, that's an 8 take para sa VP.
Yeah. Setups. 2 players will defend this A side Attras. It's up to RTA and as well as CRG and it's a good setup nonetheless. Pero kailangan mabuhay dito ni CRG. Disengagement! Nagpadala sila ng kid pero mamamatay lang agad yon. CRG now with the hold. He gets one taps on soon. Never mind. It's Yopib and Cetra at dediretso lang din. Si Cetra para mapatigil yung nag-iisang Attras. Virtus.pro, what an entry on A.
Grabe man, with all the chaos happening, no, hindi na yata napansin ng player natin na nakabantay sa EA na nakalagpas na si Zetra and he had his Colt out and everything. I wasn't expecting na makuha niya yung entry dito sa top A, but the Colt is a very deadly weapon, especially in the right hands. And Virtus.pro, ayun nga, no, eliminating K, allowing Zetra na mag-peek papasok lang ng kahit anong angle na gusto niya dito, pare. And I feel like the sniper threat kind of helped a bit.
Ooh.
Okay, we're getting a bit too overzealous.
Yun lang. I feel like he wanted to stay dun sa may stairway, pero lumampas siya.
I think kasi sa TRG, no, as soon as you drop, tapos nakatayo ka na, and then you have like 0 movement yata, or like 0...
It's accurate.
Yeah, it's accurate, pare. As soon as you land. Kaso...
Hindi niya pinalag. Hindi niya pinabagsak. Bumagsak siya sa ere. Yun yung nangyari doon. But then you're right, no? Tingnan mo, Elvin trying to go for the entry habang dalawa nasa likod niya. Uy, wait lang. CRG? Okay, close by. Wait lang, Elvin needs to fight for his life here. Labasan ng hotel is denied, pero tinama rin ng TB push. Parang alam na tuloy ng VP na most of these players are on B.
Yun nga. Pero inaantay nila Parang inaantay nila na may something na mangyayari dito or may play na manggagaling sa kanila. Elvin stuck in the corner, will be taken down, but still information para sa Virtus.pro na dalawa na nakarating dito ng hotel. Full push from their side. Yo, babe, getting RTA at may onting confusion na nangyayari dito sa mapa, men. But still, look at this group na meron tong Attras. They're just grouping every single angle dito sa mapa natin. JK wants to peek. Let's see, man.
Isang batalyon ng Attras yung maharap dito. If you can't kill one only with one, go in with 4. Per KSA ngayon nakahanap ng konting angulo. But they do leave Zetra alone. It's CRG and Kid. With 30 seconds to delay, Zetra misses the shot. And now he's trying to run it. Papunta dito sa second mid. Kaso yung C4. Or he's just gonna fight. He goes towards the C4. Meanwhile, 2 of the players dito sa Attras. Checking Zetra, half HP. Pero delikado, lalaban pa rin dito si Zetra. What's happening? No! What the hell? What a shot!
Tony takes a second to plant, pare.
Kaya pa. Kaya pa ni Zetra.
He's gonna pick that 100%.
Oh, for sure. Tingnan mo naman to. Titingin din siya may kanan. Pero Kid, tags him. Zetra, 21 HP. Shotgun sniper denied. Hindi makakapitas dito si Zetra. 28 seconds is enough. Attras. What a push, no? Talagang nag-antay, nag-push as apat. Tapos naubos ang Virtus.pro.
Pakaramdam ko nagulat doon yung Virtus.pro, no? Na biglang may tatlong lumabas dito ng high mid polar. I don't think they were expecting na magiging ganun ka-grouped yung reaction dito ng Attras, especially knowing, no, na, you know, it kind of has been client the entire time looking for outliers dito sa mapa natin. But this is really good macro from the side of Attras. Might as well keep it together, no? Tapos mag-retake na rin kayo as 3 in this situation kasi medyo kalat na nga yung mapa natin. It's a great attempt galing kay Zetra, but the time and the situation wasn't with him, pare.
I like this from Attras, no? They're showing us multiple plays on the GR side each and every round. Parang surprise na to sa VP kung ano nga ba yung may expect nilang Attras. It might just be a passive, aggressive, you know, two-prong approach mula sa Attras. You never know. And in the 9th round, last round ng ating first half, it might just be a 5-4. TB? Clearing operation na naman, but RTA can confirm kung magpupush man si Keller dito sa may TB. So, still not good signs para makapasok dito ang VP.
Uy, pero Kay naman yung nakabantay sa vents.
Good
And the
shot.
perfect place, perfect time para sa kanya, pare. What is the adjustment para dito sa Virtus.pro? Now they know na si Kay ay naglalaro dito sa A-side. They still go for it, Yobib!
They can go, pero tignan mo naman RTA in the backlines. Meanwhile, Yobib just enters room A and
What?
bangs the head dito ni CRG. Triple kill para kay Yobib. Yun na naman. The quote of Cetra is just too insane. Kung saan RTA siya na dapat yung babackstab dito sa VP. Pero since binilisan dito ng Virtus.pro, wala nang nahanap na opportunity si RTA, but can he go for the retake? Can he go for the clutch? Nabarag na agad at natama pa sa batok dito ni RTA yung bala ni Kellar. That's our first half. It's a 6-3.
Grabe naman yun, Polar. The movement from Yobib to go up and down dito sa may hagdan at dito sa may room A natin, creating a lot of confusion from the players on the side of Attras. But at the same time, you can see that split-second reaction nung na-realize nila ay si Kay na andito sa A site pero nasa vent siya. This is in a very punishable position. So instead of running away from the sniper, ay tinakbuhan na lang nila ang ating site instead. And it seems like as soon as they entered and itong si Kay, he missed his first shot, I feel like Yobib kind of felt like, yep, I probably got this guy 100% knowing na si Cetra has my back covered as well from the EA side. So, very well played. Galing dun kay Yobib, pare. That is what a backup, that is what a star backup looks like, pare.
Yeah, talagang he can do anything at this point, no? As long as he gets that initial kill to start off the killing spree na pwede niyang gawin. But after this, we do switch of sides. We will see kung ano nga bang ilalaha dito ng ating Virtus.pro on the GR side. Attras though, difficult times. Yes, 3 lang yung rounds dito ng pagitan nilang dalawa. But they need to be explosive. They need to be aggressive. They need to catch itong Virtus.pro off guard. Because if not, yung default lang dito ng buong Virtus.pro is enough, no? Kasi Cetra can easily just rotate all around tapos puntirin niya itong mga players na gusto mag-execute ng Attras. Siguro, ulitin na lang nila yung big plays nila dito, just like a 4-man push, meanwhile isang lurk. But at that point, no, if that fails, what else can Attras offer dito sa BL side ng Ankara?
Yeah, that's kind of the difference between yung default dito ng Virtus.pro and yung default dito ng Attras, especially when it comes to the GR side, right? You kind of expect itong si Cetra to be in the B side, be the main anchor para sa position na yun, and then the rest are kind of like moving pieces around the map, no? Dito sa atin. So, very nice to see. Galing dito sa Virtus.pro. Good first half start para sa kanilang BL side. Now on the GR side. And positions, it's a 2-3, but the 3 is on high mid and second mid, pare. So, very close proximity just in case kailangan ng rotation.
And at saka ginagawa rin ito ng VP, no, recently, na talagang minsan ibibigay na lang nila yung buong hotel side, hayaan lang nila dito yung second mid player to deny that kind of push. Meanwhile, it provides them a little bit of a retake na still a lot of players can stay alive para dito sa B side. But ito na nga, 4-1, mukhang ito nga ang gagawin ng Attras around number 10.
I think one of the main reasons why, Polar, kung bakit yung defaults nila as of recent has been more, mas focus nila yung high mid kumpara nga dito sa hotel and dito sa TB. Because, yun nga, we wanna keep it close on the A site, and at the same time, ayun nga, it is also very easy to hide as well from their spots and play for lives the entire time. And I feel like VP, di ko nga alam, I don't know what's with the players. All 5 of them are good for playing for life. With the exception of si Kellar, no? Kasi kailangan niya pumasok, pare.
And they recognize that kind of thought. No, that's why they put him on second mid. Because if he does get a kill, he might just convert it into 2. Pero hotel, again, open. It's K on the CA side to close down itong rotating players natin mula sa A side.
Spot.
Pero kita na agad yung mga players natin. Dahil dyan, mapapaikot ang buong Attras. Meanwhile, Elvin on mid. He might just get caught off guard. Yun na nga. RTA with a good find at ito na. They're gonna be going into A side probably.
I think narinig kasi ni Elvin, no? May tumatapak na galing dito sa TB from that second mid position, and I feel like that false information kind of caused him to try and make a play happen dito sa mid. It's up to the side players now, Polar.
Oh no, 30 seconds. Crunch time. Para sa Attras. Haharapan nila dito si Cetra. At yun na nga. He already got 1 kill, and Kellar will over-aggress to find CRG. That's the C4 pero kay RTA. There's 15 seconds. They can get the C4 on time. At itong si KSA pati si Yobib will come from A site. K with the hold. Wala muna siya makita ngayon. He is actually worried na baka meron sa CA niya. Pero delikado, mapaplanta yung bomba at nahanap pa si Yobib. KSA next on the chopping board but he still gets the kill. Still doable. It's a 1v2. Kung saan he has a singular flash na pwedeng gamitin para mabulag si RTA to enter the site. 20 seconds.
I don't think he saw him.
Yeah, he slipped past the post plant. Tingnan mo naman, pwede niya papahanap si JK pero what a good flick but it's not gonna be enough. Good try though mula kay KSA.
I saw the vision pare, but at the same time, Virtus.pro a bit too late sa kanilang reaction dito sa B-side. And at the same time, I feel like yung hotel player being caught out so early dito sa mapa natin, kind of forced you to, forced it to get them to push, or get them pushed back dito sa loob ng site. And also, Elvin's death, kind of was a cause for concern para nga dito sa VP. And yun nga, the assumption na, it was supposed to be maybe a B-split in his eyes, yung pala, it is just them actively hunting for the lurk dito pare.
Yun nga. Good find talaga yung nakita dito ni RTA on mid. Just great timing as well. At mga ulitin lang nila. If it worked the first time, they will do it again. Pero Cetra, you are godly if you hit that, pero he will miss. So back off na lang after that nade, pero ang bilis umakyat dito ni RTA! Oh my God, Cetra! How did you get that? It was a no-scope, pero Attras, down a player, down RTA, wala nang pwedeng humarap dito sa entry towards B-side.
But still, this is what Attras wants, no? Kahit 4 versus 4 nangyari dito, pare. It's still 2 players on each side para dito sa Virtus.pro. Yun nga, taking down Cetra, a huge piece of the defense para dito sa VP. But still, what is the adjustment gonna look like para dito sa Virtus.pro? They are just gonna take over long A potentially. Maybe try and find K for this very quick trade, pare. Pero ayun nga, Attras also a bit suspicious na may onting movement na nangyayari papuntang A. Gusto nilang backupan ni Sniper.
Check na nila ngayon. But they will commit on B. Meanwhile, if mapitas ulit dito si Elvin, A site is gonna be free. Malayo pa dito si KSA despite him just on RS. Elvin, can he find them? Attras, not checking CA except for CRG. At ayun na nga, they fire on down! Elvin sprays on 2! At nabawasan pa dito yung 4-man push ng buong Attras.
Yeah, and that is shaving off very valuable time dito, Polar, no? Naiwan pa yung C4 dito, and Attras is taking their sweet time and taking it, or putting it down kasi hindi nila alam kung clear dito yung exit o hindi. They have no time to clear it, but here comes VP.
Oh, look at Kelar. He knows that this Vents play might just be the ender para dito sa round number 11. Kelar pushing now. Can he find J. Kim? Walang mahanap. Oh, J. Kim! Instant headshot onto Kelar. The Hope is doing it, pero sa sandwich yun dito, ang buong Attras. Can VP do it with Yobib finding K. Kim? Mag-isa na lang si K. USP out, TRG as well. And he has a great spot. Ginamit na nga yung AK dito, pero the Yobib will just defuse. Goes up actually to confirm the kill. Ang tapang mo doon, Yobib, to claim your 7th round.
Yun nga, and it was planted for the side na wala masyadong vision on the side of K. And that is not, yun nga, for the ruling, that is not a bug def. That is completely allowed.
Yes.
Dito sa ating mapa, pare.
On edge ka na ba, Sneaks?
On edge na ako, pare, kasi nakita ko, yumuko siya. Nakikita niya naman ng C4. Green card.
Green card.
Ano the equivalent eh? Green card, green light, whatever, pare. Pero, ayun nga, malapit na si Yobib doon. But at the same time, I feel like he's fully well aware na red na yung timer doon. And as soon as you threaten a defuse, wala nang choice si K doon, man, to go for it.
I think he also had time to just defuse entirely, kasi layo pa naman dun K, but he still got the kill, so at the end of the day, it's all up to KSA now on that push, pero J. Kim with a good flash. Together with Attras, papasok sila ngayon. Pero wala sila mapitas. Kelar can still wreak havoc, pero kinailangan ni CRG bumagsak ngayon. Big fast. Retake mula kay Cetra, pero already barag na siya in towards 9 HP. They don't have any utility. Di sila makapasok dito with flashes, but the nades will not connect here. Kailangan bagalan dito ng Virtus.pro. Cetra finding angles now. May kita yung paa! At bang goes CRG. Elvin now!
Oh my
It's
God!
all up to K. What a retake for VP. There's time. Definitely with 12 seconds magpupush si K. Expected by Cetra. Oh my God! From exit to the tower towards exit again. Virtus.pro, you are gods.
Napaka-madlad dun ni Zetra, pare. Hindi ko alam na, you know, I feel like he also didn't know that he had time to actually go for the tower play dito, pare. And he just said, F it, man. I'm just gonna send it. Try natin. Makikita ko naman yung dalawang angulo. It is Metal Box and it is top A. And I will get info for my teammate. Grabe naman yun, Polar. That is what we call intelligent crossfire, pare.
Grabe, no? Without knowing the time, he knew that he can do that. But KLR, already finding J-Kim is not a good sign para sa Attras. Tapos may flashbang pa para ma-check ulit. But this is... Oh, wow. Ginusto pa sana na Attras doon. Pinisan, kaso nga lang handa ang VP.
Ayun nga, J-Kim. Out of commission already. And I feel like that is one of the possible habits that is being punished at the moment, no? Dito ng ating mapa, especially knowing what the score is dito, Polar. You know, J-Kim is gonna be a bit antsy na gumawa ng hero play dito sa mapa natin, and I feel like that is exactly what VP is looking for.
Look at Cetra, or Elvin though, and Cetra. If Attras just go second mid, it's gonna be good. Pero Cetra does find Kirater na nga, Elvin. They kill off 3 in an instant. Mag-isa na lang si K. At nasan siya na? Pinch.
Yun lang. And he's dead too. Yun lang. Napaka-low-key lang mag-subvert ng expectations, no? Itong Virtus.pro. I feel like yung expectation ng Attras, okay, batteries, 2F to. Yung dalawang players na nasa site. All of a sudden, Zetar and Elvin is covering his A dito sa ating hotel. So, yun nga, no? That slight switch-up can really disrupt your entire knowledge, no? Na nakuha nyo prior dito sa mapa natin. And that is what VP is good at, conditioning and controlling the minds of their opponents, no? Making them forcing them to make the wrong play dito, pare.
Oh no. It's just 1 point, Sneaky. Ito na ba yun? Yung 0-2 nga lang ba, yung panalo ba ng Attras dun sa qualifiers, was it just a fluke? Sinabi nga ni 0-2 no, that they're ready. It's a wake-up call. Reality check yung laban na yun. Parang sapat lang na kumain ng bulalo si 0-2 para malaman niya kung ano nga bang angat dito ng Attras. Good.
Yun eh. Kaso, nasa HM na tong dalawa men eh. I feel like as soon as anything pops on the A site, you can see Zetra and itong si Elvin immediately dashing it for CA potentially. So Attras, time sensitive to, pare.
Yeah. All of their flashes, their smokes, their lineups need to hit immediately. At sa EA pa sila lahat dadayo. And look at this. Na doon nakatingin si Casey. Doon din nakatingin si Yobib! Oh, it's just like Harry Potter. Binigyan ng fireball dito yung lahat ng players natin. Pero RTA, hindi matitinag kayo. Diretso pa rin. Pero Elvin will fall. Naubos silang lahat. Pero Zetra reloads in front of the enemy. Nasa kanya. Yung onti pang pwedeng gawin. Actually, that was RTA. My bad.
Yeah.
40 seconds.
Zetra paying MIA, man. That's creating a lot of like uncertainty pa dito sa Virtus.pro. They have no idea where this last player is coming from, and the fact na itong si Zetra, pare, wala pa siyang nades, so there's nothing to reveal him in this spot. What's the attempt? Is it gonna be an attempt or is it gonna be all waiting, pare? Pero knowing this kid, he can hit some unreal shots dito, pare.
I mean, magkahiwalay dito ang Attras, ha? If he just finds itong si K, he has time to kill off RTA. 12 seconds, alam niya na. He goes down, but goes up again. Whips out the TRG. Expects RTA with the wall.
All the time!
Bang, bang, bang! Cetra closes down Ankara in the best fashion that you could think of. And holy mother of God. Oh my God.
Oh my God, Polar.
Grabe.
Zetra is just him. Kailangan natin tanggapin, pare. Zetra, of course, being one of the best snipers dito sa ating liga. Also showing one of the best snipers in the league how it is done. A nasty pre-aim, crouch peek, pre-fire dito kay K. And the fact na he fell off dito sa top A and even hit yung kanyang kalaban with the code and even got the wallbang with the TRG. Pare, absolute madness from the Virtus.pro sniper. And ayun nga, holy, Virtus.pro, he just played itong Attras like a fiddle pare dito sa map natin. There we did see or we did say na yung mga 1v1 wins dito ni Kid weren't as convincing Parang gusto ko pa makita yung Attras na tumatalo talaga ng buong round or buong macro dito ng Virtus.pro. We only saw that like twice dito sa mapa natin, but the rest of the times Virtus.pro iniikutan lang nila dito yung Attras pare. They really don't know which direction to go.
Yeah, tsaka nakita mo naman yun multiple times na gusto mag-execute dito as 5, as 4 ng players ng Attras. Already, malapit na mag-flank up yung buong Virtus.pro. They were revving up already, mid-rounding. But Cetra man, 2 times niya tinalo dito yung post-plant sa A site ng Attras. From tower to a single 1v2. Oh, alam ko na kung ano yung nararamdaman ni Dadum kapag nakikita niya si Cetra. Oh my goodness.
I mean, like, what can you say about that, no? I mean, Virtus.pro, pagkaya nga ng sinabi nga natin, this is not the same Virtus.pro na nakita nga natin dito sa Swiss stage. This is now Virtus.pro in full seriousness, and especially knowing na yung kanilang standings is looking kind of sus para sa kanila pare. So they do want to reach top 4 or maybe even potentially top 2 para makuha nga nila yung mas magandang slot papasok na ating playoffs. But still man, di mo talaga ma-deny Virtus.pro, especially if they look like this. Yeah, we could say they're playoffs ready pare.
Yeah, I feel like it's already safe to say, na gano'n na nga agad yung pinapakita dito ng Virtus.pro. And wow, man. I just heard stories before mula sa inyo ni Sneaky, mula sa inyo ni Salvatore, na parang LAN games, parang cheater si Cetra. Man!
Diba?
Grabe! Cheater nga! Cheater nga! That was just crazy to see. But nonetheless, I feel like there's a lot to digest. So, kailangan natin dito ng onting tulong mula sa ating panel Desmochi and Salvatore break down what happened dito sa Ankara.
I don't even know kung ano pa nga ba ang mabe-breakdown natin doon, because it's just absolute unstoppable and unreckoning force dito Salvatore, no mercy, and it's just them na minamanipula at pinapastol yung mga miyembro ng Attras sa mapa ng Ankara as if they're livestock. And I think that is not a OA na statement. Yun talaga yung ginawa nila, guys.
Grabe. Kung ang Diyos may awa, si Cetra wala talaga. Like, wala kang makikita ang awa nga sa kanya.
Ang lala nila.
2 rounds niya tinanggal lahat ng pag-asa ng Attras makabalik man lang ng laro. 2 rounds, man.
My God.
And by God, yung isa pa doon panapos ng Ankara, Pero let's talk about the build-up more, shall we? Bago talaga tayo talagang magseremonyas dito kay Cetra, because this is just out of this world para dito kay Cetra. But men, KSA and Elvin having their form right now in tip-top shape, para nakakatakot nga naman talaga. It was definitely both anti-lurking and as well as entering for the side of Virtus.pro na gumana nga naman talaga. And look at the amount of retakes and post-plants na nakuha ng Virtus.pro both first and second half. Papaalala ko lang bago lahat mangyari yan, medyo na-overlook ata natin yung 1v4 na ginawa ni KLR. And I feel like ito nga talaga yung parang paniwala para masiraan ng mental siguro ang Attras Esports. And I cannot imagine what damage it would be, what damage had done dito para sa Attras na 1v4, ginanon tayo ng isang player sa may tower, kailangan natin bumawi kagad. And yung pagbawi nila nun, di na natin nakita because they are just getting lurked by Elvin. Nawa-one-tap sila ni KSA. Yobib doing Yobib things na parang kaya niya kumuha ng angle na hindi siya napipilas kagad because he's always good for 2 or better yet, good for 1-for-1 talaga kasi nailalaban pa rin naman talaga ng Virtus.pro. And this play, hindi kita si RTA. Winolbang niya lang yon, getting the Colt. My God, Virtus.pro just cannot hatch any break, Parang ayaw nila magpahinga sa pagiging magaling.
No. Yeah. They're back like they never left, Every single time na nandito sila sa ating schedule for the day. And what a way to end the day, having them perform like this. Kung ano mga tawag mo dito sa ganitong level of performance. Kasi biro mo just a visualization kita mo namang luging-lugi in terms of numbers tong si Virtus.pro, pero nauubos nila yung 4 at 5. 'Di ba? Doon pa lang solve ka na just by resulta ko ano nga ba yung nangyari dito no sa mapa ng Ankara. But again, our stats don't lie. Pretty much Cetra taking that 100 rating, followed by Yobibin as well as itong si Elvin. And unfortunately, no, balikan ko lang yung isang watch point natin kanina, no. Nahirapan talaga dito sila si Kai na sumabay dito sa ating mga miyembro from VP, pero hindi yung mga katapat nila yung nagpasakit ng kanilang mga ulo, kundi si Cetra. 2.33 KD. And dude, sure ball per round may pitas na isa. Minsan, dahil may bonus pa, di ba?
Yeah, yun yung malipit. Ito talaga ang pinakamaganda example na Christian good for one no? Like 1 kill per round. Ibig sabihin, every time na nilalabanan nyo si Kay, Vents, HM, LB, second mid, pati tower mismo, panalo si Cetra, no? Kung hindi man si Kay, it's any other player para sa side ng Attras. Pero, men, Cetra, kailangan mo na talaga tumigil. Masyado ka nang magaling. Dapat si pinapatomba na. Hindi ko alam anong pipigil sa'yo sa pagiging malakas nga naman. And we're ushering in a new wave of sniper players. And tulad na nga ito ni Cetra na isa sa mga pioneers na ang total standard ngayon, ang gold standard ng pag-i-sniper nga talaga ngayon, Mochi, is definitely Cetra. And a lot of players are now taking notes. And definitely namamangha sa mga nakikita nga nila. And including us casters na nakikita nga to live in living color. Virtus.pro just looked the better team inside of Ankara.
Exactly. And I feel like that is there's no debates. No, everything is already laid neatly in front of you. Ang kailangan mo na lang gawin is tanggapin lahat ng mga nangyari. And that is also something that Attras needs to accept as well, which is quite unfortunate here, no, para sa mapa ng Ankara. Ano kaya mangyayari sa Eagle Eye? Dude, this is also another problem for them if they already performed this well, no? Parang ito lang din, parang kinopy-paste lang natin yung sinabi natin sa Team Stallions kanina onto this one, no? Kung gano'n na sila maglaro sa Ankara, paano ba sa Eagle Eye, no? And, again, they chose this on their own accord, no? Hindi sila pinilit, hindi sila inano dito, no, na tinutukan ng baril sa ulo, no? Hindi. It is as is. And I feel like it's also nice to mention that Virtus.pro is just keeps on getting better. Kaya naman, maya-maya magbabalik tayo muli para tignan ng maigi kung si Attras nga ba ay maipangbabanat pa sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Malalaman natin yan maya-maya.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And
Uy,
he's in trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Andito pa rin tayo nga sa laban ng Virtus.pro versus Attras Esports. Kung saan, titingnan natin kung may hirit pa nga ba ang Attras kontra dito sa Virtus.pro sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Bakit naman ganyan itsura mo, Salvi?
Parang may dumaan na sa tenga ko na di ko alam kung
okay.
totoo ba yung narinig ko, hindi eh. Pero,
Legit yun.
tama ka dyan, Mochi. We now head into Eagle Eye, ang angkara na kulay gray na naman. Ewan ko ba,
Here we
meron
go.
bang paboritong mapang mga teams na to? Na pag tinanong ko sila lahat, ang sagot nila, Eagle Eye 2.0. Might as well call it Angkara 2.0 kasi ito na ata ang isa sa mga mapa na nagre-resemble nga hit blame. Na ito nga ang isa sa mga mapa na minamaster ng both Attras and as well as Virtus.pro. But if we saw the sceneries kanina sa loob ng Angkara, I don't feel like there's nothing gonna change. Walang magbabago dito. Sa loob nga ng second set na to, Mochi, Virtus.pro will still be able to dominate kasi hindi nakokontrol o hindi na ma-manipulate ng Attras yung sniper matchup unlike any other team, like Execration or even Stallions and as well as Fervid. Attras, hanggat hindi nila naaayos or hindi nila na ma-manipulate dito yung position ni Cetra for those forced fights, magiging alanganin talaga dito si Kay and it will be a very, very hard time. At alam ni Kay, alam ni RTA, gaano kahirap patumbahin si Cetra.
That is true. And I feel like if we already saw what happened in Angkara, baka nga lalo lang bumilis yung mga pangyayari dito, Dala rin ng mga higher ground and as well as magandang istruktura ng Eagle Eye, as you have mentioned. And I do think that everything is ready para dito, para sa ating mga casters. Kaya naman, tawagan na natin sa Lover Polar and Sneaky Frog. Welcome dito sa ating second map.
Dadayo tayo dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 and I guess we're all ready for some more action dito with Virtus.pro as well as Attras. Speaking of fact, I would like to say, Eagle Eye, para dito ngayon sa Attras, would it be good up against Virtus.pro?
Honestly, according to yung statistics natin, oo, kasi yun nga, Virtus.pro doesn't have the best stats when it comes to Eagle Eye 2.0, but at the same time, that is also, I think, the same map that Execration beat them on, so they didn't really do too well dun sa mapa na yun, pare, unfortunately. Pero, ang pinaka nakakatakot nga dito, Polar, is yung stat line ng Attras, especially when it comes to their BL win rate, pare. It is somehow lower than dito sa Virtus.pro, which is at 44% on both sides. Pero para naman dito sa ating Attras, it is 39% on BL, which is a worrying sign, Polar? Kasi sa pagkakaalam natin and according to statistics from other teams, this is a BL-sided map, pare. So, you do expect na the offense would be doing better at this very moment. But I feel like dun sa mapa ng Attras, they really, brought it back pagdating nga dito sa GR side. But you can't really fully rely upon it, especially pag kalaban mo yung VP. You need to have that really good BL side, pare.
Yeah, tsaka siguro iba lang talaga ang approach dito ng Attras. That's why 70% dito yung global side win rate nila. But at the end of the day, we did say there was a time na we so-called itong Eagle Eye to be Virtus.pro's map or Virtus.pro yung one of the pioneers na talagang ginamit ang Eagle Eye 2.0 into their own map pool, So at the end of the day, they do know the map pretty well despite this not being a very formidable or very high possibility of win rate pagdating sa ating statistics for Virtus.pro. But all eyes pa rin dito kay JKim and kay RTA and even na rin dito kay CRG kung paano nga ba nila lalaroin to, because at this time, they will start on the GR side, I believe. BL side pa naman dito ang ating Virtus.pro. Once we switch, you're gonna be going up against a Yobib na naka-sniper on the A side. A Cetra that will be going towards second mid or hopefully dito sa may LB natin with the TRG as well. So, firepower is at an all-time high pagdating dito sa GR side for Virtus.pro, and how they will be going into these sides will be a problem. But nonetheless, simulan na natin ang ating Eagle Eye at let's look at the confidence sa map number 2.
Vertical ko lang. Bina hotel.
Dalawa, B.
Pabulog ka.
Forward up.
Tatlo.
Okay, second mid ako.
Likod
Okay.
Fourth ka, Kyle.
Walang pupush.
Ito, mid.
Patay mid.
Mid.
Patay mid.
Magkadikit. Mukhang kambal si KSA pero siya yung mananalo doon. It's gonna be Keller as well. Opening up Hotel at it's an explosive first round para dito sa Eagle Eye.
Ayun nga. KSA already entering the B site. At tignan mo naman yung Virtus.pro. Immediate start para sa kanila na mabilisan, pare.
Dali agad si Kid. J-Kim nagulat na lang na kailangan niya na dito pumuntriya ng 10 ulo ng Virtus.pro. Cetra with the cover hits the shot onto J-Kim and K left alone again. Walang magawa kundi magpakita ng gold and Virtus.pro. What a first round!
What a first round galing sa kanila, no? Polar, wala nang antay-antay pa galing dito sa VP. Dinerecho na lang nila dito yung B site. And didn't even wait for Attras to kind of set their feet dito sa mapa natin. And Attras this time gusto nila maging agresibo dito, pare. Oh my God!
Yo, babe! Somebody stop these Virtus.pro players because they are on another level. What? Common wall bang ba yun? Feeling ko naman...
Hell na.
No, right? What the...
Siguro like pang poke and prod lang, pare. Hindi ko in-expect lahat ng bala sa sala dun sa kalaban eh.
Grabe ka, Kay. And that wasn't even dun sa pinaka-corner nung dulo ng hotel, no? That was in the middle. That was crazy. But now, look at this. Kid does find on to KSA. J-Kim, diretso dito with the USP as well. Pero RTA from the long side will give them a man advantage. CRG struggling to get on top of the BL respawn. Pero yun na nga, it's all up to Cetra in a 1v2 kung saan pwede niya pa makuha yung C4.
Alam mo naman, pare, pag buhay pa dito si Cetra, anything is possible.
Yeah.
In this moment, especially pag alam niya kung sino ang nandito sa kanyang left. Quick scope!
Oh
and he hits
my
J-Kim!
God!
RTA na lang, pare.
Dude, can the IGL win it? RTA, alam niya na ata, nakatingin na siya dito sa may kanan, pero Cetra!
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Wait lang, parang tripwire lang to! Cetra misses and a crucial shot is needed para dito sa Virtus.pro, pero Attras just better now with the coverage of the map.
RTA trying not to react to it, pare, as his head was almost taken off near bypass, pare. Attras getting around in return in this one, pero si Cetra getting K, and yun nga, no, at this point, you can't really blame K, kaya he's trying to build confidence para sa kanya, man. Elvin will be getting J-Kim, and Kid will go down as well. Attras, the attempt of going forward is quickly thwarted, pare.
Dude, Elvin is screaming dito sa may LA side. And I feel like in the next round, baka di na natin makita si Kay sa may LB. But in mid, Kellar dominates up against RTA. It's a full clean round. Walang nabawasan dun sa Virtus.pro.
Grabe naman yun, men. Parang silang may shield sa kanilang likod na invisible, pare. Pero wala pong ganyan. That is in the rules, pare. But at the same time, yung Virtus.pro, in the rounds that they look very clean, they look insanely clean, pare. As in, walang isang pagkakamali yung ginagawa nila dito sa mapa. And Attras, their attempt now to kind of go forward is, ayun nga, no, a bit overzealous, pare, considering VP. Parang ginagawa nila sa BL. Ayun nga, no, since the start ng ating game, sobrang rush yan, pare, you know, expectations galing dito sa Attras. Okay, they're gonna mix up everything dito sa mapa natin, and they are gonna probably go for, you know, an odd rush from here and there, pare, no? And yun na yung nasa burden ni RTA, pare. Dapat mabasa nyo kung kailan mag-rush itong Virtus.pro at kailan sila mag-stay. And
yeah.
Ayun nga, I feel like the read is really good for now na hindi sila masyado nagpo-forward dito, the exception of CRG, but he is also in a dangerous spot, pare.
Yeah, still, every angle will be cleared up by Virtus.pro, no?
Oh, he missed! Kay missed!
Oh, no. Ang hirap din dito talaga ng buhay ni RTA, man. This kid needs to read everything. Diyos ko po. Parang ano kasi, if you can't read this, might as well call RTA illiterate, man. Because VP is so hard to read. It's like reading something out of an ancient tomb. Pero look at Yobib. No! Kellar, di na kailangan si Yobib dun! Kasi siya na mismo nag-open, binaril pa yung paanos ko po.
Uy, Kit, lumagpas!
Narinig! Oh, no!
No!
I wanna close my eyes, Sneaks.
Open it again, pare.
Okay, I'm opening it. Kailangan magtrabaho. But, 40 seconds. VP still yet to choose a site. Now they want to go towards mid-clearing operation ulit. Oh, VP, don't do this to them. Ang timer ginagamit pang count, hindi pang aning ng kalaban.
Teka, Virtus.pro. Within the safety of the smoke, pare, Jakin, you better hope that you get a good timing here, and he does. Dito kay Yobib. Pero bunker A, occupied na, pare.
Yeah. But JK, he's still testing. I need just 6 seconds. Oh no, it's all up to K somehow. Naubos pa ang Attras. Pinitas at naubos ang Katas.
Oh my
God,
goodness.
Virtus.pro.
W bars. Pero main, I think napakalayo na ng Attras, no, at this point, and I feel like that is a rhyme and reason para sa Virtus.pro. That is exactly what the Execute intended, no, Polar, to stretch this defense as far as possible between A, mid, at B. Eh nga, no, JK, mo the losing battle, pare, dalawa kalaban mo to, and it just so happened to be KSA and Yobib at the same time. So, eh nga, it was kind of a pick your poison situation dun, pare. And nice try galing kay K, nakatuhog siya ng dalawa, men, but by that time, it was already too late. Nakakalat na dito yung VP sa mapa natin.
Yeah. Oh, dude. The pressure is so high para dito sa Attras, no? You're up against VP, you're up against match point or series point. Everything now falling into place for Virtus.pro. Grabe. We haven't seen this Virtus.pro so perfect, no? I mean, the team did say na they're not just trying to win and get back the trophy, no? But it's also to become the standard of CrossSFIRE Philippines. And right now, they're doing that so well.
Yun nga. And I feel like a lot of people would hate that, no, pare, knowing our
Yeah,
audience.
a lot of people would hate that specific praise na gusto maging standard ng Virtus.pro.
Yeah, pero you have no choice, eh. I mean, that's the thing with Virtus.pro. Parang gagawin nila, gagaling sila na sobra, pare, na wala na tayong choice kundi to call him that. Pero to even have a pick here kay Jakin, teka lang, he's playing with the smoke. Pero si Zetra, may nararamdaman siya, pare, napapak siya bigla.
Wag na lang daw. He'll just hold down dito sa may ilalim ng tower. Actually, goes back a little bit. And again, no, 46 seconds, man. Oh my goodness. Pwede na sana tayo kumanta ng buong kanta bago matapos yung round na to. But, Cetra, peeking now a little bit, J-Kim, wala nang smoke. He just holds the angle. If he oversteps in 2 seconds... Oh! He wins it! Oh my goodness! Mas mabilis lang talaga pupita si J-Kim. Now, the fight keeps on. 20 seconds. KSA with the TRG. Nagkamali silang lahat. Attras. Angat ng isa pero denied by KSA. Saan nga ba pupunta ang VP? Attras doesn't know. Oh what the... Oh my goodness! Attras. Pinapastos sa buong Eagle Eye 2.0.
And yun nga, Keller with a body shot. Timeout para dito sa Attras. It is well needed. The ref has been called as well as yung ambulansya, pare. Kasi KSA with a hell of a round galing sa kanya, pare. Hitting Kid with the AK special going into yung base. At hindi ko in-expect na tatama siya dun, pare. No? Mostly pag nakikita natin yung angle na yun, Polar, usually yung high mid player na natatalo dito. Pero apparently hindi si KSA, pare.
No, not KSA, man. He is there to kill everyone in sight, no? Kahit palabas pa lang yan ng mga bintana, papatay na agad yan ng KSA. That was, in the words of Salvatore, diabolical. Grabe yun. Dude, what's happening, man? Grabe. Oh, Attras. Come on, let's force map 3. Come on. Kaya eh. Umaabot tayo ng 2v2, but I want to expound mo nga, Sneaker, what's happening? It's just, I feel like, ang nakita ko na lang is Virtus.pro taking the last 20 seconds, executing on that, tapos they're just winning the gunfights. Yun na lang nakita ko.
Yung kalakasan ng Virtus.pro, I think a lot of people don't actually see yung true lakas talaga ng Virtus.pro, no, when it comes to their side takes. I think, maganda yung kanilang utility usage, maganda yung kanilang flash, but their parsing of the fights is actually very, very good, no, pare. Tapos yung napapansin ko rin sa kanila, walang mag-isa na lumalaban dito sa VP. You know, si Yobib lumalaban sa bunk, KSA na nasa likod. Elvin, at most will be the solo player, no, or itong si Keller, yung parang kumbaga alay ng team natin dito. But you know, every single player may backup nga dito, man. It just so happens na napakasakit ng backup. And at the same time, just because you see one player galing sa VP na papuntang A doesn't mean that's where the play is going. May mapapatay ka nga sa A, biglang lalabas si Kellar at si Cetra sa mid at si KSA sa Yobib sa B. So you really don't know what to expect, no? Pag may tinapong isang player sa A side or sa B side itong Virtus.pro. Parang Attras are kind of getting eaten by their own thoughts dito, pare.
Yeah, they're getting bombarded by the playstyle dito ng Virtus.pro, no? Kasi kung, again, it lies sa burden dito ng RT, how he will read it, pero ang hirap basahin. Ngayon, they'll just go forward. They'll push LA. Kung saan sila na mismo yung haharap dito sa Virtus.pro habang inuubos nila yung timer na 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And they might just catch them off guard, pero Kellar will stay pretty dito sa ilalim or sa may fence line ng tower. Pero KSA nakalampas na naman! Sige, mag-push kayo, magpupush lang din siya dito towards B.
He's panicking. Oh,
no,
KSA.
okay.
Oh!
Okay, doesn't know where to look.
Tao, pre!
Oh, he still gets the shot though, pero tingnan mo na yung hotel, yun na nga! Nahanap agad ni KSA, pero CRG with the backstab. There's 2 players left para sa Virtus.pro. That's the C4 and RTA ready for blood. Pero they're up against the Dark Prince, the Golden Boy we call Yobib, and he's already good for 1. Mag-isa na lang si CRG, and Yobib can go back to depleting the time.
Ay, sayang. Akala ko he's reading it ahead dito, Polar. Kasi alam naman, I think yung logic dito, no, for all CF players, and I think sa ibang FPS din na maiintindihan to, pag nakita yung C4, iikot yan ang iikot ng ating mapa to try and see if they can get the flank, especially on a 1 versus 1. Kind of a CF exclusive thing, no? Not gonna lie.
That's cute, yeah.
Pero mapapaplant na lang itong si Yobib potentially. And he's still paranoid kung nasaan itong si CRG. And dahil nakaikot na dito si CRG, no, there is a bit of solace para dito kay Yobib for now. But he has tower option, pare. Pero
yeah, he can go.
Magsispawn na lang.
Oh, he just goes forward. It works out. And it definitely works out. It definitely does. Yobib with 2. And the 5th point ng Virtus.pro.
Ang sakit dun. Ang sakit dun, Polar. I feel like CRG was hoping for maybe a longer round in that situation, especially knowing na siya pa yung nakadrop ng C4 dito sa long. But then 1v1s are truly 50-50, pare, and sometimes you just flip heads twice. Uy, agent push?
I think they just hold this, no? Pero kasi si Yobib yung kasama niya, they just wait for the flash. Kid doesn't know, pero he's hiding. Peeks out, and Yobib, of course, he hits the headshot. CRG denies entry mula sa LA, and that's the C4. CRG now controlling everything with a triple. But is that enough? Is it? No, it's not. But it's all up to Elvin now with a backstab AK. And the shot connects onto RTA heads. The executioner, the poison, the rat.
Holy moly, did y'all see that, man? Double L, nakita mo ba yun, L?
Man, nasa biyahe yun. Nakita niya pa rin yun kahit
hindi,
nasa
nandito
NRTL. Ay, andyan na ba? Andyan pala.
Grabe yung two-top na yun, pare. But at the same time, there is something happening para dito sa Attras. And I feel like we've seen this time and time again, no, Polar. It's not really the step 1, 2, 3 anymore. They're trying to outflank the flankers dito na Virtus.pro, which almost worked, no, temporarily dito sa mapa natin, pare. But I feel like Virtus.pro is like, oh, okay, pinaflank na tayo ng flank. Let's just turn around.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Sana di ko makita yung Virtus.pro sa mga laro ko, man. Because I will just quit. Pero we know Attras to be fighters, and they will never back down towards this kind of fight. So Attras now, down by 5. Can they equalize at least on the second half? But there's 2 more rounds left dito sa ating first half, so they still have a chance to claim 3 rounds, or at least, 3 rounds sa ating first half. Pero mukhang first time gagawin ng VP. An easy execute on A side after twisting the minds dito ng Attras. Dediretso sila sa bunker. Jacob now will kill off KSA, and he will also fall 2 down. Pero Yobib tapping away with the M14. 3v3 ngayon. They hold down A side. Wala na magpa-flank because they're just gonna be planting the bomb. Oh, RTA find the shots and that's disconnect. Pero paubos sila ng paubos, Nikki. With 30 seconds left from lane. Both of these players, we call K and RTA, will try to go for the post-plat or at least the retake. He hits the shot. K is the answer to claim their second round in Eagle Eye.
Grabe, a very nice find galing dito kay Kay. Off of the miss dito ni Zetra, no? I think he was looking in that mid position, not expecting itong si Kay na nakatayo dito sa napakaliit na ledge dito sa may mid natin, pamatong ng mga mid players nga natin. And Attras. Bit of breathing room para sa kanila, pare. Salamat dito kay Jakim and his openings. But at the same time, this was a tale of almost, no, dito, Polar. Kung tinakakill tong si RTA, this would have been a done deal, pare.
Oh, this could die. Oh, you love to see it. Dude, the emotions are high. Just ko po. Attras, no, look at this kid now with the TRG. Might just be the thing that they need on the GR side. In the last round pa, of all places, they whip out this kind of strat line. Aim head and shoot small. Or, mali pala. Aim head. Aim
Aim
small.
big. Aim small.
Win. Attras
Win big.
Yes, yes. 1
We are-
minute 30 seconds. We digress. Dediretso sila ng hotel sneaks.
Ayun nga. Is it gonna be a cheeky pop flash para ma-clear itong si Kay, pare? Or is it gonna be something more basic than just, you know, a full swing? Galing dito kay Yobib, no? Pero judging from the pre-aim kasi dito ni Kay, he's anticipating that there is gonna be a rifler peeking into him, pare. Meron pa kaya silang alternative na flash lineup para dito sa hotel? I think window would be a bit too common, pare.
From second mid, maybe.
Tingin ko tower nga pwede yan, eh. Pero it's a dangerous spot.
I don't know.
I think it's B.
Well, there's 3 players moving towards that side. Actually, they're going towards high mid. Cetra, he hits it with the flick towards the left. At ngayon, again, they can play time. They can just wait for this hotel push or do something of a miracle dito sa may LA. It's gonna be B. Oh, Cetra.
Uy. Cetrang gala.
What? What? Cetra! Oh, nakuha niyo pa yung atensyon ng Attras! Oh my goodness! K will fall! And in the last 20 seconds, saka lang magpaplanta ang VP! Namatay na si RT! Susunod pa si Jakim! That's the first half! VP is 3 points away from clearing the series!
Ayun nga, 7-2, reality strikes Attras. The Swiss stage was just for show para dito sa Virtus.pro, pare. And fortunately, the real deal ay dumating na nga dito sa ating group stage. Virtus.pro, knowing what is on the line. Kung natalo sila dito, playoff chances are gonna get slimmer and they are gonna get the worst seed. So this is probably the time para sa Virtus.pro na yun nga, umangat na nga dito sa ating standings and they are starting off with a really good showing up against dito kay Attras. And we are seeing some classics here from the side of Virtus.pro, not even having to pull out yung kanilang modern na playbook na para it's the 1-3-1. Zetra, if you get the kill, congrats, magbibig pa rin kami. Elvin, if you get the kill, magbibig kami, pare. So, ayun nga, no, that's kind of the setup right now for the side of VP. It sounds simple, no? Pero there's a lot of nuance in between yung mga moments na yun, pare. Yung kumbaga, may game plan na sila pag namatay si Zetra. Pag namatay si Elvin, they know where to rotate. Pag namatay yung entry, you know, they know the contingency. At yun yung pinakamalaking strength dito ng Virtus.pro, no? Their contingency pagdating sa kanilang mga plays na despite, you know, some things going wrong, no? Parang alam na nila in a snap of a finger kung anong gagawin para masalba yung round na yun. And Attras, unfortunately, that is one of their bigger problems, no? Tito Polar, their processing time sa mga sitwasyon natin kagaya nga ng ganyan. And, ayun nga, it is coming back to bite them in the back, pare. And, yun nga, no, as much as I would love to compliment itong si RTA, pare, but, ayun nga, this is just Kellar outsmarting you, pare.
Yeah, so much, no?
Lilikutan ko, gagalawan ko. Na lang mag-delay, pre, abangan ko lang to. Tara. Wait lang. Isang backer mababa.
I mean, they know that's a good pick. That's the one TRG sniper down. Pero yun na nga, going back to your strat line, parang foolproof kasi yun eh. So, parang how can you put it into simpler words, Attras? How can you do it in a way na kaya ma-read dito ni RTA? But, look at this practice mula sa VP. They hold down 3 dito sa may A.
Uy, spotted si K.
Oh! I did forget na tatlo nga palang pwede maging sniper dito ng Virtus.pro, pero CRG doesn't care, he just pushes. Keller also doesn't care, so he whips out the TRG again with the USP. Pero J-Kim ngayon, naglalabas na ng mga demonyo dito ng atras kasi naharap na nga nila dito yung tatlo or yung apat. It's all up to Cetra.
Oh, he's gonna do the lineup para sa bunker. Patay si Kim.
Kenny? No,
Uy,
he just
buti
goes
na
to
lang lumabas ka, pare.
Pero makikita sila dito ha. Cetra can still whip out this HK. And wait, I think he saw yung backpack dito ni J. Kim.
Uy, nagtago pa sa katawan.
Oh!
He can't jump back.
Cetra doesn't care. He just goes towards the side. If he finds RTA, which he doesn't, does give the round towards Attras. 7-3 scoreline. Mukhang magandang BL side dito ngayon ng Attras.
Yun nga, pare. But let's not be so sure no dito, pare. Attras winning this first round. And they did win that first round as well dito sa last half nga natin to, pare. I think hindi in-expect ni Yobib na napaka-aga ulit na ng position dito ni K super early dito sa ating laruan. Honestly, a really good clear from the boys over at Attras as soon as they assaulted the A side. Tamang kalat na lang dito on the floor A and the bottom A side. And K looking for another pick-off dito, pare. Pero Virtus.pro a bit more safe on the play this time, pare.
Yeah, they're playing their corners, they're playing their spots. So mukhang magiging good defense itong A-site natin ngayon for Virtus.pro. No double TRGs this time though. Yobib actually just waiting dito sa may bunker side na with the M14. So this hold is gonna be actually better para sa Virtus.pro.
This is like a test para sa Attras, no? Okay. Nagawa ng Virtus.pro na, mag-peak na medyo maaga sa mga rounds natin and try and see if they can get the early footing in. Pero sabi ng VP, let's try a bit of passive this time dito, pare.
Grabe. Attras just needs to find something, no? If they go towards high mid, Keller would be there.
Or a B split.
It might be.
Zetra lurk on A yan, eh.
Their own 1-3-1, pero 1-2-2 pwede. Jacob stuck. He gets out. Never mind. Wait lang.
Whoa. Whoa. Good check, though. Pare.
It's gonna be A, Sneaks.
And B split?
Big flashes. Oh, Kiss Halo and HP nades. Oh, good flash para makapas CRG. They dominate A side. What a clean execution in the last 30 seconds of the round. But Keller close by on exit. He might find J-Kim and CRG. Kita niya yung balikat but doesn't connect. He's gonna be waiting for Cetra here mula sa second mid, checking if he can go for the cheeky angle. But time's running out, I mean, like, VP can still go for the retake, but it's looking impossible now. There's 4 players still alive dito sa Attras. Okay. We'll find the shot, and I feel like this is a done deal. Baka Attras in 4 rounds na to.
Oh, Zetra actually getting leg for that one, pero hindi na naman makuha dito si K. He has too many teams sight. And that's a timeout para dito sa Virtus.pro. And I feel like that's a well-needed one, no? Those 2 rounds, so you cannot just simply look over kung kaya yung VP, especially knowing Attras doesn't really have that stellar of a BL side, no? Pero iba yung pinapakita natin, iba yung pinapakita nila as of now. Multiple times na nakukot itong si KSA at si Yobib dito sa may bunker side and not really fighting well from that position. And dun sa last round pa yun na yun, pare. Yobib tried to go for the 360 flash dodge. And granted, no, that is valid tech, pare. Pero, you have to have like really high sense to do it. Unfortunately, if it takes 2 swipes for you to do the 360 flash dodge, pare, you might as well not do it, unfortunately. KSA pwede pa, because we're running the same sense. Pero, yun nga, Virtus.pro, crumbling. Dito sa mga spot sa mapa na sila dapat yung umaasenso dito, pare.
Yeah. I mean, Attras now in a very tough spot, and they might just use that as something to actually claim back some rounds. But this time at mula sa VP, this might just end here, honestly.
yun nga, no, what is 0-2 saying to the Virtus.pro boys in this situation? Yun nga, no, probably I feel like dapat mag-swap ng spots or maybe yun nga, no, Yobib get back on the sniper dito sa top A kasi granted, no, you have been picked off twice dito ni K and you know, I feel like you aren't winning the sniper fight so far the entire time, but I feel like he needs to change his objective, no, na hindi na dapat kinukuha si K to start things off in this map. What he needs to do is to take out either itong si J. Kim or itong si Kid, pare. The openers para dito sa Attras kasi kung lalabanin niya ng diretso itong si K, he might have a slight disadvantage fully knowing na the guy is a fully fledged sniper and of course itong si Yobib being more of the backup more than anything, pare. But still, no, K still has to be on point the entire time, pare, kasi si Yobib, granted na he might not be a main sniper, no, pero yung bilis naman, hindi natin matadoubt yan.
Yeah, he always hits some shots, no, some insane shots as well, but yeah, but now, no, you know nga, they go back to the TRG. Siguro, just like what you've said, no, just deny the entry. They deny that initial first kill bago mamatay dito yung players mo on A site. Pero Yobib will actually go close by dito sa may LA. Sino kasama? Si KSA actually. But I feel like Attras will just try to a little bit copy dito yung strategy ng VP. Just execute last 30 seconds or at least last 30 seconds para talagang walang chance of a fast retake mula dito sa VP. Just surprise the enemy. But they need to tread carefully kasi once they go into these angles na nasa kamay ni Yobib, pati ni Cetra, might be a tough time pag nawalan agad sila ng player.
So this is the adjustment, no? Para dito sa Virtus.pro, a lot more eyes on the mid side. At least two, no? And I think they're just gonna leave Zetra alone dito sa B side. I actually like this adjustment considering na-enable si Zetra to have a permanent green light dito sa B side ng mapa like he didn't have, you know, before. Pero at the same time, it also removes yung very easy trade game na nangyayari, no, between dito kay Yobib at kay KSA na, yun nga, no, once na nakuha mo na yung bunker play, you kinda basically have both players stuck in a bad situation. So, Virtus.pro adjustment, no one on top A, bunker lang ang kanilang depensa dito, and it could work. Daming dadaan na mid, pare.
It might be. Pero kasi stuck si Cetra eh. If Attras just finds him, they're gonna be happy with that. Pero Elvin again and KLR will be holding down high mid. Yun na nga nakapasok and denied! Walang makakapasok na naman sa Attras! They tried it pero it failed. And now they have 40 seconds. Magpipivot pa sila ng A site. And guess what? Kung sino makakasama nila dito, it's Yobib. In the closest of angles, if RTA gets out of doghouse without anticipating this kind of sightline, he might die. Pero Yobib misses. KSA with the instant trade. And he just hides. RTA! Oh, they didn't notice the killer is in lane. And that's Virtus.pro with an immediate point. Yun na nga. Diretso sa leeg ng Attras.
Tinuturo na ni Keller kung saan tatama tong match na to, pare, and it seems like it is right on the jugular. Parang nga sinabi ng mga tropa natin, pero Zetra already! Saan galing yung flash, pare? And I feel like galing yung flash kay Keller yata.
Yeah, that came from second mid. Feeling ko tumatakbo na siya mula sa may high mid eh, tapos binato niya na lang eh.
Grabe, Keller the quarterback, man.
Grabe. Ganda ng bato. Sinalo ni ano boss? Ni K. Hindi nga lang ano, home run. Ay, home run actually. Never mind.
Ano ba?
Touchdown.
Safe.
Safe.
Sports ball.
That's safe. That's a safe shot mula kay Yobib. Oh, dude.
It's hard to react to that, pare. For sure. Ngayon, Attras in a familiar sight na nakikita natin time and time again dito po ulit sa mga ibang matches nila. 3v5. This is where they usually freeze. Elvin, nasa harap na ng Smokeman. It's a 1-for-1. Pero Jake nakabawi.
Uy, hindi na siya makakabawi ngayon. Namatay na siya dito sa kamay ni Yobib. Yobib looking like Yobib the hero, no? In this round, he already got 2 kills. Similar styles din or similar places that they are holding, but CRG. Can he charge up though?
Don't worry, Polar. I also had trouble with CBF versus Execration because it just so happens now one player is also named the CBN. Na yun nga, CRG, another 3-letter guy dito sa mapa natin, pare, has been actually pretty good.
He's good,
the entire Eagle Eye map natin, he has been one of the shining stars or at least, diamond in the rough dito ng Attras dito sa kanilang down game so far, But, with the type of defense that VP is presenting at the moment, pare, pakiramdam ko, you might as well call it a day pag in.
He is the silver lining, pero it's still so small or still too thin. He does find Cetra though, so 20 seconds to play. And he plays with Fire Sneaks. Nakita nga dito si Obe, pero he misses the crucial shot. He goes up, and he still finds him. Almost para dito kay CRG. But Kellar says, no, no, no. Oh, come on.
Oy. And Zetra, gumagala na naman pare at siya naman yung nasala that time. And fortunately, meron silang insurance policy na pangalan na Kellar on the exit side. Look at this opening shot though, man. Zetra
in the groin
and Yobib at the same time. And alam na yan ni Elvin Min pag nakapick na yan dun si Zetra sa long, matatagalan ng Attras na mag-react. So hinarapan na lang yung smoke pare.
Yeah. It was a good play nonetheless, no? Pero CRG almost
14 HP.
Grabe. Almost. Hey.
KSA, we're forgetting na may sniper sa doghouse. At least na-confirm, diba?
At least alam niya, nandun nga talaga yun. Pero itong past 4 rounds natin or 5 rounds dito sa ating BL side na Attras, he hasn't been pretty much moving or doing anything different. But he'll get a push. Oh my God! How did he know? Oh. They still have 1 minute to play. Kaso Longby, nandun na agad si Elvin eh. Oh naman, that coverage from Motel. Attras
Nag-push siya ng aim. That BP will be occupied.
Yeah. The kid on the TRG though.
Trying to distraction, man.
Kaya ba?
Kaya ba?
Kaya pa!
Maybe.
Especially if Yobib misses the shot, kid! Can wield the big guns and CRG honestly just goes in. Face front kills off Kellar as well. 30 seconds, hindi pa tapos ang Eagle Eye, sabi ng Attras. Kung kaya nyo pumatay, kaya rin naman dito ng 3 players. And it's all up to Elvin that has been a little bit silent on the GR side.
Hindi na nga nagtatapok pare. He's just straight up sending it, I think.
Yeah. He does have an AK. He can just spray. But he's tapping away. Nades will go in. Flashbangs will be committed. Pero Jakim toying now with Elvin.
Favorite kailangan ni Jakim.
Yep. Oh, he might pre-pick this. And there's no more time. I feel like clown show na lang to. Jakim will clean up the kill. So 4 rounds na lang ang lamang dito ngayon ng Virtus.pro.
Yeah, 5-9. Attras, bit of a solace para sa kanila kahit temporary man lang dito sa mapa natin. Just a bit of breathing room para sa kanila. CRG a headache at the start of the round and KSA, he's gonna send it on K pare. Instead, he sends it on Jakim. Jakim muna sa sala.
Oh, full throttle! K! Come on! How did he not get the kill? And look at this! It's a firing range on LA! Lahat magiging target ng Virtus.pro. Susunod si Jakim and they're good for 3! It's all up to CRG and RTA, and what else can we say? It might just be GG.
Oh my God. You can't think your way out of this one, RTA. Elvin, mali pa siya ng tira doon, pare.
Ooh, wait lang.
Info, though.
Wait lang!
Whoa!
Crispy shots! But Cetra does find the kill on RTA. It's all to CRG again, pero he splits past the first sight line ni Cetra. Quick scope! And Virtus.pro, disgusting after disgusting plays. Walang bulalo dito ngayon sa bootcamp ng Virtus.pro. They'll be eating steaks and wine for this beautiful T0 sweep up.
Grabe, men. Di pa dito nagsasebo ang Virtus.pro dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Node para sa kanila at hindi yan mapapanis. Sabi ni KR. Virtus.pro with a 2-0. Very convincing dito sa ating Attras game. Unfortunately, no, para kay Attras, you know, it felt like the preparation was there. No, preparation in 100%. Tama yung kanilang tina-target dito sa mapa. Yun nga, they're trying to disable KSA and itong si Yobib at the same time. But the thing is with modern Virtus.pro or at least yung modern core ng SGJ, no, they no longer rely upon yung dalawang players na yun entirely. No, Elvin has his own star power now. They have Zetra on the team and they also, you know, they also have superior teamwork dito sa mapa natin. And in all honesty, ayun nga, with Kellar's mind, just absolutely outthinking itong si RTA, no pare. Yun nga yung sinasabi ko, Ben, Virtus.pro, their processing speed is so fast. Parang sila may CPU sa kanilang utak, pare. Every time napapasok sila dito sa mapa natin. So, it's very impressive to see Virtus.pro definitely in playoff 4, pare. Ngayon ko pa lang sasabihin.
Yeah, I feel like it's safe to say again, no, na talagang secured na. You know what, Sneaky, talagang foolproof yung Virtus.pro doon, no? And I do agree with you, no, na handa naman yung Attras. Pero at the end of the day, their preparations were met with excruciating pain kasi Virtus.pro just had more preparations coming into this match, no, na parang, okay, you beat us in qualifying stage, but the real deal here is the group stage. And Virtus.pro playing at their best performance yet means Attras needs to step up even more, and they just can't climb that or at least step on towards more stairs paangat dito ng ating playoffs. Man, tuloy-tuloy na ata ang lose streak dito ng Attras. I hope it doesn't keep on continuing because again, they still have a lot more matches here. They only play 4 matches, I believe. And let's see though, the journey for Attras doesn't end here, but it's almost getting there with these like three losses already. Virtus.pro though, man, if Seto doesn't work out, KSA is there. KSA isn't there, nandyan naman si Kellar. And everyone works out despite UBIB not really having that great start dito sa GR side nila. A little bit of adjustments. Those timeouts were really crucial para lang to get back into the game. And oh man. We were thinking na ang pangit na ngayon ng Eagle Eye ng Virtus.pro given the stats. And the stats don't lie, but the stats can be changed. At yun ang pinakita dito ng Virtus.pro.
Ayun nga, pare, and obviously the stats are gonna improve para dito sa Virtus.pro, no? Especially when it comes to their PL side, man. Huge improvement pagdating nga dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. And pakiramdam ko na lang talaga para dito sa Virtus.pro, what they need to improve upon siguro, no, is to try and see kung anong pwedeng i-counter dun sa ginawa ng Attras no temporarily, kasi Attras was kind of catching them at some point kasi pinaflank nila yung flank. And if Virtus.pro can figure out that problem, because that is also the problem that can be exploited dito na Stallions, pare, yun nga, no, we might have an interesting playoff dito, man.
I think it's already cooking into play, no? But everyone, eto na nga po ang ating cashes desk, Sneaky Frog and Bipolar. Big shoutouts din to El, no? We're gonna be throwing it to our panel desk. It's time for Mochi and Salvatore.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters to Bipolar and as well as Sneaky Frog and Dude. Ang sakit sa ulo nung buong mapa ng Eagle Eye natin. Salvatore, yun lang yung masasabi ko dito, no? Okay na pala, nawala na yung sakit na ulo.
Okay na.
Pero ano bang nangyari dito, no, sa mapa ng Eagle Eye natin? Kasi parang purong kaguluhan na mga nangyari dito, and Attras Esports, hindi na sila nakatagal.
Mochi, no? Pure madness. Ika nga dito, no? Multiple 1v2 clutches, mga unreal shots para dito kay Yobib at kay Elvin, KSA. Parang kinarir na yung pag-headshot. Si Kellar, nagpoproc na naman yung passive niya. It is all good in the hood para talaga sa Virtus.pro, no, Mochi? And definitely, alam mo talaga na it's going to be one heck of a series pag lahat ng members ng Virtus.pro, not just one particular player, but everyone from Virtus.pro is just blasting at all cylinders, no, Mochi. Kasi ang ganda ng chemistry talaga, no? Like, the calls are nice, nababasa nila ng maayos yung kalaban, and on the opposite end, ang sagot naman ng Attras, yun na talaga yun, Mochi, no? Parang they're very much confused. They can definitely fight, pero sana kung sa usapang laban, feeling ko kaya talaga ng Attras to, eh. But also, they have to innovate, eh. Kailangan nga nilang maghanap pa ng space. They need to make a split. They need to make that mid-round adjustment. Kasi hindi sila pwedeng ginaganto lang ng Virtus.pro. USP entries, 1v2 clutches ni Cetra at ni Elvin. Binoboga lang sila ni Cetra. KSA doing some amazing entries from his AK-47. It's just a recipe for disaster, no, for Attras. And ilang rounds yung dumaan, Mochi, and not a single round was convincing enough na may magagawa ng milagro dito ang Attras. And that was kind of sad to see, no? Hopefully, Attras makabawi nga sila sa mga susunod na rounds, and was definitely JKM and CRG still putting up a good fight. But then again, CrossSFIRE, like I mentioned nung bago tayo magsimula ng laban ng Mochi, it's a team game, and Attras was just right there, no? Naglalaro lang talaga sila. But Virtus.pro, they were playing a different game of CrossSFIRE now we haven't seen in a while.
Exactly. And this is just absolute domination din dito, no, for Virtus.pro, at least from what it felt dito sa ating 15 rounds, wherein parang at some point sinabi ko pa, wait lang, I think this already bullying, parang bawal ata ito, no, itong ginagawa ng Virtus.pro. Kasi tignan mo naman, even just their stats, no, for are 100% in terms of rating, no, kung kanina stable, ngayon amplified ang kanyang naging performance dito, at syempre for Yobi Bencetra, still the same alongside with Elvin and as well as KSA, no, still the same performance, just different rankings in terms of KDs dito, no, for both of our teams. Pero ito nga ang ating set MVP, no other than the captain himself, no, 2.0 KD and as well as 100% rating, no. Grabe, umuulan ng tatlong numero sa ating rating dito, Salvo. Salvatore.
Mochi, no? Yes. Thank you, Mocho,
Yes,
no?
you.
Sa pagkakasabi nga nun. Pero ito, no, Mochi. Honestly, inaabangan ko na ang interview. Kasi pili ko ito na nga ang ating MVP. No, kung sino man yan, alam kong piyesta na kagad ang mararanasan nga natin dito, no? Because it's going to be bountiful when it comes to that interview. Kasi syempre, maraming masasabi ang Virtus. Parang ilang linggo na nga natin nakikita si Zero to. No offense, coach. No offense. Pero syempre, iba pa rin talaga ang patama pag player mismo yung nagsabi, no? Alam mo talagang may bigat na mensahe. Narinig na namin kanina. Sabi mo kanina, mas madadalian kayo sa Attras. Pero ano naman ang masasabi ng Virtus.pro sa mga susunod nga nilang kalaban? And clearly, no? Clearly, Mochi, sabi ko kanina, he might not be wrong. And he was definitely not wrong. At ito nga pala si Cetra ang ating MVP for the whole series. At wala nang iba pa kundi siya talaga mismo. No? Si Mr. Hacker. Si Mr. nanduduga lang yan sa LAN game. Si Mr. palagi na lang tumatama lahat ng ginagawa ni Cetra. No? This is Cetra. My God. A generational talent. No? Ito talaga yung ito yung mga one of the rare talents na meron tayo dito sa Pilipinas na is definitely God-given, no, Mochi? Na Cetra is making every single team look so bad sa sobrang galing lang talaga ni Cetra individually. I don't know how to describe this man, pero parang masyado na atang mainit yung upuan, Mochi, kasi palaging nandun si Cetra sa MVP chair, eh.
Totoo nga, no? Parang literal na national treasure na ito ng CFC dito sa Pilipinas, I guess. Parang hindi na talaga siya OA na statement just by basing sa mga clips na kinukuha din dito ni Cetra right now. And again, it just appears every single time, no, na here for Cetra, he's just doing and minding his own business. Not even siguro na focusing sa kanyang KDs, no? Sadyang ginagawa niya lang yung kung how he is programmed dito, no, sa ating team, that is to get the kills, the pickups, and as much as possible eliminate every single one in his pathway, and as well as his crosshair.
Grabe, no, man. To cap things off talaga, no, Cetra just doesn't need, no, to make it look so complicated. Para sa kanya, napakadali tignan, napakasimple, napaka-elegante nga naman, eh. From this perspective, akalain mo nga naman na normal lang yung ginagawa ni Cetra, umiente siya para sa team niya. Makakita ka ba ng sniper na ganun? Kay Cetra mo lang makikita yung ganyan. What an amazing scene, eh, na kahit sino nga sa atin, hindi natin pwede sabihin lahat ng sinabi natin sa broadcast kasi magiging CrossFIRE rocks yung kakalabasan sa sobrang lakas ni Cetra.
And speaking of, no, makikita natin siya dito sa ating desk ngayon. Kaya naman tawagin na natin ang ating match MVP, no other than the man himself, si Cetra, no, na talaga namang walang
boss.
Hello, Cetra.
Hello po.
Congratulations. Welcome,
Thank you
no.
po.
I am curious to hear, meron ba kayong naispatang difference nang nakatapat nyo uli ngayon si Attras?
Wala naman po. Kumbaga yung nangyari po nung talo po namin sa kanila, nabigla lang po kami nun. Kaya po kami talo. Pasagot niyo.
Ayan ba? Coach, shout out. Ano yan, Coach? Hello? Hindi ka namin naririnig, Coach? Wala. Na-mute mo ata, Coach.
Na-mute. Napindot ata.
Up. Money popcorn. Dead round muna. Dead round. Coach, salita ka?
Ayun. Ako sasagot niya dahil lang sa MVP. Hindi ko alam saan nanggaling yung
Alright.
idea na kaya kami Attras, eh.
Qualifiers lang yung guys, convenience lang tawag doon. Okay? Shoutout nga pala sa boss namin, boss ng Virtus.pro, happy birthday sa'yo. Happy birthday to you, boss. This win is for you. Okay, bye.
Yung happy birthday,
solid.
boss VP. Alright, and I guess that is already quite a good answer for both the coach and the player, no? Pero, go, ask away, Salvatore. I'm pretty sure you have a lot in mind.
Grabe, Setra, no? Paldong-paldo yung pangalan mo dito sa broadcast. Kung alam mo lang talaga, ilang
Totoo.
beses namin binanggit yung pangalan mo. Manlulumo ka talaga sa dami ng beses, no? Pero, doon tayo sa Ankara. Biyahe tayo papuntang Ankara. It was, I believe, round number 14 and then round number 15 para matapos na nga yung series, no? Una, na-convert mo yung 3v2. Tapos, ginawa mo pa yung 1v2 pagkatapos nun. And then, it was a clutch to seal off itong Ankara nga na to, no? What made it such a clutch moment para kay Setra? Paano mo na pull off yun? No? Ano ba yung estado ni Setra nung ginagawa mo yung mga plays na yun?
Para sa akin po talagang malakas lang po yung loob ko na kaya ko ipanalo yung mga ganun, 1v3, 1v4, 1v2, ganun. Ganun lang po kalakas yung loob ko. Yan lang po.
Ang kalakas yung loob niya. No, Mochi, it's all in the mental game, no? Pag kaya ni Setra, magagawa niya, no? Feeling ko, Setra, kaya mo rin ipanalo yung Pilipinas pag nag-international nga tayo, kung ganyan din yung laro mo, no, Mochi?
Ay, hindi na ako magtataka doon, no? And I feel like, ano na rin yan, no, Salvi? Yan yung katas ng ilang taon ba naman at araw-araw ka ba naman nagko-crossfire? Ewan ko na lang talaga kung hindi ka pa magkaroon ng lakas ng loob doon, no? Pero, Setra, ang aking katanungan ngayon, do you think, no, sang-ayon ka ba sa sinasabi ng iba na best sniper ka ngayon dito in the Philippines?
Siguro hindi pa po kasi hindi siguro pag nabawi na namin yung yung champion namin. Pag nag-champion kami ngayon, siguro matatake ko as yung sarili ko na number 1.
Bakit, Setra? Sino ba para sa'yo ang number 1 sniper dito sa Pilipinas?
Hindi ko po alam eh.
Baka si Keller.
Okay.
Pag Eagle Eye, no? Yun know, Mochi,
interesting.
it's the humbleness, no? Wala siyang kinikilalang number 1, pero di rin siya number 1. So, sino ba talaga ang tunay na number 1, no, Mochi? I love this guy. Okay to, solid to. Turuan ng
Parang
PR to.
ang sagot niya lang doon. Di ko alam kung sino yung best, pero I am sure as well na it's not me, no? Parang ganun yung dating sa kanya noon. Pero baka may mga additional questions ka pa, Salvatore.
Ayun, no, eto talaga, no, Setra. It really looks so easy, no? Kalaban talaga ang Attras. And feeling ko isa sa mga pinakamalaking impluwensya is yung sarili mo sa mapa, no? So, Setra, paano ka nagiging involved doon sa mga plays ng Virtus.pro? Ano bang ginagawa ni Setra para maging successful yung isang round? Para makuha niyo yung mga malulupit na panalo laban sa Attras?
Kaya lang po nung kung ano yung ginagawa namin, ako as a sniper sa team namin, kailangan ko lang kumuha ng pick, ganun. Or minsan ako yung gagawa ng entry, gaya po na sinabi nyo kanina. Ako yung papasok para sa kanila, para, manggulo lang po. Yan. Pero yung pinaka, talaga, yung sa pagpitas po. Malaking advantage po sa amin pag, nakakuha ko ng pick.
Pitas. Mochi, that is the key.
Talaga.
Malakas, pumitas
Pitas
dito,
lang.
no? Si Boss Setra, no? Pitas-pitas nga lang talaga, na akala mo magsasakay, no? Pero ikaw, Mochi, baka may katanungan ka pa.
Siguro, follow-up question na lang din, no? Since usapang in-game tayo ngayon, no? Ano ba nga nangyayari internally pagka meron tayong last 20-second execute na ginagawa dito for Virtus.pro, no? Kasi pansin namin ang dalas nyo siyang gawin against Attras dito sa seryeng ito.
Yung ganung playstyle po kasi kumbaga sanay po kami sa ganun. So kumbaga di pag kahit gano'n na lang yung oras, di po kami nagpapanik kasi alam po namin yung gagawin namin. Yan.
I see, okay. Parang kalimitan pag naririnig natin sa ibang team na pe-pressure sila kasi konti na lang yung oras, pero for them, it's just natural, no, Salvatore? Last question, baka meron ka pang pahabol dito?
Wala na, Bochi.
Okay
Bigyan
na?
natin ng
Safe na.
bigyan natin ng floor dito, no, si Setra. Baka may gusto pa siyang mga sabihin, no. Mochi, bigay mo na.
Oo. Pwede na. Shoutout ka na. Ang gusto mo yung shoutout, Setra. All the supporters.
Ay po. Shoutout po sa Virtus.pro, sa manager namin and sa boss namin. Happy birthday po sa boss. And sa supporter namin, sa family ko, lalo kay mama. And sa girlfriend ko. Ano?
Pero may habol.
Ayun, shoutout po
Ayun,
sa
ayun,
boss
bilistahan.
namin. Sa boss namin na si Nikolay Petrosian. Ayun, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Sir Nikolay Petrosian.
Right. Happy birthday,
Thank you
Boss
po.
Nikolai. And thank you so much, Cetra. Congratulations. And this win, I'm pretty sure this is not gonna be the last, no? And good luck sa mga susunod nyong mga laban.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Boss Etra. Sabi,
Yan,
no, Mochi, kitang-kita mo nga naman talaga na Cetra is that calm and composed na kahit nga nai-impluwensyahan na siya ng onti, no, parang nung una nararamdaman ko na yung parang si KLR kung sumagot no, kasi talagang nung mga nakaraang linggo may pag-angat na ng ng energy, pero dito walang number 1, kalmado lang, marunong pumitas, yun yung epekto, ganun
Balik
talaga.
na siya sa normal niya.
Na-factory reset
Na-factory reset siya, no? Grabe, which is quite funny to say the least, no? Yung contrast, meron talagang pagkakaiba every time na ini-interview natin sila. Pero ito na nga ang ating updated standings after ng lahat ng mga kaganapan for today's video. At ito na nga, no? Ayun na nga, no? Lahat ng inaakala natin na aakyat, nandiyan na. We have first and second, but we have Execration in our third place right now. So, sure, no? 4 and 5 natin ngayon, ComebackFriends and Acceptance, they were put into a lower place after 2 days challenges, I guess is the best way to call it, no, after this one. And for the rest, no, since chillings lang naman sila dyan, wala naman silang kaganapan, no, stick sila sa kanilang mga usual standings.
Grabe, no, Mochi, we currently have kung wala tayong round differential, we have a 3-way tie for being number 1. At yan yung pinakamahirap na usapan sa loob ng inuman, no? Sino ba talaga ang number 1 para sa'yo? Stallions, Virtus.pro, Execration, malalaban talaga natin habang tumatagal ang panahon, napapalapit na nga tayo sa playoffs, no, Mochi? And my God, no, what an improvement from those 3 teams. Pero syempre, habang may umangat, may mga babagsak at nandoon nga pala ang Acceptance, pati ang ComebackFriends.
Yep, and we also gonna see ang mga laban ng mga nasa lower echelon ng ating standings. We have Taring Bobby versus Matches. We also have Veteran versus Attras, and as well as VP versus Fervid, no? Sila lang pala yung exception na wala dun sa lower echelon natin, no? They will be fighting up against Fervid. This is gonna be pretty sure something para sa atin dito, no, sa mga audience at sa ating mga talents, kasi ito din yung magiging question natin dito, is Fervid actually ready sa usapang international, no? Lalong-lalo na this is a good test for them, no, na tapatan nila ang Virtus.pro para sa ating huling match for tomorrow. Pero bago tayo magpaalam dito, no, Salvatore, any closing remarks galing sa'yo?
Shoutout nga pala sa ating community dyan, no, sa mga viewers na sumusuporta from the first second na magsimula ang stream hanggang ngayon, and nanonood pa rin. Maraming salamat sa Auxilium Clothing and as well as to Sunday Shrooms. Maraming salamat sa Clan ng Flow. Maraming salamat din to my family, to my friends, to my co-talents. Thank you so much for your support. Kita-kits tayo bukas para sa mga karagdagang pang-action, kasi feel ko naman nabitin kayo para sa araw na to. Syempre, pupunuin namin ng CrossFIRE yung araw na mga pahinga nyo, no, from both Saturday and as well as Sunday. Kaya kita-kits lang guys, yun na lang para sa akin, Mochi.
Alright, and simulan na natin to, no? Ang dahil nating papasalamatan dito. Simulan na natin sa ating production, TNC Prod. Thank you so much sa mga broadcast na hinahatid nyo dito, no? Continuously improving. Kung hindi pa nga ba improved itong nakikita natin ngayon, specifically din sa ating prod, sa scriptwriters, and as well as sa ating obs. Yung obs natin na sobrang lala naman talaga, no? Imposibleng meron silang mamimiss na mga highlights dito sa ating screen. Maraming salamat din sa ating mga co-talents, no? Maraming salamat kay Salvatore, kay El, kay Sneaky Frog, kay Bipolar, kay Ramon, kay Dedom, lahat-lahat na. Thank you for ensuring na in this healthy workplace environment. Wow! And also, maraming salamat sa ating mga teams, no, na talagang nag-uubos ng oras, kahit napapagod sila, no, just in order to improve at lalong tumaas ang kanilang antas dito sa ating local and international CrossFIRE Crossfire scene and as well as sa iyo. Guys, maraming salamat sa tuloy na pagpapasuporta and panonood, pakikikulit, pakikicomment, pakikidaldal, lahat na, no? Kahit na minsan natatagalan kayo dito, no? Para gusto nyo nang isimulan kaagad ang ating mga laro, no? Thank you so much sa pagkikinig at inyong mga suporta at pasensya na rin, no? Of course. And I guess this is where it all ends. Quick reminder for everyone to keep the fire burning. And for now, kami ay magpapaalam muna dahil bukas magbabalik tayo muli for another day full of Crossfire action. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it to trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade, PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!